because of this, nigga, you get your ass up and you work your ass 10 times harder than them. And you don't make no excuses. You don't show them. You never let them motherfuckers see you sweat. That's what I learned. I learned to never let them motherfuckers see me sweat. You see what I'm saying? You always get up and you always be prepared. You always be purposeful. You always be the problem solver. You always be proactive. This is what that taught me. That's what that taught me. It didn't teach me to lay down. It didn't teach me to lay down.
Can I say,
I'm gonna let y'all keep going.
Can I say something, Corey? This is what happened, you know. If you have one ancient black person, all of a sudden every black youth is ancient. And it's a dangerous conversation to have. Because just like how we can find one irresponsible 19-year-old, I can find 20. I can find 20 responsible 19-year-old. But guess what? That 19-year-old who's doing the wrong thing, all of a sudden he's blasted on the screen as the typical 19-year-old black boy, so that when you lock them up, you can give them 20 years. Hillary Clinton, when she mentioned to predators, she was mentioning the 19-year-old black boy. He could be an abnormality in his community. All of a sudden, he becomes the standard. All of a sudden, he becomes the standard. And that is not true.
Dangerous.
That's a dangerous thing, dangerous rhetoric to pass around. Some people take longer than other people to mature. But when they do, they do. But we don't put the same weight on the fentanyl taking white boy who nodding out, who died at rates that nobody ever died of drug anything before. You don't hear the negative stereotypes being cast in that community. But let one black boy walk down the street and take up a candy from the store. All of a sudden, you have to watch every black boy because them is candy stealers. That's a dangerous rhetoric. That's what I'm afraid of. So when I hear people make these conversations, I sometimes stay out of it because they don't understand that one of the worst things we do is that take the brush that white people painting us with and all of a sudden start painting ourselves with that same brush. Saying that we're shiftless. I'm not saying that we don't have problems in our community, we do. But not to the extent of Charlie Kirk or the other one. I didn't know that Brass felt the same way about him as I did. That, right? Who comes around and paint this picture. But it is what it is. Go ahead, Rasta, your floor.
Yeah, man, no. We're not painting no white brush picture type thing, my lord. That's not what we are doing. What we're trying to say is that them same youth that's mature, they're not the standard though. They're not the example held up around the youth. They're marginalized. I was one of them. I know they're marginalized. They're not held up until they achieve something. People get older and they say, oh, yeah. Big up that man there. So. But when them man there is young, they're marginalized, man. The athlete, the entertainer, the drug dealer. Those are the people in the community. Nobody's big enough the educated this and that like that, man. We have to fight for recognition. And we act like this is not this normal standard in our community. Amongst poor black people. We're not talking about the educated middle class in them someday. A poor black people is talking about. And we have to build a better incentive for them for one for work. And what a standard, what's wrong with saying that? That don't say everybody shiftless and this and that. Because like Corey said, man, get out there and go at work. Man, go to school, man, do all type of thing. But when you look around and you look at what's promoted in our culture, it's not that. It's just not that. That's something you do on your own individual incentive, your own perspective to overcome this and that. That's not the general standard, man.
No, I do. I get what you're saying though, but like that's not what's promoted. But I think a lot of that, and I don't want to sound like some conspiracy theorist, but a lot of that has to do with like the media. You know what I'm saying? And what media chooses to show our youth. You know what I'm saying? And to big up in the black community. They big up the athletes. They big up the actors. You know what I mean? Those are what the media actually comes to our community to big up. That's what they come to our community to find. They come to find the football players, the basketball players, you know, the comedians, the new Denzel Washington or what have you. That's what they come to our community, but they don't realize we have everything in our community. We got congressmen, we got congresswomen, we got judges, lawyers, engineers, and all that we have to be. You know what I mean? And I'm saying, like, you give black people opportunity, right? We don't work with people. We've already demonstrated. You know what I mean? So I recognize we do have a problem with the youth. You know, I hate when we talk about like these situations like black on black crime and it's like, and we don't really clarify like, yo, that, you know, it's a problem in the black community, but it's more of a youth problem. You know what I'm saying?
Black on black crime. I'm talking about cultural attitude towards certain teams.
Yeah. Either way, not black on black. I know you ain't talking about black on black crime. I'm just using that as an example where we have a problem in our youth and we're equating that to like black people, and it's really even within the youth, right? It's really even more targeted than just saying the youth, right? It's a certain demographic of black men, young black men in that youth, like from 18 to like 25, right?
What do you mean? No, 18 to 50, man. I still have brethren that live like the same way they might live the whole of them life right now.
Yeah. That's in some cases, but for the most part, man, that's not the case. That's not the case. You can find 50-year-olds living like them young, crazy motherfuckers, but for the most part, that's not what it's like, though. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, by the time you get 35, you got a family, you're trying to get out of the game. You're trying to get out the street. You're trying to live for something. You know what I'm saying? At least that's my experience, right? You know what I mean? I can only speak from my experience. I don't have ChatGPT to get y'all all these elaborate statistics, but in my experience, time motherfucker getting 35 years old, if he ain't already dead or in prison, he's trying to get himself together and get out of the game. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I see. I think we do have an issue with the youth, though. You know what I'm saying? That where we need to get a hold of the youth. And I think that's a lot of times what Fetty's talking about. Fetty is really, I guess he's involved with the youth. So a lot of the ailments he sees, right? He sees because he deals more with that demographic. I think he's around that age, that 28, 30 age, right? And he sees kind of a degeneracy there. And I'm not going to sit here and act like that. What he sees, his eyes is lying to him. I'm not going to act like that. You know what I mean? But I think it's just like the way that we're saying it as if it's some type of significant portion of the black community. And I don't think the portion of the black community that's dealing with that is that significant. Now, do we have a lot of petty crimes that add up to be something major in the black community? Like, you know, driving while suspended, and then you end up in prison for because you can go to prison for driving while suspended. You get found as a habitual. You know what I'm saying? And then now, you know, you get that kind of thing, and now you're getting black men in prison, and it seems like, oh, this is some type of ailment, but like this is like society that black men is dealing with on a day-to-day basis. You know what I'm saying? So I think we need to. I think when we talk about those issues, we kind of gotta be careful a little
Go and drive.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Take public transportation.
Right. I mean, it's easier said than done.
No, it's not, because I did it before and I had to make those decisions, and I chose the latter. I took the public transportation because I want the consequence of not moving proper.
Yeah, most places ain't walkable like that. So like you sound like you live in like New York City or something, where most of New York like is walkable.
Los Angeles and
So
big
you
city. Lived in a country town too. Then you gotta deal with public transportation.
yeah,
That's what it is.
it's a little more difficult in a country town. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm just saying, but go
No,
ahead.
I
I
know
hear you. I hear you. You got to make
but
better
when
decisions.
is what it is, Star. When you got a certain law and you know, say if you do this, you do that, it's gonna be a greater consequence. Then you got to deal with that.
Absolutely, you definitely got to deal with the consequences. Uh, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is like um, there's different systemic issues. I don't want to go back over because it's like, oh, now I'm blaming the white man again. You know what I'm saying? So it's a muddy thing. It's never a cut dry. And I don't know because Fetty, I don't think Fetty's saying that things are cut dry. I think within those conversations, he's what I keep hearing him saying is when we talk about this systemic issues, right? He wants us to have some type of accountability in that, and I'm not upset with that. Like I said, I'm an advocate of accountability. Um, I just think some things has its place in the conversation, and then sometimes we need to have a different conversation to bring other things in. You know what I'm saying?
But I
So
like the word.
like
I like the word
we're having
compete.
a conversation about whether oppression exists still, right? And then you got Betty jumping in saying, "Oh, all y'all doing is talking about the white man." No, we're just highlighting the fact that oppression still does exist. You know what I mean? So like you having two different conversations
No, I'm having the
with us.
same convo. I'm having the same convo.
So
I'm it's called
we're saying
accumulation.
we're
Like
asking
I've been
we're
preaching the
asking
same
does
sentiment for months in here. And again, I've yet to see a show damn near 10 minutes dealing with things we can do on our own. But I've heard hours and hours and hours talking about external forces. So I'm saying let's balance it out a little bit. I've been saying that.
okay,
That's
so spark it up.
What
You
you
go
mean? I've
first.
been trying to what you think I've been doing for the past 8, 9
No,
months in
I'm
this? What you
saying
think I've been
right now, what is it
No,
that we can do to stop that, to better that 19-year-old to get his shit together, right? What what are
Oh,
some
I've
of
been
the
bringing
things?
up
How can we
culture. I've
take
been bringing up
accountability?
aspects of black culture in here for damn near a
Okay, well
year,
let's talk
and
about
you
the
get
culture.
called a coon.
What
I get
about
called a coon. You a white
I
nationalist.
don't let's not go
You
over
acting
that.
like I
Let's
ain't been
start a
saying
new
the same.
slate. Let's start a new slate right now. What about the culture? What about black culture that we can change to keep that 19-year-old from being the piece of shit that he is?
Pieces of shit having kids. Cause like when I was a coach, like when I got out of
Mhm.
college and I coached high school, I got a good idea again of like what was going on at home with a lot of those kids that was hella talented. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just thinking like, damn, like how can you thrive with people with caretakers like that? You know what I mean? So I saw that a lot, like welfare mothers. Not saying that all black people are people like this, but again, me being a coach, and again, more times than not, a lot of black folks where I'm at who are young and talented come from inner city communities, and they talented, bro. And when I see behind the scenes, and I see a lot of the shit that we can correct, whether it's again maximizing your potential, the parents, relying on certain things that quote unquote liberals have been trying to push for black people to thrive, and they taking advantage of it rather than maximizing what they do on the everyday. It's a lot of shit. So I don't just be saying this shit out of thin air. This is me seeing the pulse of my community in a lot of ways, and a lot of the young black men, and a lot of the shit that can make their situation better starts at home. Like, you know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to neglect the shit y'all talking about dealing with
No,
oppression and shit like that.
absolutely, and I would tend to agree with that. That it starts at home. I say it all the time. I don't know, like, um,
Can
what
you
is it
expound
that?
a bit? Can you be more specific, Corey? I'm listening. I'm listening for specific. Can you be more specific? I'm
Okay,
not.
so when I was a coach, right? When I was a coach, I was a DB coach when I got out of college and went back to my alma mater, high school, and I saw again like the variance of how just baseline you can give baseline critique, or because as a coach you want to promote your kids to go through hurdles and become men. You know what I mean? So for me, my avenue, my father, and other OGs who I was around, we played sports, and the OGs who taught me, they the head coaches of high schools, and they helping young black men the same way I'm trying to do it. And we all came to the consensus that these new age kids, when it comes to coaching and just trying to push them, a lot of them gonna have a hard time in life because they aren't resilient, bro. And a lot of shit that's going on at home culturally is like a lot of that shit can help it. So again, me being the coach and seeing like the future generation and how they respond to criticism and working hard every day and all of that. Like I'm looking at it
So
like,
what can we do outside of that home? What can we do outside of that dysfunctional home to help those kids, to better those kids?
Promote culturally. I think culturally, people may not want to hear it, but a lot of these young kids who I see that are in middle class environments, good parents and all of that, they're still going to the lowest parts of our culture and society by, listening to drill music, throwing up gang signs whenever they score a touchdown, slamming niggas out. And a lot of the shit that's just a part of black young culture that we think is harmless. If you just was to see, and y'all got kids, I know y'all, I don't have kids yet, but I know y'all know just by y'all having personal kids, that shit is dangerous, bro. Like you can imagine raising your child and you in a good
Maybe
situation.
I don't know what it mean anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's probably, so that might be a problem. Like when we
But
lose and we
again,
don't know what
it's
these
just
things
small. It's just
mean
small
anymore.
stuff.
Go
It's
ahead.
just small stuff. Like even like the parties, like the way we remember how we talked about a couple months ago, just how black people, a lot of us procreate. We don't have a lot of stuff in our mind, in the back of our mind when we raw dog in a bitch. That's just the truth.
No, I'm hearing the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You have not mentioned a solution. Give me one solution.
Again, he didn't say solutions. He was just bringing up. I'm confused. Like, am I answering
No,
for it?
No, I was asking how can we mitigate that? What can we do to
I've been said. Look, my
being outside
avenue,
of that
if you haven't
family?
noticed, is education and having more empowerment in your direct communities. Because I've been sending hella cases dealing with like the certain numbers and metrics, all this money that's been allocated to black communities to change certain scores, SAT scores, math, English, and shit ain't really changed. So I'm saying that simple thing alone, promoting education in the household, being mindful of the music and how that's influencing young kids to do certain things.
But
And
do you
also,
think they're gonna start
Can I say
promoting
something as an
education in that
educator?
kid's
Because
household that you're talking about?
I've seen those
Do you
things.
think his household gonna all of a sudden start promoting education?
Yo, listen to me now, man. I've seen those things Fetty talking about as an educator directly. I didn't want to comment because I don't want to tell the FBA argument to start. But I could comment and agree with everything Fetty said based on teaching for over 20 years and dealing with the youth in America for 20 years in the classroom and having parent school night and all of that. And when certain parent come to back to school night, you already knew this child right here, you're going to have to give extra attention to for getting focused. Because there's no support at the house. And the best way you could do that is what I used to tell him is the school is a sanctuary for Uno. When you come across that door or that gate, whatever problem you had at home, left it there. And when you come here, I expect you to perform. And we're going to have high expectation, no matter what's going on in our own life. Because I got problem in my life, I don't bring them to the classroom. We're here to solve problem. And the best way we're going to solve problem is improving comprehension. And I have a high expectation for you to do that. I don't care. I don't care about no problem you have in your life. Right now, this is our task. And you have to do that. You have to hold them to the expectation. What happens though is people come down to the qualitative all the time. Oh, well, you're poor and your family's bad and I'm going to take it easy on you and I don't expect you to achieve because of your condition. And that becomes inculcated in the mind and the performance of the child. But when you have just pure high expectation, no matter what, them hold the standard.
Yeah, keep a foot up the kid's ass. That's how I do personally. You know what I'm saying? Like to my own kids, right? Yeah, and I think that will work across the board. In general, right? One thing about a kid is you got to keep your foot up his ass, right? Especially the boys. and I think good mentorship is definitely needed in our community. I think what Fetty's doing is good. Uh, a lot of times though, you know, we need some funding for that. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I don't like that argument, man. Because too many black people got smart when they were super poor. Before they had the availability of internet and all of these things now. You don't need no money for getting education. That is a fucking lie. No, you don't need no money for learn arithmetic and basic skills now. You don't need that.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Good argument. I tend to. Maybe I was wrong. Go ahead, Stevie. Go ahead.
Let me say something. When I ask for solution, I used to work in an HIV prevention program on a national level, and we used to talk about solution-based ideas, right? And when I asked Freddy for solution, I wanted him to be more specific, but he was more generalized. Anybody with education know that you have to be specific.
Fixing lead in black communities. Is that one?
What? Fixing what?
Fixing lead. You know, like the problems with toxic lead in black communities and how that show.
I moved on from that, but
okay,
like,
I'm saying like that's all I was saying.
That's what you say. No, my one specific thing I would say is that when it comes to education, is to reduce truancy, in black communities, right? I would say everybody would say the more you go to school, the more likelihood that the information will be passed on. But even in that situation where truancy was an issue in the community, I hear some black people, especially black conservatives, come on and say that, listen, we can't force truancy. When Kamala Harris in California wrote letters to black families to tell them that, listen, you're going to jail if your kids miss X days of school. She was not locking up anybody. It was used as a threat. I hear black people themselves and a lot of conservative black who are like petty here say, oh,
Here
dare
we
her.
go. Why you gotta make it a conservative and everything? Like, bro, stop this shit. Talk about the black liberals then. Talk about black liberals that fuck it up too.
Freddy, didn't you push back on Kamala Harris for expressing a reduction in truancy?
You said that I push back on Kamala Harris for trying to do what?
Trying to reduce truancy among black
No,
children.
not really. I'm not really. So again, you're trying to make an argument dealing with hold on. What you've been trying to do is connect black conservatism, right, to this bad. You not having no smoke for a lot of the things that black liberals and liberals at large talk about. You know, these programs that we need, which can you said what? A lot of the shit, a lot of the social policies have had good intentions but haven't worked.
Let me finish and then you can rebut, please.
Well, black conservatives, man, you trying to come on.
No, many black conservatives pushed back and said that she was out of line, although she was using it as a tool in an attempt to reduce truancy. Right? But then now the same person will come back and say, oh, we need to increase education. We need to increase education. That's
accountability.
Yeah, we need to increase education. But yet, when it comes to methods to try and increase accountability, all of a sudden there's a big pushback. That's why when people talk and them don't have a specific idea for a problem that they identify,
been giving solutions for the past 8 months. Polygenic scores, early intervention programs. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Niggas been giving solutions in this bitch, and half of y'all don't even agree with them.
You have always been a generalized dude, but no problem with that. You can generalize, but we're so specific because I've been in rooms and we realize that you have to lay out all the problems, and you realize that you cannot solve every problem. You cannot use generalized terms like, "Oh, we need to increase education." What does that mean? When you say increase education, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? Because that's a generalized statement. That's a generalized aim. What objectives you have now to satisfy that aim? Your aim is to increase education, but your objective is how you're going to achieve that aim. And I've never heard you list an objective. You speak in generalized terms. And that is how I assess people. When I speak in generalized terms, I realize that they're talking. They don't have no knowledge of what they're talking about, but they're talking. They've never been in problem solving groups or problem solving situation. Probably what we need to start with is to have think tanks to people to evaluate the major concern among the black community.
I
And
could
to,
have sworn, right? Anathema. I could have sworn I did a
to,
whole show. I did a whole show talking about solutions from experts in 2025. But that's not enough for this nigga Stu Peace. He want to create this narrative because he
I
like
didn't hear that show.
you know,
I did not hear that show. Oh, where was that
yeah,
show
because you
on?
just be talking. That's my problem with you. You be talking, act like you know what you
Where
talking
was
about.
that
You be
show
wrong
on?
as hell. Like
Where's that show on?
stop speaking on me if you don't know what you like. Come
Because
on, bro.
because
Cut the
you're a
shit.
generalized person. You talk a lot. You're talking a lot of
Nah,
generalization.
bro. You be creating these fake narratives like, no, bro.
I love
Please,
to see that.
What
Fetty,
is you talking about?
please, Fetty, I'm asking both of you this question. What do you think about this? What if there was a way we took like some of the scholars, because you know there's like over $1 billion of scholarship money that doesn't get used. You understand? What if there was a way to redistribute some of that while people were already in school? Like in our black community, we figure out how to fund, like say you are an all-star elementary school student, right? So you get a funding for A's and B or a certain average. Like we literally fund you.
That sounds
So the
like
parents don't
inclusive
need an
excellence.
allowance.
That sounds like an inclusive excellence framework right
And
there.
then
Right there. I like that.
you move that up into 7th and 8th grade in high school. So what you're doing at school is consistently funded.
Yep.
So you have a financial incentive. And it take pressure off the parent because the child funding has to be used towards education or things for the child. You understand? Something like that. So the parents can't take the money and abuse it and all them. You see me?
Yep.
Well,
I
with
agree
this
with
thing
that. I
like
think
that
that'd
is
be
a
a good idea.
solution to build an incentive because these children are financially motivated.
Yep. And what is it rewarding? What is it rewarding? Anathema.
It's rewarding them becoming studious, becoming educated, academic excellence, and then that's going to
There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
cognition and better civic responsibility in them son.
I'm with you.
So maybe we need to come up with something like that. Because I was, when I graduated with my local scholarship, I was surprised because, like I told you, the teacher them funded. They applied for that. I never would have did that. They did that, and I had a little thing around my neck. I was with my brethren because back then they used to put you in the line with your GPA. So all my brethren was in the back of the line. I was in the front of the line with people I really didn't know. You understand me? I say I was like maybe the 20th person in the line, and I got to sit on the stage with, and I didn't know none of these people that was on stage with me. I didn't know none of them. But the fact that I got paid, it changed my whole attitude.
It's
you understand?
rewarding. Yep. Rewarding the ones that you got to find a system or a pipeline to reward those ones that, like you say, is willing to work every day, maximize their potential, bro. And culturally, because again, in black culture, I know y'all a little older than me, but the person who was studying, doing everything they was supposed to do, won't at the top of the social hierarchy class in middle school and high school, bro. You was called that shit came with social implications and judgments on you. Oh, you a square. You ain't going out, you doing it. Man, look at this square. You know what I mean? So to act like that doesn't exist is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. That's why I said I don't like talking because from the teaching, I want to seem biased because I have a lot of anecdotal experiences that corroborate where you see it.
Bro. And that's why, I know you a football fan. When you're a football coach, bro, you have no other choice but to demand greatness every day. Because I'm telling the youngins, especially due to their circumstance, your family relying on you to get up out this shit. And the small shit you doing, crying every day, throwing your helmet on the sideline, you don't realize you're gonna look back on this shit, bro, and realize you had a good opportunity to get a scholarship, maximize your potential, do whatever you want to do, but you threw it away because you ain't know how to be resilient and answer to, and respond like a man because you've been either coddled your whole life and just shit like that. So it's like me being a former coach is like, bro, I saw it. I could project like certain youngins who, no matter what we did, until they home was fixed, so they're gonna have a hard time in society, regardless of the white man or any of that. They can't just do simple things. They can't respond to simple adversity. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the part that made me feel a little sad. Like, damn, like
And that's you're a teacher, right? And
Yeah, man.
let's let's say we encounter a child who's underperforming.
I think you have a hard time with the fact that
No,
everybody ain't coming steady. You're not gonna get all. You ain't gonna save all of them.
No,
for
no,
sure,
no.
yeah, for sure.
No. I'm not a generalized nigga because I've learned through my career that generalization don't work. So I'm going to ask Annette to walk me through a scenario.
Yeah, man. Let's
I
go.
encounter, I encounter a child who's underperforming. What's the first thing I do as an educator?
I do a evaluation and assessment on him to see first of all his learning type, his learning modality, and then I approach within that learning modality what learning deficiencies has. So then I can
Right?
use his major way of learning to address his deficiency rather than just
Beautiful.
assuming.
Right. So that's the first thing we do. We do assume.
You know,
We evaluate the
assessment.
child.
Assessment on
Then
the
the
first.
second thing we do, we start to evaluate the external factors
Yeah,
which can
we call
directly result
we call it the
in why the
qualitative
child
factor.
is not performing.
Yeah,
Right? No, we cannot satisfy or fulfill all of those external factors, but we try to identify the major one. Let's say the child have insecurities because one of the things that he's faced, he does not feel comfortable coming to school because his uniform is not clean or his shoes is not good. Simple things like that can cause shyness in children or a drawing to themselves. We're trying to address that. We provide certain things for the child. The external factors in the home, where the child have a situation where um, it's convenient with learning, we try to speak to the parent, we try to facilitate the child having an environment for 2 to 3 hours where they can concentrate on the schoolwork or the homework. You do those stuff, right? We walk
yeah,
through
man,
certain steps.
it's called what you're talking about is called qualitative factors. The
Right,
qualitative factors.
right. We work within the systems. We
Yeah, man.
cannot generalize. We have to be specific. When somebody talk about, oh, we're going to improve education and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and you say, really? And you don't know what factors affecting why this child is not progressing. You don't understand what factor why this 19-year-old is acting the fool. You don't try to say, listen, I
Yeah,
can.
and some of the students you are gonna use a IEP if they have sufficient learning deficiency. I mean extreme ones, you understand? And then the next student them you are gonna use what I call it, you are gonna use a PSG, a personal
Yeah.
student growth approach to them learning. So everything is kind of individualized, but it's
Right,
around a standard set. You understand? So
right.
you understand? You have a general standard for society, right? It's a general standard for driving, right? Whatever. But
Mm,
maybe every man learn for drive and understand that in a different way.
right. And it's
If you,
your job now.
but you want
It's
everybody
your
to stop
job
at the
now.
stop sign. If you understand me, I
Yeah.
see.
It's your job now as an educator not to understand that you have generalized standards, but to realize that everybody's an individual. So we're
Yeah.
going to meet each child at where they're at. You meet children where they're at. That's the first thing you learn, correct?
Well, that's what I told you I developed with the PSG thing. Remember we did tell you about the personal student growth portfolio where
We know that, but we're having no own. We're having
so you
addition
meet
to
the
that.
child where he at and you measure that's the child growth in regard to the standard. You don't measure his growth in regard to the next individual. You don't do that.
So when somebody come on here, I've done all that shit already, you know. I've done all of that. When somebody come on here and just blast generalized statement, I know that they don't have the experience in the field. They might do one, they might give a man begging a $10. And because they give him $10 because he's begging, they say, oh, I've done my good deed for the day. I'm not saying that you're not doing good deeds, you know. But sometimes in your ignorance, you don't even understand what you're doing. In your ignorance, You're willing to tear down somebody and not recognize to meet them where they're at and then to have a conversation. So you're successful, but you can't teach how to become successful. I used to tell my son something when I'm growing up, when I'm teaching him maths. If you know it, you can teach it. So therefore, you say you know it, teach me.
Yo, you know that's part of the performance assessment, right? When the students
Right,
have to perform what them know, is because now they're teaching it to a group of people.
right. So when somebody come in here with generalized term and talking about, oh, I've given
Bruh,
recommendation.
stop with this generalized shit, bro. Like, bro, stop sneak dissing, bro. Like, bro, stop that shit,
I'm not
bro.
saying this,
Because
nigga. I'm
because
not
because
sneak
again,
this you.
bro,
I'm
what you
not even
saying
sneak this
isn't
you. I have
profound,
never
bro.
sneak this you. I have never sneak this you. Always direct this you.
You always
No,
talking shit, bro.
I've never
Fuck
sneak this
out of
you.
here, nigga.
Dude, I've never sneak this you. I don't
Fatty,
sneak
you
this.
from Los Angeles or
Nah,
you from
bro.
Cali?
Nah, bro. Nah, nigga. I know.
Fatty,
I've
what's
never
part you
sneak
from,
this.
man?
Nah, he's stupid.
Yo,
Yeah,
Stupid.
Fatty, what's part you from, man? You
Hey,
from
no, no,
LA,
hold
California?
on, Nathema. Hey,
yeah,
stupid.
yeah,
There's this term, right, called a hit dog holler.
yeah,
You ever heard
Nah,
that term
I just
before?
put two and two together. Like he's speaking
yeah.
on like, bro, he's talking about generalized terms, and again, I can give him all of the nuance. So we not
I don't
doing
think
that
he was
hit dog.
talking about you though.
So when you say when people come in here with generalized, who was you talking about?
Wait, what you
You,
talking about? Oh, my
I
fault.
was talking about you.
Like fuck out of here, bro. Niggas be
My
talking,
fault,
man.
Fetty.
I can't think, man.
I was talking about you.
Niggas think I'm
My fault.
dumb. What the
Hey,
fuck,
Fetty, I didn't know you
Nigga,
was talking about you.
but
man? See, bro. See what I'm saying?
My
Fetty,
fault.
But to be fair, that don't mean he was sneak dissing though. But
All
go
right,
ahead.
that's
My
cool.
fault,
All right,
man. My
y'all got
fault,
it. Y'all
Fetty.
got it.
I
He been
didn't
sneak
know.
dissing for the past week.
I
I don't
didn't
even
know
know
he
this
was
nigga.
talking about
no,
you.
I don't even know this nigga.
ask anybody there. I'm not ever saying this.
What he been trying to undermine
I think he
anybody
was
that
hitting you right in the
said
mouth though.
Yeah, I
accountability.
don't think he was sneaking. I think he was directly talking about you without saying your name. He just didn't say your name.
I've
That's
never
what I'm
seen this.
saying. What do you mean? You proving my
I've
point.
never seen
No,
this.
no. Well, then,
I've never seen
hey, Stu T, just go ahead and say his name, then,
Say my
bro.
name, bro. You ain't gotta
Just go
be
ahead and say
sneak
his
dissing,
name.
bro, because you haven't addressed none of the critiques I get. You've been speaking a lot of shit about me, and every time I address it specifically, you run away.
Okay, Fetty.
Oh,
So I
I've never.
already got smoke with you.
Oh, he
I
got
know that.
smoke. Oh shit.
I know that. I don't have a problem with that.
Smizzo.
I know this.
Nigga said I got smoke.
Because you always speaking on some shit you don't know, nigga. I don't know you. I don't even have that much conversation with
Cold stove, eh?
you. Fuck out of
I
here,
grew
nigga.
up with that cold stove. So I
Well,
know
well,
what
you
it is.
want
Hold
to
on,
know each
Fetty.
other as well as
Hold on,
everybody
Fetty.
do. Hey,
Hold on. You speak on
nobody
stuff
knows
you don't know
anybody
either.
really.
Yeah,
Hold
shit
on,
about to
hold
go
on.
left.
Fetty speak on stuff
This
that
shit
he
about to go
don't
left.
know
Yeah,
when
this about to
when
go
when
left.
he talk about parents and parenting. You don't know parenting because you ain't no parent. So you speak on a whole lot of shit you have no real world experience in.
Shit about
Some
to go
people
left.
ain't never had a dog, a cat in their life, ain't took care of a pet, much less of a person. Much less of a person.
I'm only around y'all children. I'm around a raw
No. Much less of a person.
deal with.
Taking care of a person, you know, is a lot
If I
different
experience
than reading. Now, hold on, let me talk. It's a lot different than reading about it and running around trying to get answers about it. It's 24/7,
Hey, let him finish.
365.
Let him finish.
365, 24/7, 365. So it's easy for anybody to sit back and say what people need to do with their children. Everybody got to go find out first what their children is up against, what you're up against as a parent. I know plenty of children that was raised in perfect homes and quote unquote, and hit the streets and fell all apart because you can't change the world. So that's
Be the
only one
worst
part
kid.
of it.
I
It's
was one of
only
the
one
worst
part of it.
kids.
Yeah,
I had
it
a
ain't
hell of
just
a
a simple
family.
fix of hold on, Corey. It ain't just a simple fix of turn off the TV. You don't run the TV. Your kid got to go outside the door. They got to get on the school bus. Depending on the size of the schools where you live at, they may have to be around 3,000 or 4,000 other kids. So all we need to do is, and these are solutions. No, a solution fixes something.
Right.
And if the
Right.
shit was, and if you think that these are new solutions, they're not. They're ideas. They're things that people put forward that we can try. Go look at some old, matter of fact, whatever city you in, go see what programs they have for the last 40, 50 years. Every year, they change every city council. Every time we get a new school, a district superintendent, a new mayor, there's tons and tons of programs. So ain't none of this shit new. So stop yelling solution. People ask, what is the solution? Because if you tell me the solution, it better work. Because that's what a solution is. It solves the problem. Obviously, the problem ain't solved. And it ain't because nobody tried what the hell you talking about. So anybody who don't got kids or ain't never took care of somebody else's kids, from a newborn to a 19-year-old, go get you a dog, go get you a cat. Go get you some pets. Go carry around an egg all day and try not to break it.
Man, talk
Before
that
you make
shit.
these easy judgments on people that out here trying to do what they trying to do with their kids and deal with the world. And that ain't no cop out.
Nigga ain't
So
got a
this,
fish tank.
so
Nigga
hold
don't
on
nigga
there.
don't know how to feed a fish consistently. Telling me what
So,
to do with that baby children.
boss, this gelding came in the room. You know what a gelding is, right? In Jamaica, we call it Feria gelding. Father's Day time, we make fun of him. He couldn't live in Jamaica on Father's Day. I'm this big 35-year-old gelding. Right? This gelding now coming here and making it look like he has been he has been facing this problem for years. When black fathers in here has been faced with that problem. And I've seen some solution work and some solution don't work. Listen, I don't sneak this and direct this. Ask Reggie, ask anybody. Because I can take it. And if you find that I'm saying some shit, you can tell me to my face, and I will stand up and I will take it. But when you come in here and minimize what black people have been doing under the constraint that they're at, I've always said Civil Rights Act was passed when? 50 something years ago? The achievement that black people have made in 50 years is great. But it's not what we want. But we cannot say, when we look at a Corey, when we look at a Brass, when we look at a Sheffrin, that we have not made advances. Even in the middle class, we have lost some ground in some areas, yes? And when you look at 10 years or 20 years of setback with the whole crack epidemic, we have made great advances. Give us 50 more years. And we have made advances with foot on our necks. But people come in and, oh, black people ain't shit. This 19-year-old ain't shit. When all 19-year-old worldwide ain't shit. The majority of 19-year-old worldwide ain't shit. You think they wouldn't prefer to stay out home playing 2K and texting their girlfriend and smoking some weed? That's universal. The majority, whether them black, them white, them Chinese, what makes some of them achieve is that they have patience, they have parents who has the time and the resources to enforce certain kind of rules and regulation. But when your mom have to work 2 jobs and your pops have to work 2 jobs, it's difficult. Guys don't talk because
Nah, I'm gonna always say, listen, because I think I'm fucking up the conversation. That's why I backed off the conversations. I thought I was fucking the conversation. I thought every time I said what the fuck we was going through, I just started hearing about motherfucking Chinese, Muslims, and white people and what they going through. I just don't care. I don't give a damn.
And you know what though? You know what Stu P's brought to my attention, right? Because both me and my wife work, right? So it's things that I realize, like, yo, we're not spending enough time. we're not spending enough time. This is when my 9-year-old was in the 2nd grade or 10. She's 10 now. She's in the 5th grade now, right? When she was in the 2nd grade, she was having problems with the sight words, right? And I realized it was like, yo, they doing their job at school. What it is she's not getting the extra at home because by the time I get off work, my wife get off work, I do some yard work, and she cook dinner. We exhausted. We might have time to go over the homework real quick, but not in a way that is needed, right? So what I found is we can actually afford a tutor. And guess what we did? We got a tutor, and things changed once we got the tutor. So I just wanted to say that because there is Stupe's brought up the single parent or both the parents working 2 jobs and shit like that. But even them working them 2 jobs, they still can't afford the tutor. You see what I'm saying? They still don't have after they get off work from the 2nd job at 9, 10 o'clock, they got time enough to say good night to the baby and tuck the baby in. You see what I'm saying? And that's about it. That's not saying that they're terrible parents or nothing like that. It's just the situation they find themselves in, circumstances they find themselves in. So a lot of parents across the board, but in the Black community, again, it's like my man's anathema said, things are exacerbated in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? So when you can't get that tutor, that after school tutoring or that after school
Yo,
program or
let me
whatever.
show you something, Corey. Let me show you
Go ahead.
something, Corey. You know what I did in the classroom to address the very issue y'all talk about.
Go ahead. How you do that? That'll if you give us like hopefully
I'm literally
we can
telling
use
you.
it. It's practical because that's
Show you,
important.
man. I didn't
Go
expect.
ahead.
The homework was to write 1 sentence a night.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a special type of sentence you have to write. It might take you 30 minutes to write the sentence, like a math problem, like serious.
Mm-hmm.
Because how I tell you to write the sentence is certain things you got to do, right? I might tell you, I don't know, use this word as the object of a prepositional adjective phrase used in the complement of the sentence. And you know, you got to understand what I said to write that sentence. You understand? And it's going to take you a minute. It's going to take you a minute. But when you do it correctly, you understand fundamentals about language. That was it. That was the only homework. Other than that, no homework. The only thing your parents had to do was look at your portfolio, make sure you fill out the assignment sheet, and that assignment sheet, the date on that corresponded to an assignment in our portfolio, and just sign your name. That was it. That was it. Because
Yeah. So
everything was
you
supposed
use
to be done in
mitigation
class.
tactics before that, right?
Everything was supposed to be done in class with guided practice and all of these structured things for the learning process. The learning process was not supposed to be at home. That's the cultural reinforcement thing. Because Black people don't have time to do that. And I knew that. So I never sent my children home with a whole heap of homework. Do you know I had a parent come, literally, a Spanish man too. He came, he said, like, yo, man, what are you doing? He's like, I've never had my daughter spend an hour trying to write a sentence. You had me looking up prepositions and complements, and I never seen her so dedicated, and you only had her sentence. Because, well, I know what I'm doing, man. I'm an educator. And she knows that if she don't write that sentence and come back here tomorrow, she'll go look like an idiot in front of all of these people. So she gonna want to get that done, and that's just it. Because I know once she mastered that, and she's comfortable in just mastering because it's only 10 basic sentences. You know that, right? For master English, I can teach you 10 basic sentences. Once you master them, you can write anything. And you can break down anything anybody say to uno in the English language. Serious. So I was like, no. Once she mastered these, she's good. Her comprehension, her ability to construct a written argument position this is gonna carry across all her other studies, and they get this. And I don't have a whole heap of homework. I don't know. I don't want them reading and I'm gonna have to do a whole lot of correction and wrong answer shit. I don't want to go through that. I did that my first year, and I was like, oh no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. We got to fix that. I got to figure out something to fix that. Because every time they go home to do things without their parents, it's wrong. When they come back to class, it's wrong.
Mm-hmm. So, and then, okay, so that speaks to, that goes back to the system, right? Because, like, okay, fine, you come up with some mitigation tactics because you can figure out some of the things to consider. You know what I mean? But overall, in general, in a school system, they won't come up with those mitigation tactics because, first of all, they teach it from kind of like a general curriculum, and then do they care to even understand the fact that, well, you know, most of these African American parents, you know, is delivering pizza after they leave a factory job. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we need to do something to mitigate their after school learning to get them to be able to retain this after school. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think you know, that goes to the systemic issues again.
All right, let me show you, right?
But it ain't no question
When
though.
I was in high school, right, and them
Ain't nothing
subjects.
wrong.
Hold on. No.
I just
Let
gotta
me
say
show you
one
how
thing.
my mind
But it
works.
ain't no question though. It ain't nothing wrong. What are we?
No,
What
I
are y'all
never
even
said nothing was wrong, Bryce. I never said nothing was wrong, Bryce. I said,
No, you're not getting the joke. No, you're not. I'm
all
making
right.
a joke. Okay,
No,
go
but
ahead.
I'm gonna show you, man. When I was young, right, and I remember when you go to high school or you go to maths class, and the teacher give you the worksheet, and they tell you if you do a certain amount of problem, then at the bottom though, it would be like 2 problems. They would say, well, you don't have to do this ones, but if you do, you get credit and the extra credit. Do you know? Before I did the other problems, I would do those problems. I would do the hardest one first. To learn the concept and them something there, to challenge myself and go study and try and get the right answer, but then go back and do the assignment. That's how my mind worked, because I wanted to be challenged. I wanted to learn the fundamental. And the only way you can do that is it's for practice from the hardest.
No, I tell people this. Listen, I tell people this. The syllabus for black children has to change. In high school in Jamaica, they realize that early, that black children sometimes is not afforded the same situation as, let's put it this way, poor children are not afforded the same situation. It's not about black children, it's about poor children. Let's say, for instance, the child who takes public transportation to school is at a disadvantage versus the child who parents drive. Because the child who parents drive, travel time is 50 minutes a day, 25 minutes to school, 25 minutes home. The child who takes public transportation, their travel time is 3 hours a day, 1.5 hours to go to school, 1.5 hours to go home. So guess what? That child is at an immediate disadvantage. The first child has 2.5 hours more than the second, than the latter. Simple things like that. Children who have lunch, have dinner, have food, have less stressors on them will understand that. So the child who comes home and comes home to a ready cooked meal also is at an advantage. You have to put all of those situations in the formula.
That's
And then
all.
when you look,
That's all the qualitative situation.
yeah, when you look at the outcomes now, how is that child expected to have the same outcomes as a child in a different situation? These are arguments that we have at government level when it comes to addressing problems. And we realize that, listen, it's what we're going to do is that we'll do an exam at the end of this high school. If a child passed 5 of those exams, we said that that child did a good job. You have children who pass 8, 10, 11 like my son, but that don't make him any better than the other child who passed 5. 5 can get you to college. 11 will get you a second look, yes, or a third look, or a more favorable look. but 5 will give you a good look to get into college. Because we understand that not everybody has the same situation. But here, it is expected that children who are at a disadvantage are expected to perform the same as children who have better advantage. And that's unfair. And even the curriculum, even the expectations is unfair.
Yeah, yeah, stupid. I'll show you some, man. And I tried to argue against it too. I'm not gonna lie. I did. But let me show you something. When I was teaching the AP class, because of the school I was in and the district, right? If the students got a 3 upon the exam, it was weighted like a 5 from somebody that went to Mater B. Because they wasn't even expected to be able to get, you know, you get a 1 for signing your name. You understand? They
Yeah.
wasn't expected to get above a 1. But the fact that any one of them got a 3, right? And the ones that got 4s and 5s, forget about it. But if you just got a 3, and I used to be like, nah, man, you gotta have a higher standard because I don't want my student striving for 3. I want all of them to get a 5, you understand, or a 4 upon the team. I don't want all of them striving for 3 and you trying to weight their 3 as, but you know, they was taking the quantitative factors in account. You understand me? I see it. So they were saying these students, if they was put in that situation in Mater D and them place there, they would get a 5 or a 6 on the exam. You understand?
Easy.
So they was counting them 3 as the same weight as that, if you get what I see. And I'm not gonna lie, I tried to fight against it. Because I was like, no, man, I want them striving for the highest. They can't take this and I don't want my that they can go to college. I want them to I said, keep that a secret. Don't tell them that. Make them know, say they have to fight. And then some of them would get the 3 and be like, yo, Mr. Robbins, I got a 3, but they weighted it like that. I was like, oh, you got the weighted scale? Yes, I. Big up this. I would act like I didn't know nothing about it because I didn't want them to reach for mediocrity.
But you have to be fair.
Yeah, you have to see it same time, same way.
Sometimes the situation that you're in, if a child hungry every day and that child get a 5, imagine if that child was in a different situation. That child will be an Einstein. We know that the qualitative and the quantitative are both important. We can't disregard any. We have to work with both.
So, question, Stu Peace, do you know, like, since the 60s up until now, as far as the education, do you know all of the efforts that's been done to try to address the shit that you talk about, or you don't know any of that?
Yes, I understand that city, but
specifically, okay, give me an example.
Right, well, no, I can't list them off my head now. Just give me 2 seconds.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm old and I get a stroke, you know. So sometimes my brain not working, but information is here. Just give me 2 minutes because I asked you the question. It marinates in the back of my head and it soon come up. But what I know is that the socio-economic problems oftentimes was taken into consideration. That's why the welfare system changed, where parents are sometimes allowed to stay in the home. The rent was paid for in hopes that this single parent could motivate the children. But the socio-economic factor when it comes to education is important. The external factors is important. The role model is important. Simple thing like that, like informing people that listen. Children with simple things as books in the household. Children where the parents read, and reading is a function of the family. Perform far better than the household with no books. You can look that up on ChatGPT. It is there, right? Simple little things like that. That's what we're reinforcing. That listen, introduce reading into the household. Buy books. Even start them off with comic books, with manga, and then increase them to other books. You'll have better outcome for your children. It's simple things, you know. We're not going to make giant steps. And some of the system is that a system sometimes come in place. And because after 5 years, somebody say not working, they dismantle it and start over with another system. And sometimes it don't work that way. Sometimes it just need fine tuning for it to be better. We understand that. But we in the black community, and not only the black community, the poor communities, even among the poor white people, those factors are not taken into consideration. So their scores, we look at test scores in Kentucky, on average, it's worse than test scores in Ireland. So we look at it most of the time, it is not a color thing really when it comes to education. More than likely, it's a class thing. Although Byron just dropped out of New York University, it is alleged that Donald Trump so dropped out of university. I don't know how he could fail because everything is in line with him being successful. But among poor people, it's easier for poor children to fail because of external factors. When I say black, I say black because I'm black first. But if you look across it, socio-economic, it's actually poor. Poor children perform less in school. So you ask yourself why and start look at the factors now. You realize that okay, food security, transportation, how they feel about themselves, how they look, appearance, those things affect performance in school. How we can address them. Some schools start addressing them by saying, all right, this school is school uniform. School uniform is not about taking away the individuality, you know. No, it's about standardizing things that children don't feel inferior. Second thing, food security. We're going to insist on school lunches. Student without parents in the household. We're going to reduce the dependence on children on parents to help with schoolwork. We're going to provide more tutoring online. That if the child don't have a parent in the home, they can go online and type in Q&A and say, how do I solve this problem? And an online tutor will come on and assist them. Because we're trying to mitigate these problems. But when somebody just jump up and just generalize, oh, education, you realize that them don't have no knowledge of what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I like the mitigation tactics, right? Um, we're not going to solve each issue with one wrench, right? You got to bring the whole toolbox to the table. So yeah, and especially like I think you said something stupid, but I think and when we saying these, we kind of understate things a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I can remember like in my school days, right? How much a good clean pair of jeans and a clean shirt and some clean shoes can do for a student. You know what I mean? Like just that. Just clean pants, clean shirt, clean shoes. What that does for a student
Self-esteem. Increase your self-esteem.
is you can't even put a value on that, right? The increasing a student's self-esteem is invaluable, right? And just the increase in self-esteem will improve the performance. Now, you may still have some different issues with learning as fast as others, but that hurdle, just getting over that simple hurdle of the self-esteem, him having a toothbrush so his breath ain't stinking, so he's able to go up and ask that question, or he actually took a shower so he ain't musty or got a smell to him or whatever, and now his clothes don't smell like mama's burnt chicken last night that she fell asleep, you know what I mean, drunk You know what I'm saying? And left the chicken burning or whatever have you, whatever the case is, right? Just having that amount of self-esteem may give that kid the courage to ask that question that he wouldn't have never asked. You know what I mean? And gives him that better understanding. You know what I mean? It's though all of those little simple things add up to, you know, a better overall child, you know, a better overall outcome. So, you know, I think and I think, you know, we can say, well, we threw money at it and this and that and the other. Maybe we have thrown money at it, but was the money allocated in the proper way? You know, was the money distributed in a fair way? You know what I'm saying? And are the proper mitigation tactics actually executed? You know what I mean? So yeah, I think y'all pretty much laid it down. I like it. I like what you had to say there, Stu Peas, and Anathema too. I like what Anathema had to say there too. Um, that was pretty profound. I don't know if I don't know, Fetty, if you got something to add to that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I guess feel free, but that's kind of my spiel on it.
Listen, Corey. These problems, there's no new problem in the black community. People might think since 1902, we have been faced with these issues. Many of us have triumphed out of the issue. Many of us have become educated, and the more educated one, children have become more successful. We can look at the trend. We can look at the trend. Many of
Absolutely.
us,
I'm just a nepo baby.
yeah,
My success is due to nepotism. You know, I had some successful people ahead of me, so that's for me. But you know, and so, but most people ain't gonna be in the situation that I'm in, right? So,
right.
you
Yeah,
know,
that is true. That is true. That is true. But you can, because of your success now, look down at your nose on people, not realizing that many of us have, you know, raised your head over water. You know, many of us have put up resistance, as Bersama would say, right? Many of
mhm,
us have achieved, but some of us still in the struggle. And some of the
absolutely.
problems that existed 100 years ago still exist today.
Yeah, I
Still
got
exist today,
cousins and aunts and uncles, and you know what I mean. Like the struggle is real. I see it. You know what I mean. So yeah,
right? And sometimes I have to agree. I have to agree with Chef, although I will never say it out loud because that will kill my credibility as the black of the black of the black. But
definitely.
sometimes some problems we have already had the solution for. Not
You gotta
all
have it.
problems.
You gotta listen to Sheffrin with a trained ear, right?
Yeah.
So you know what I
Some
mean.
problems. Yeah.
Yeah, your ear got to be pretty well trained. You know what I mean to hear some of what Sheffrin's saying.
Yeah. I
You know,
understand that some problems we should not be crying about
right.
because we should
Yeah,
have already we found the solution and we're not
hmm
using it to the fullest of the extent.
absolutely. The things we
But but
can
but
take
but
care
where is
of,
this?
let's take care
Where's
of.
this lack of accountability that Fetty keeps bringing up? You know, I guess if you're not on YouTube all day yelling about how bad the music is and how bad the dances are and how, you know, smoking and drinking and yeah, if you're not
I'm
doing
not a
that,
big
you're
fan
not
of it.
holding nobody accountable, which is insane. Don't nobody
Well,
get held
and
more
if Fetty want
accountable
to get into
than
that,
black
I'm
people.
with him. If you want to get into the how terrible the music is
If no,
I'm
yeah, but
with.
hold on,
Let's do
hold on. Let me finish my statement. Now,
it.
if you want to hold people accountable, you got to outdo the government. You got to outdo the corporations. You got to outdo everybody since you want to be super accountable for what a small group of people who ain't doing right. You got to get in line to hold their asses accountable. because they won't hold a job. That's accountability. You'll get your ass fired. You will end up in jail if you commit a fucking crime. That's accountability. Your kid will get his ass kicked out of school if he ain't acting right in there. That's accountability. There's tons of the shit. So if you want to be super accountable, Fetty, you got to get in line to the people already putting foot to ass. Period. Period. It's already being done. And now, okay, you tell your kid, turn off that music. It's too violent. Don't dress like that. That's signifying you a part of a gang or a group. Don't do this. Don't do that. But then you turn on John Wick, where they probably shot 10,000 fucking rounds. You probably watched Deadpool and Wolverine. Well, I ain't never seen nobody get a knife or a fucking katana blade put to them more times than that, and tell them, oh, that's just entertainment. Oh, that's just entertainment. Top grossing movies, super violent. But you got to tell your kid, yeah, nah, don't do this, don't do that. Again, once they walk out the door, it's a different metric. It's a different metric. It don't work that way. Well, how come everything I see that's making a lot of money is super violent? How come I just turn on the news, they just leveled half a city? Oh, you know, that's different. That's different. But when his friends, your child's friends, is fighting on Instagram, that's the worst thing in the fucking world. Oh, for black people it is. No, it's the worst thing for anybody to see that kind of violence. Anybody to see that kind of violence. So drill music ain't no worse than a fucking John Wick movie, which they made what, 4.5 of? It ain't no more violent than anything that's grossing billions of dollars a year. And black people didn't make the shit popular. Corporations did. You can't get in every home by dealing with black people. A corporation has to make sure it's on every fucking phone, the top of every chart, on the soundtrack of every fucking movie, and TV commercials. They do that. You can't do that. Your community can't do that. Ain't enough money or power to do that. And if you can't do it, you damn sure can't shut it down. So who's not held accountable? Go ahead, bro.
Are you guys? Is this a live show that's on YouTube also?
No, it's recorded.
Or the one on YouTube's recorded?
Yeah, the one on YouTube is recorded.
Oh, okay, cool.
No,
I
you
was
can't
gonna
address.
that,
No,
but
we'll address it. So what's the problem? What's the issue with YouTube? What you
I was
want
just.
to add?
I think you guys were talking about education and stuff like that, and
That
I
might
was
be
just,
live then. It's probably live. Yeah.
Probably live. Then go ahead.
I was
Give
just
us
listening. I'm telling you,
give us
man, like, it's
give us your
powerful.
opinion on West Side.
Yeah, it's a powerful conversation, man. Powerful conversation.
And then we could talk about how bad music is, and how bad music was, and how bad some music always been. It ain't no worse than no damn rap music. And all
Nah,
rap music
drill was some
ain't
different
like
shit.
that.
That was some different
No,
shit.
okay, but hold on. Okay, you wasn't here. So you telling me a fucking John Wick movie is no worse,
I'm saying
is
drill
less
music.
bad than drill music?
Drill
How?
started in fucking the worst inner
Yeah,
city community, and that shit
how did it
spread
get around the
worldwide.
world?
Goddamn.
How did it get around the world? How did it get around the world?
Oh yeah, I forgot. We're gonna blame them 100%.
No. Tell me how we got it around the world.
You gonna start talking about
I
how
don't
the
think the
white man
niggas in
put the
No,
Chicago
because you
got it
can't
around
answer.
the
Just
world.
say you don't know. Just say you don't
you,
know,
bro.
bro.
We
You
had
don't
this
got to know
conversation
everything.
before,
You
bro.
don't
We
got to
had this
know
conversation
everything.
multiple
Just say
times.
you
You
don't
don't
know how
remember?
it got around the
Why do,
world.
bro? You
You don't
said
know
the
how they
same
got
thing
signed
100
to a
times.
label.
Memory
Say
must be
that,
bad, bro.
because you don't
Not saying
know.
nothing
That's your
profound.
problem. When you don't know, three little
Bro, we
words.
had this
Say you
conversation
don't
dealing with
know.
Hey,
music
let
Yeah,
me
multiple
I
ask you a
don't
times.
question.
know.
Bro,
Let me
I'm
ask.
talking
we
about
had this
violence.
conversation
I'm talking
before,
about
Let
bro.
me
violence.
Like, you're not
I'm
saying
talking
let
about
me ask.
violence.
Let
yeah,
me
I'm
I'm talking
ask.
telling
about
you, bro, we had
violence.
this conversation before it.
Yeah, just say you don't know.
I'm
Let me
telling you
ask.
You
what
didn't
you about
answer
to
then, you
say.
didn't answer now.
You want me to tell you what you gonna say verbatim? Because we had this
No, just
conversation
say
before.
you don't know, bro,
What
and
do you
let
mean I
somebody else
don't
talk
know?
about it.
I'm saying your
Corey want
overall
to talk
premise
about
is
it, how
all right.
bad the music is.
You
Go
got
ahead,
it.
Corey.
You
He
got it.
don't
You got
know.
it.
Let
He
me
don't know how
Man,
it got
y'all
around the
just
world. Go ahead, Corey.
y'all just funny
I'm
as
saying
hell.
if Teddy want to do a show on how bad drill music is and the influence that it got on the kids, I'm fine with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, violent behavior. Yup, violent
Yeah.
behavior. I agree with that. But hey, if you're gonna stop,
Well,
hey, then don't
I don't
expose
think
your children. Hold on, don't expose the children to no violent behavior. That means cut off your Netflix. Don't let them see no
It's
billboards.
certain things
Make
that
sure they don't
reflect
see no
black culture, though.
commercials.
It's certain
All
things
that good
that
shit.
reflects black culture that's not.
Yeah, certain.
That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay, all right.
You have some accountability, right?
No, you said we have none.
I'm saying have some in these conversations. Let's have some accountability. What do we echo a lot of things that's detrimental to us through music, culture, and all of that? Devoid of influence of other people.
But who doesn't do that though? That's amazing to me.
No. Let's not go too far. Just
No.
let them.
We got some degeneracy. We
You
got
can't
some
have that in our
degeneracy.
culture. No, hold on. No. He made a good point. He talking about culture
Let's
being
keep it
expressed.
100
Hold
though.
on. No, simple. A culture being expressed through music. That's inhuman, right?
I'm telegraphing everything.
Black
Man.
people.
I'm like
Black people, right? Black people expressing their culture or things they see or witness or go through in their life through song. That's inhuman. It should not be done, right?
No, well, what he's basically getting at
No,
though
let him say it, Corey. No, Corey, let
there
him say
is
it.
some
Let him say it.
degeneracy amongst us.
No, let him
I
say it.
agree to that.
No, I
do
want to
agree
hear him
that.
say it. I want to hear him say it. Black people, because that's what we talking about. Expressing anything you see or go through in life through any form of art. You can say music. Some people can say drawing. Some people can say dance. Whatever you want. A part of what you experience in your life, if you express that in song, that's inhuman and unreprehensible and should be held account,
You
right?
talking to me like I'm not black, you know?
I just asked you to know. You said let's keep it on black people. You
I'm
said let's
saying
keep
though,
it on black
and if
people.
you don't
We
see,
keeping it on black
if you don't
people.
see what I'm trying to say, I don't mind you
No,
talking
you don't see
about.
what I'm trying to say. It's fine. So we good. We can leave it there. I'm good.
Wait, what? I said you gonna keep just bringing up the influence of record labels. I'm not disagreeing with that, but to act like,
are we talking about music?
Okay, bro. See this nigga playing dumb now. All right, bro.
No, we talking about. Well, you ain't playing. I know that.
I know,
Yeah,
bro.
no, we talking about
What do you
music.
mean we talking about music? That's what I'm
You
talking about. What are you
You said
like,
drill
bro?
music. You said
Bro,
drill music.
I'm telling. See, this nigga not even listening to what I'm saying.
You
I'm
said
saying
drill
your overall
music.
message.
So I kept it on music.
It got spread over.
It ain't a message.
The country to the white man.
It ain't a message.
And them, like, bro, I heard you had this conversation before, bro.
Drill music is a message.
Here we go. See, yo, y'all niggas are hilarious. This shit is so funny, like. But yeah, we're gonna keep running around in circles instead of acting like instead of addressing the real problem, we can keep running in circles and playing dumb. I'm with it.
Well, we was talking about how we're not holding each other accountable. So we discussed shutting off the TV, cutting off the music. You said there's other aspects of our culture that we need to. Now hold on. So how do we hold people accountable? Yell at them on YouTube, get them kicked off YouTube, get them arrested if they out here committing crimes and promoting degeneracy. How do we hold them accountable? Not subscribe to their channel, not send them no cash apps. I guess that ain't gonna work, huh? No, I want to hear about this lack of accountability we have for each other.
You don't get what I'm trying to say? Cool. I mean, I've noticed when I've been in certain spaces on the internet with black people, I've been bringing up things dealing with like we've had these conversations for months. And anytime I bring something up dealing with things we can correct, I notice me and other people who have that same sentiment gets like this mark on them within their own community. Like, don't fuck with that nigga. He's a coon. He do this. That's all I was saying. So
okay, name one correction then. Just give us one, and then we'll work on that.
One correction regarding what? What are you talking about?
No. You said some things that we can correct. So just give us one thing that we can correct.
I mean, it's a lot of things. I mean,
no,
we
just
talked
pick
about
one.
education. We talked about the education, how valuing the ones who actually do work instead of that young child being called a square and things of that nature socially. Because again, in black communities devoid of white people, we create our own social hierarchies based off things we find valuable. So it seems like black culture doesn't value a lot of things compared, to other groups. And I'm not knocking us for that, but at the same time, that has implications devoid of a lot of the external shit y'all talking about. Shit that starts in the home, A lot of
So
music.
no, hold on. Let's just stay right there. Let's not go too far. So teaching black kids not to make fun of other black kids.
Okay, I mean, it goes to a larger
I'm just trying to
sentiment of
simplify it.
social
I'm just trying to
change.
simplify it.
Okay, change
That's a powerful
change a lot
statement
of
right
things that
there.
social change a lot of things that we deem important at a young
That's
age,
a
and we create
powerful statement right there.
what
What you just said.
what
You
part?
gotta educate people about priorities. Like
Right,
what
right.
what do you find important? You know, is the material thing important or is the individual important? And so making fun of someone for what they're wearing and stuff like that, it can create animosity and division, you know? So that's a
But
smart move. That's
hold
one
on,
thing I
hold on. Let's
respect.
stop right there. Now hold on. Let's stop right there. Anybody with children or in the room, have you ever taught your kid to go make fun of somebody, or when they did that you didn't say something to them to correct them? Now let's assume most of the parents don't teach their kids to go clown people and do all of that, right? Now, just because they know that, when they're around other kids and they do it, what part of your job have you done wrong? And see, no, we're talking about kids now. We're not talking about adults. We're talking about children. Again, anybody with children that don't teach your kid, just take a school day when you get your kid up for school. Actually, it starts the night before. Preparation. The homework that they eat, that they go to bed at a decent time. Are they going to be ready what they're wearing tomorrow? Who's taking them to school? Who's picking them up? Who's dropping them off at the after school activity? All of this stuff. Most people I know go through all of that stuff who have kids. Most. So the environment has a lot to do with what your child does when they leave the house. You can't be with them 24/7. So all the work you're going to do at home, if you ain't doing the work outside of the home, in the school, Corey was talking about having clean clothes for kids to go to school is good for their psyche and everything. Yeah, but if their parent can't afford nice new clothes and the latest things, now that needs to be addressed outside of the home. Where is these people working that they can't make decent money? What's the job opportunities looking like? Kids are a different animal. They're not data. 1+1 = 2. Yeah, till it don't. They're not math equations. They're fluid beings around other fluid.
It's we can't hear you. Just stop talking.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say my wife drove a school bus for almost 30 years, from elementary up to high school. Whole different game. Fetty was a coach. He understands. I know a bunch of coaches. Yeah, coaching kids a lot different than they act in school. A lot different than they act on the school bus. A lot different than they act when they with their friends. And I think
The
a lot of
only
shit is already being done, and people do it inherently when it comes to their children. So it's either they're not doing enough or they're working on some of the wrong problems.
in all honesty, let's be truthful. We know that as a community we're facing social problems and social issues. Some external too, and some internal within. Right? kids are kids are easily shaped. Many times they are affected by social factors. We're not lying. Everybody is adult. And when people have children, they realize that. It's not easy. So when somebody come and act as if the problem that we face as parents are easy problem. Even the parents have to work 2 jobs. They don't do it because of themselves. They do it because of the kids. And many times they're faced with that problem. They say, listen, I'm faced with this situation. What am I going to do? Is it that I'm going to get the resources necessary for my children to eat, to sleep, to be comfortable, but they won't see me? It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. It's challenges within our community. But when somebody come and act as if, oh, all solutions are easy solutions, I think they're being disingenuous. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. As Brass put it, if you look at our socio-economic situation, the middle class, that means the middle class is that class of people that you put to the front. Our people make worth $200,000 less than other communities and groups. So even in the middle class, we have struggles as parents. There's no simplified or easy solution. There's none. Some of us going to make it, and some of us not going to make it. And we hope that the next generation will do better. Know that the uncles are coming out of jail, the ones who got 30 years of the crack, probably they can be the role model in the community now. To say, listen, I understand what happened to me was unfair. That's why I don't want it to happen to you. But when people talk and act as if, oh, all you have to do is just press the easy button, ding, and it's solved. No.
And just go back to the music. We was talking about the music. We didn't want to get too far off. Look at when gangster quote unquote West Coast music came out. Who is the biggest producer in the planet right now? Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre.
But he's not independent either.
Now back then, what did they call him? Oh, that's gangster. Y'all promoting gangster rap and gang violence. And y'all ain't real gangsters and y'all ain't this and that. But enough money behind something makes all that go away. Makes all that something to be admired and somebody to push to be a super producer like Dr. Dre until they go back and look at how he was received earlier on. That's what I was talking about with Fetty. Just because something is bad doesn't mean that it has the ability to spread itself and become popular. There's a lot of bad shit going on that ain't popular, that ain't selling out, that ain't #1 on the charts or the biggest movie in the theaters.
I
So
agree with
is the
that. I agree
problem
with
the
that.
drill music or is the problem the drilling?
Like it's bleeding. Like a lot of these genres, although as you can see it in different communities or whatever, like different genres outside of rap, it's like things like drill music or terms such as ops up in the score. This shit bleeds into our community, and even a lot of black children who are in middle class homes, 2 parents, all of that is getting gravitated to this shit that we're playing a part in pushing, bro. Like we cannot act like that's not true, bro. But I see what you're saying.
You keep saying no. You insinuating
talking
people are
my bad.
acting
I'm
a
not
certain way. No one
I'm not
said
necessarily
who
talking
would
about
say
you.
drilling is good and
Yeah. I
talking
got you. I'm not
and singing
necessarily
about
talking
it
about
is
you.
good.
I got you.
No one
I'm not
would say that.
necessarily talking about you. I was more so saying
Yeah.
like, yeah, I got you. But I agree with
Like
you as well. Like we don't have
I'm
no
not saying the
control.
music ain't the problem. I'm saying
Yeah.
the drilling is the bigger problem. The music is a symptom.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is young people killing each other.
Yeah.
That's the problem. and then what they do immediately after they kill each other, and the ritual they go through when they do it. The music came last. The
I agree with
popularity
that.
of the music came last. That's the end result.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, you got to get through 4 or 5 steps before you even get to singing and, you know, rapping about that shit. So to me, the bigger problem is the drilling. The bigger problem with that is just young people just killing each other. That's the problem. You know, we look at the music, you know, it's like, okay, now we got everybody attention after how many of them died or end up in jail on their way to jail. So that's what I'm saying. The problem ain't.
They say
the
hip
world
hop is
knows
the
it's a
most
problem
dangerous
once it's out
job,
there.
right?
We've been knowing it was a problem. Once it's out there, the world knows it's a problem. That's what I'm saying. And for it to get out there and get popularized, that's something completely different.
Yeah.
That's a
I've
whole
heard
nother
people say
mechanism.
that being a rapper is one of the most dangerous occupations to have in America. I've heard people say that.
Now it is. I thought Ice Road Truckers was most dangerous.
I'm saying when you look at
Driving
just
across a
rappers,
frozen
like when I
lake
look
with
at
a
rappers,
tractor trailer, that sounds more dangerous than anything to me.
I'm saying when I look back at a lot of the people who I used to listen to, a lot of them dead, bro. Like a lot of rappers who was ready to blow up, no matter what region of America they was at, seemed like they fell. They fell, you know, of the same thing. Like something, you know, repping your city, and when you go out of there, you got other black people on you, trying to prove who you are on a daily basis, and you gotta like stand up to this, and because that's what culture tells you to do. You know what I mean? So I see what you're saying too, though. A lot of this shit.
The 2 of the biggest rappers dead, gun violence, Tupac and Biggie. Don't get no bigger than them 2.
Hey, Fetty, I can
Yo.
speak from a personal standpoint. Just be cute. I can speak from a personal standpoint. Well, with me, when I was touring, when I did different things, if you put out that type energy, you talking about sliding on motherfuckers, killing people, that's the type of energy you put out. Of course, that's the type of energy you're gonna have at your show. Some people, literally, that show is showing where you're gonna be at a specific time. They can catch you at that show. They can rob your house while they know you at this show. It's plenty. It's vulnerabilities with being an artist, but I always tell them with great power comes great responsibility. I never feared that shit because I always talked about smoking weed, pimping shit, playing shit, getting your mind right. So I knew the type of energy will be in my shows. You know what I'm saying? But it's just one of them situations where both things can be true. It definitely can be dangerous if you're acting careless and dangerous with the profession. Just to sum it up. But yeah, I'm gonna go back on you.
Cause like DQ, right? Like say you a street rapper and you promote certain shit, or I'm the nigga of my town, the city. When you go on tour, you expected to hit the lowest of the lows of every city to prove who you is, just on the baseline. So I'm saying you as a rapper just doing shit like that, you putting yourself into a lot of, you know what I mean? Just the fact that you got to make your money going to strip club, 3 o'clock every night. Niggas hating on you. You know what I mean? So that's
It's
just
real
the
dangerous.
baseline.
Even the studio thing is dangerous. You know, I know some artists that take the brown paper bag and be like, shit, yeah, I pull up to the studio, little feature, whoop whoop. Some people be like, nah, you know, I pull up to the studio, you might try to set me up. I don't even know y'all niggas like that, so I pass. Many people got different ways they do it, just the different cautionary tales that have been told or what has happened to people. But yeah, you're 100% right. A lot of artists try to go to the trenches, quote unquote, to try to prove their gangsterness, quote unquote, but you know what I'm saying? That's the reverse backwards type thinking that we have. But it is being corrected. I can see through different ways. But 100.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of them are getting held accountable, right? They getting arrested. They getting charged. Obviously, if you get, put in the ground, that's a level of, okay, you put something out like that, it may come back and and be your demise.
No,
So
correct.
yeah,
I tell people, you gotta
you
watch this. What you put out comes back. That shit's real. I ain't no spookism about that. Ain't no pseudoism about that. You gotta watch what you put out in this universe.
Yeah, that's true.
and teaching kids about violence, that it looks different from different people. That may be something later on in life. Violence is violence. I don't know how everybody raised their kids to be like, watch out for this type of person, watch out for that. Yeah, you get that when they can understand it. But most of them know right and wrong. Most of them understand consequences. May not fully understand the consequences, but they understand. And again, if parents are trying to compete with, say what Corey said, that they nice shirt, nice jeans, nice pair of sneakers, right? Your kid go to school feeling better. Now, how he fits into to the larger group is what kind of shirt, what kind of jeans, what kind of sneakers, right? The parent just can't go to the store and go, oh, this looks like a nice shirt for him. No, she got to know, or he got to know, the dad got to know, yeah, this going to get him clowned or whatever. Parents know that shit too. They know about peer pressure. I don't know if it's the same today, but when I went to school, white boys could come in there like they just got off working on a farm. On a farm. They come in there with the same shit they had on when we left school in June. They back in September. The same turned over sneakers on. Not us. We up in there, peer pressured out. They counting how many days you come to school with, something different on. But yeah, but parents have to understand what the kids are up against outside of the home. Not just how you raise them, and that's only one part of it. You got to know what they up against. And it ain't just one-to-one peer. It's what they see on the internet. It's what they see. What's getting fed to them. What's getting targeted to them. Like this shit don't care about how old the child is now. If they got a computer in their hand, that algorithm get a hold of it, that's it. They're going to lock them in. Be watching cartoons all day. Stupid shit. So it's a lot different than just watch out for this person or watch out for that type of person. No, it's bigger, badder wolves out there now. And not so obvious wolves either. That's out to get your child's attention. And if they using drill music to do it, you think they're not gonna do it? Make something popular and then capitalize off it? Shit.
My son could tell you every lyric to every King Von song. If I took him to O Block, he'd piss his pants.
Yeah. If he heard you was going to O Block, he'd jump out the car. No, I ain't.
If he thought I was taking the O Block, he'd call the police on me. I took him to the projects. He held me accountable. I took him to the projects where I grew up. That mother said, I'm not getting out.
No, thank you.
Smart, sound like a smart kid right there. He ain't got nothing to prove.
I'm not getting out. He said, go ahead. He said, go ahead and talk to your folks. I said, come on, let's go. He said, nope. But that's the point. But I mean, that means it's a job. But sometimes you take your wins where you get it. That's a job well done. He's not supposed to. He's supposed to know what a project is, but he's supposed to be uncomfortable. He's never seen nothing like a farm. Now the funny thing is, if I take him home to our childhood home, we don't still have a farm, but we got the remnants of one. Play farming, I guess. And he likes being out there with the the farm animals and stuff like that. I take him to Youngstown Dairy. He likes hanging with the cows, the goats and shit. So I know that part of it is in him, but he don't have no hood in him. But I'm telling you now, y'all think drill music is bad. If y'all do have kids, or especially if you got like nieces, nephews, just set them up on an Xbox with 10 of their friends in an Xbox party and just walk away. These are some of the most vile. I mean,
I forgot all about the game.
It's the worst. Wow. It's the worst. They to each other, all kind of vile, this, that, and the other. But then I take my kid to somewhere else, and he knows. So he knows the difference. But I don't. I don't think. I think our culture is a reflection of the times. I don't think it causes the times. I don't think that now hip hop is putting a mirror up to what's going on now. Like back in the day, the music was all about the drug dealers. Now all these niggas sound like drug addicts. So did it cause the drug use? I don't think it caused the drug use. I think it's just showing you what it is. Drill music was kids. Keep telling people, Chief Keef, I don't like. That song was popping in Chicago when he was like 13, 14 years old. He'll say anything to get, to $1 or get a little clout or get a little notoriety or whatever. So
Yeah, that's true.
know. I don't know. They're not causing these drills. And then drill is unique too. That's another part about hip hop. Everybody compare drill music to what's going on. Drill is unique. I've looked at it and how they've adopted it in different places. London has a whole drill scene. The Bronx got a drill scene.
That's where it started, Brad. Hey, Brad, that's where it started. It was actually called grime.
Yeah, in London, right?
Yeah, it was called grime scene, and then it jumped. When it jumped over here, it became the drill. But yeah, that was the grime scene.
Yeah, so those guys.
Of course, over there. Oh, I might say, let me just add this little part, and I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, over there's no guns like that. Said can even attest to that. They don't really have many guns over there in the UK. But you're gonna get stabbed up, you're gonna get beat to death. So that was majority. Yeah, that's what majority of how
they knifing over there.
Yeah, but when they jumped over here to us, we got guns, so we adopted the same low base energy, but we start talking about what we are able to do over here with guns. So it transitioned from grime music to drill music, and the drill music started going into regional regions and formulated into something else. But yeah.
Leave it to Americans, bro. We take everything and put steroids on.
Bro, I remember when that drill shit started happening, and a lot of like younger kids that was on social media that said had beef or was won't fucking with a group of niggas from another school or neighborhood. There was a time where that pull up, drop your low, and we gonna basically shoot it out. Niggas was really crashing out, and I'm like, bro, that shit crazy how that shit spread like on a culture, social level to where like niggas is incriminating themselves on live.
You know why it was so easy and why it spread like that, bro? Because all it takes is seeing a video of 6 of niggas jumping around with guns saying they gonna slide. It's not hard to get 6 homies of yours, and it's not hard to acquire 6 guns. So it's like, it wasn't like a barrier stopping them from recreating what they saw. Everybody started doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I totally feel you. That shit was a wave. Now I instantly became an old head. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm old. Big bro. That's me now, nigga. Y'all young niggas.
I'm like, it ain't really smart to be on live showing where you at, your home base, saying pull up. I'm like, that ain't really smart. Like, what's the
bro? No, hold on. Hold on. You hit the nail on the head. It's not very smart. Mm-hmm. So obviously that person has a issue with their intelligence. Either that or they one of them I don't really care people.
Well, I can bring it in.
To me, that's what I'm saying. That's where the problem starts, right? You got videos of kids with guns that you could tell ain't never held a gun. I ain't talking about in the street, in their bedrooms, like they hiding from their parents and they trying to make a TikTok and the gun go off, or they trying to whisper and they look stupid as hell. So I agree with you on that trying to emulate something you see. But those kids ain't the likely ones to go out and do a drill. They just acting drill.
Oh yeah, they the ones
right, like a lot of kids do. They act like something. Yeah,
you go. You 100%. Hey, but I can tie it into something else, Hitch. That's that online dopamine release that these kids have been totally conquered and usurped by. They see them clicks when they hold up a pistol. Oh shit, I gotta hold up a bigger one. Oh shit, I need to get a rocket launcher. Oh shit, I need to find a tank. Like niggas, this shit's addictive to these motherfuckers, bro.
That nigga Rondo.
Yo, Master P, hold on. Master P had a gold tank, yo. Master P had the gold tank, yo. Like they take
but
hey,
also you gotta remember.
What Fetty just said, Royce the 5'9" had a motherfucking rocket launcher in Detroit, nigga. That's why I was like, this shit's different.
I think that another thing you gotta remember the kind of arsenal they facing too though.
Mhm.
Like they, when you got a gun and you see the other guys doing drill music videos and all them niggas got AR-15s and shotguns and all this and the other. A lot of that is tooling up. Chicago is a little bit different. Like them guys, they the way they play out there, I'd
It's
be playing
different.
I'd be playing Call of Duty too. The worst thing in the world is you pull out a gun, somebody pull out an AR-15 on you. You ain't got a chance.
That's a lot
And
different out there.
you're
It's a lot. It's a
outgunned,
lot
bro.
different.
Now, yeah, out there, that stuff is the stuff that's going on out there is kind of like at Los Angeles, but when you really study the drill stuff, a lot of deaths you can attribute back to only like 2 or 3 murders. Back, you know what I'm saying? Like not like I mean, when you really, I've seen like the documentaries where it's like there's a Tuca death, then there's like
Yep,
2 or
yep.
3 deaths
Domino
before that,
effect. Yep.
and 2 or 3 deaths after that. And the whole thing is centered in and around these like 4 or 5 kids. And then everybody is just banging on this whole thing. And then there's another intricate piece where,
and it's usually an innocent person that get killed. But go ahead.
Yeah. So he was standing at a bus stop, just got murdered. But then they just went. But then like there's other pieces. Shit, I'm about to do the Berlin Conference.
Come on, let's go. We already here. So
All right, so there's another thing in Chicago they talk about in the documentary where they talk about how Chicago didn't do themselves any service either, because back around during that time, like 20, 30 years ago, whatever, there was a redistricting and a rezoning of certain neighborhoods going to certain schools and shit like that. And they thought that they were protecting the kids, but because they were so out of touch with the neighborhoods, they didn't realize they were sending, like in one school, it'll be a majority of one gang and then a little bit of one gang. Yep. And then in the other school, that gang will still be split, but it'll be the other way, majority and then a little bit. So both schools seemed like they was bullying each other in the game. It was weird. And then how they did the blocks. Like you had gang members living like across the street from each other. So like
what
then
time period
they
you talking about, Brad? What time period you talking about? Because there's a book
right?
called Black Metropolis by Clint, forgot his name, called Black Metropolis. And they talk about like the 40s and 50s in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm talking about, because remember
talk about like
before
Cooley High?
these kids, like that
Chicago.
time frame, around that time frame. And they was talking about how like in Chicago is GD's, Vice, like they stuff go different. Like Jeff Fort and not Big Meat, the other guy, Larry Hoover, all of those guys, there was like some kind of disciple, like I know it's, I think it's, I know, yeah. So like they've been warring these kids' fathers been at it. You know, Dirk's father and them was the same shit. They was all doing the same shit. So it's kind of like even in California where they talk about how when you get to the heart of these blood crip different sets and this person splitting off from this one and all of that, you usually could tie it to like motherfuckers in 2025 killing somebody for something that happened in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like, and they'll say it's like this. Like, even when you look at the hoods, I hate that I know so much about this dumb shit. But I watch it because me and my son watch it, and then I watch that little British dude that do the documentaries. But the one where they like all of these sets is named after people that died. Like O Block, that's a person's name. Harvey World, that's a person's name. Like all of these, all the Tukaville, these are all names of people that died, and the shit just goes on, and you know, Lamron and all of that. You know, all of that shit. So it's I think we could try to put it down to just senseless stuff, but to them it's very important. Bloods and Crips, that they're bastards of the Black Panther Party after it broke up. So you get some of that spillage away from something really, really positive ended up being something really, really crazy. I know. I forgot which one of them groups. I don't know if it's GDs or one of them was supposed to be like positive. Like it wasn't supposed to be like some gang shit. It was supposed to be like their name even means something positive. It's not GDs. Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be like food programs and like the shit like the Black Panther Party. It's supposed to be like that. And there was a time when like those the guys that was trying to turn it to some criminal shit, they was warring with each other. Like, nah, stop. Like we trying to make this a positive thing. Even in the name, ain't there something positive in the name? I know Crip got a positive in the name, something revolution, something in progress, or something like that. But I know
community revolution in progress.
Yeah, community revolution in progress. It's supposed to be like something positive. It's just, it turned into something else.
What?
Y'all tripping. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I realize you like to start fires and leave. You do that all the time.
You said the gang was what?
Their name, the name of the GDs, that gang. I don't know if it's the GDs or it's the Vice Lords, one of them. When that all first started, it wasn't supposed to be like it wasn't about a violent thing. It wasn't violent. It was like a community thing. Like something that they named themselves. It became what it became, I get it. But even with the Crips was a response to the Crips was I don't know. I'm out of my depth right here.
You might be talking about the Black Disciples. I didn't hear you mention them.
It's right here. It's called
the Black Disciples and the Vice Lords.
Right.
The Gangster Disciples were one of their other names was known as Growth and Development. So
yeah, Growth and Development. That's what
I got you. I was about to put it up for you.
Right. Growth and Development. And I know the Crips was community revolution in progress. So it wasn't, I don't know if they didn't see it, what it was gonna be today. I don't think they would be happy with what it was today, what it is today. But I know it's just it's more than just like, oh, these guys just woke up and started killing each other. I don't think that's that. I don't think that's that.
Saying the Crips started out as peaceful?
No. I'm saying
hey, don't fall for
yeah, I'm not falling for what the hell you talking about.
Cause I'm gonna say that again.
No, I'm not doing that.
All of them started out in protecting their neighborhoods. So when you look at all of them, every single last one of them, they always start out something that's. It's like if right now all of us came together and formed a clique, right? We're here to help one another and we'll help others, but at the same time, you fuck with us, you either come in pieces, you come in peace or you leave in pieces. So don't be the aggressor unless you aggressed upon. But the shit evolves and shit changes and things happen and it spins out of control and it becomes what it becomes. So I know some people don't want to hear blaming other situations and just taking full accountability, but goddamn it, the Bloods and Crips, the Latin Kings, and all these other groups, a lot of these other groups wouldn't be at the level it became if it wasn't for the government, if it wasn't for crack, if it wasn't for heroin, if it wasn't for the guns that was being brought in the communities, if it wasn't for if you have a group that was inspired by the Black Panther Party, and the Black Panther Party was the #1 national security threat to the United States of America, and now you see all these other black kids over here saying, oh, their name's Community Revolution in Progress. They're inspired by Huey Newton. They're being inspired by Marxists. They're being inspired by a Fred Hampton Jr. They're being inspired by a Cha-Cha Jimenez. Oh my God, we got to stop these ends and spicks out here. You damn motherfucking right there was interference in this shit. Should there be accountability? Yes, but there's also dynamics in it that it can't be 100% accountability because you have people that's in the shit that's not who they say they are or who they claim to be. You got people that was put in there that were plants. You have people that were paid agents that were put in there to join purposely to cause disruption. You have people that weren't in the shit that were just selling shit that was paid off by the police or by the FBI or whoever else to cause problems in the community. So the shit's fucking spiraled out of control. So it's bigger than just your local gang member. You're talking big business. You're talking drugs. You're talking guns, and you're talking something that makes more money than guns and joints, and that's smuggling or selling of human beings as sexual objects and kidnapping them. That's a big business with a lot of people that's involved in it. It's real big. It's not that simple.
So to echo his point, Crips was started out mainly as protection, but there's a good documentary called Bastards of the Party that explains a lot of when the Black Panther Party broke up, it left a vacuum in those neighborhoods out there. So at first, it was, this is the 1960s, so 69, 71. This is Raymond Washington and Stanley Williams. So after the decline of the Black Panther Party, there was a vacuum in Black neighborhoods. Washington and others wanted to organize Black youth to protect their communities from outside threats and rival groups. Early Crips saw themselves as a brotherhood or youth movement, not just criminals. They mimicked the Panthers with discipline, structure, and a community-first vibe, though without the Panthers' strong political education. Some older members even said it was about protecting Black neighborhoods from police brutality and racist harassment. In the 70s and 80s, things changed. Different sets claimed Crip identity, but they didn't have the central leadership the Black Panther Party had. Rivalries, violence with the Bloods, and other sets escalated quickly. By the 1980s, crack cocaine trade turned the Crips into a violent criminal network. So yeah, it didn't start off the way it ended.
I don't
That's
believe
their
that.
whole. Of course you don't. You just a barber. You think
I don't
niggas
believe
just you think niggas just wake up and the first thing on their mind is I gotta go hurt another nigga and make another baby and all that other weird shit. See, motherfuckers actually there's a vacuum, and if we want to say COINTELPRO didn't help us, the Black Panther Party wanted. I mean, I would say its major downfall in communities where they were actually helping people was COINTELPRO. That's the FBI. That's an outside thing, bigger than them, greater than them, to break them up.
So you need a certain level of power to hold anybody or anything accountable, right? That's only works if you have relative power. Like you make and hold your child accountable. If depending on how good you are with his friends' parents, you may be able to hold someone else's kids accountable. But the shit that really needs that work, you just don't have enough. The only thing you can do is not participate. But that means across the board, which is almost impossible. That's like telling somebody, you don't need, go off the grid. Now, if their insurance company goes, you know what, we're going to charge you $10 a month extra just to mail you your bills. Or if you go online, if you have any issues, we don't do 800 numbers no more. Everything got to be done on the computer. They made it extremely difficult for you not to have some computer literacy to function out here. So even people who want to go off the grid,
What?
they try to make that impossible for you. Not that you just to target you, but just for business sake. Everybody needs to be online. That's So level you have to have a certain level of power to hold anything or any system accountable. And like Brass was saying, if there's a bigger system at play, you can't even choose not to participate sometimes. And back to kids, peer pressure. Not to say they got to do what bad kids do or they got to do what good kids do. Of course, we want them to find, a happy medium where you ain't getting clowned and and you ain't clowning nobody. Where you can try to show some intelligence and not get picked on or bullied for it. Or we don't want you trying to be extra wild, so you can be down with the bullies. You gonna out bully them. So it's all these dynamics that kids gotta face. Like again, grown ups, there's many systems to hold grown ups accountable, no matter what your background. Plenty systems. Kids are it's a whole different animal.
Hopefully, you can get them to understand that the peer pressure don't matter. The jokes don't matter. You can get your kids somehow to realize, you're going to be an adult one day. You're going to look back, and none of this is going to matter. So stop thinking about this. Usually, it's when they get their heart broke. They think that's like the end of the world.
Teach them about some girlfriends.
You
can't explain that to
them. You got to teach them for real. Like, man, the worst thing in the world hits. Could you imagine? You find out that them kids that done killed themselves over these little relationships because it was the world to them, or they done threw their whole life away, or did something crazy over a girl. It's like, bro, do you know how many females you gonna date? Even as my daughter, you know how many men you gonna come into account with? You can't be serious with every single one. Like these are your friends until they're not your friends, and the majority of them is just your friends. That's that. It's a weird thing, but Chef says that none of this is real anyway. You know what I mean? We just out here free willing. We could just fucking climb tall buildings and build skyscrapers and take over the fucking house, slap Trump in the face, all kind of crazy shit. Ain't nothing gonna happen to us. We just masters of our universe.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead, say it.
Nah, I was just tripping off of y'all breakdown of black gangs as being started off as something a positive or something like that. Is a urban myth, and y'all can have fun with that nonsense. Then y'all won't hear me going down that road, but I'm the crazy.
Hey, Brad, what did CRIP stand for again? What it stand for?
Community Revolution and Progress.
That's the shit they say when they got caught in the RICO.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what they said. Yeah. But now, listen. For me to say it's not crime, for me to not say it's crime now, I would say by the 80s. It might have started in the 60s as what it was. Might have been their intent. But I'm very clear that right now this is a criminal network.
Always.
Hey, look, that's directing, that's recruiting young 16, 17-year-old shooters because they know when they go to juvie, they're gonna get right back out.
That's called organized crime. If you put a bow tie on it or a suit and tie, people think mafia. No, it's all organized crime. It's not nothing new for us, and we're not super Negroes. We don't have, our melanin doesn't make us hyper criminal masterminds. It's organized crime. It's just how a narrative is really saying, it's right. I'm saying the narrative on it is that if somebody could walk down the street with a suit and tie on, his crime is a little bit more different than Pookie and Ray Ray in there. No, if it's organized crime, it's organized crime. That's what it is.
So aren't these gangs labeled as terrorist groups or organizations and shit like that? Didn't they start doing that shit a couple years ago here in the United States?
Y'all think the Crips and the Bloods ain't terrorists?
Yes, Slade, yes.
Yeah, I know you know about it, because I remember reading an article about that shit a couple years ago.
Yeah, free the wave, nigga. Fuck all that.
Y'all think Crips and Bloods ain't terrorists in black community?
Free the wave, nigga. Some of them Crips and Bloods is my friends.
Menace to society, bro. Menace.
Free the wave till it's backwards, nigga.
They made a movie called Menace to Society. So yeah, it's obvious
Brad, you're gonna have to.
what
I need to
these
know. I
things
need to know what I
represent. That's what
missed.
I'm saying. Like, good logic, but
I need to know what I'm missing, right? Because if you disagreeing with Chef, are we condoning certain behaviors? Or like, is there some sort of like built-in mechanism that said that this is where we turn our head, and because we got this, we're gonna accept that?
I'm saying no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying in 1969, that's how it started.
It did not.
And it didn't stay that way through their own fuck ups and systemic fuck ups, but mainly through their own shit. Drugs, money, different sets, no central leadership. Let me finish my sentence, and then take over the conversation. I'm gonna be on mute anyway. The reason why I keep saying free to wave though is because some of these Crips and Bloods that y'all talking about, maybe they're not your friends, but I went to school with some of these niggas. Like I'm cool with some of them. I'm in business with some of them, legitimate business with some of them. And that's just me saying free to wave because a friend of mine is locked up behind some Crip shit. And even he knows it's some dumb shit, and you just don't get to leave when you want. When he actually got locked up for the shit, he was kind of trying to, I don't know, I ain't making no excuses. He deserved to go, but it's still free to wave because I know the nigga and I know a bunch of the niggas that got locked up with him. That's all. So I ain't condoning what he did. It's just a friend. Like we could be heartless, but all y'all friends ain't good, upstanding individuals. So I got a lot of friends in prison.
Oh, I definitely don't got a bunch of friends that
I don't give a damn what y'all.
I definitely don't got a bunch of good citizen friends. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what you're talking about. But the whole time, like if they bring, if that shit start to get too close around me, well, I'm pushing distance between me and my friends. But that me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He could be my friend all he want, but I mean, I'm not about to just, jeopardize what I got going on.
No,
I don't think nobody is condoning that the violence, and any law breaking shit. No one is doing that. So whoever trying to, think that's what we're saying.
And maybe I could be thinking in the extremes here, but if you're not admonishing it, you could only be justifying it to some degree. Right, if you're not saying, if you're not basically saying, I'm just, okay. If we're talking about murder, right? If I'm not open enough to say I am just disgusted by murder, then what you're saying is that you can think of a scenario in which murder does not disgust you, right? So like not
There's
saying
plenty
that
of scenarios where murders don't discuss somebody.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a one-to-one scenario, but if you get what I'm saying using the analogy. Right, because either you found justification. I can turn my head to some of this because of this, and this. You know what I'm saying? Or you're just disgusted by it.
Who's not disgusted by young black men killing each other?
Free to wave.
Everybody. Community. What was it again? Let me write this shit down.
Who in here is not disgusted by young black men killing each other?
Once we adopted the no,
I'm describing it in a more of a hyperbolic way. I'm putting a little spin on it. I don't think that he's exactly justifying it, but I'm more so making the analogy that like if you're not speaking against it, then you would have to some degree being okay with it because you're not speaking against it.
So that's like no snitching in the hood. No snitching in the hood is us being complicit. You know what I'm saying? Granny giving up their house when they grandson get charged for murder and all that. That's us. We being complicit with this shit, bro. We gotta.
It ain't we. No. We can't do that. No, we can't do that.
It is a we.
It ain't we. It's you. No, it's you. It's you.
Right, so
it's you. I ain't gave up my house for shit, so I don't know what you talking about. If that's you, that's you.
What I said. That is not what I said.
Okay, no, you said it is we. No, it ain't no we. Turn that W around. That's me.
Well, if Granny wants to save her grandson, then she's complicit in saving her fucking child. She's trying to save her child.
Saving her grandson.
What the fuck? Like, since when is a grandmother putting up her house for bail to get her son out her grandson out.
Whether
The
she
same as no
trying to
snitch.
save her son, is still complicit in
That's her son.
criminality.
That's her grandson.
Bail is a legal form of
Yeah, so black people
the
can't use
system.
bail.
Like that don't even make sense. Like
Yeah,
so
like
now you can't put bail up.
y'all just be making up.
I'm not
Now if
bailing
you
out no
act
murderer.
outside the law,
You
you
bailing out
bad.
a murderer?
If
You bail out a
That don't
if you
even
murderer?
act
fucking
within the
make sense.
confines of the law, you
You bail
bad.
out a
Like you
murderer?
just bad all the way around.
You bail out a murderer?
Stealing other people,
A
baby.
grandson to most grandmothers, their grandson could never be a fucking murderer. They're like you don't know, like that's just a grandson that
Shit, I know some grandmothers that'll say that nigga did some wild shit. Lock that nigga up.
no,
I'm sure King Von's parents, they probably still speak about him like he an angel. I'm sure they do.
How many people? Well, hold on. How many people didn't put their house up?
Man, come on.
How many people didn't put their house up?
Let's be realistic too. Let's not get so far down the lane. There was a video not too long ago of a mother. It was a grandmother or a mother. I put it in the Discord maybe about a month or two ago, where she had been telling this little boy to stop doing what the fuck he was doing. You're gonna end up in jail, this, that, and the other. And the cop knew her. Like he worked with her in the community, this, that, and the other, but the boy committed capital murder. They caught him red-handed with the gun, everything. And they out of respect, he let his grandmother go in there and see him before they locked him up and sent him off, to court to begin the court process to jail. And the grandmother is hugging her baby, and she's telling the little boy like, "Well, I told you." And then he's like, "Well, can I go home with you?" She said, "Nope, you can't go home with me. I told you, I did everything I could for you. I did this, and this, but you got to go." And she said it, "But I still love you." She said, "Don't let them people get you down." She said, "Defend yourself, all of that, but don't let them people get you down." She ain't. She don't think of him as a murderer. That's her grandson. Well, I don't know, but if she was to get bail for her grandson,
She's ignoring that.
Like grandma,
But hold on, bail is a part of the legal system.
Bail is illegal. You can use bail.
But bail is a part. It's a legal mechanism. Like I can see. I thought you were saying should somebody put up their house for their kids to sell drugs out or do some wild shit. No, for bail and shit like that's a part of the legal system.
I said part of the no snitching complicit too. I said that first, but y'all skipped that. But it's all good.
Well, you tried to connect the two, so it's all good.
I said and I didn't connect.
Right, you connected the two. And is connection.
It was a separate example. It was a separate example
but it's
of how complicit we are. I mean, y'all can hunker down on that all you want. I don't mind. Go ahead. Ain't mean nothing. You still be complicit. What the fuck?
No, hold on. I missed the whole snitching part. What was that about? The no snitching movement?
The community
what was that?
rebuilding in progress.
No snitching and all that.
Okay, so a group of criminals is telling each other. Hold on.
All that, and nobody don't say nothing.
So hold on. A group of criminals is telling each other, if we get caught, don't nobody say nothing, and that somehow became the mantra of the whole black community. I'm
Pretty much.
A group of criminals sat around and said, if we get caught.
Culture? Are you trying to deny that?
Where did y'all niggas grow up?
No, you making it sound like that's what we all that's what we all agree with. Don't know who agree with that shit.
No, we don't. Hey, Chef, let me ask you a question. Where'd you grow up? You grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So let me tell y'all about this no snitching shit, since all y'all so fucking tough.
Oh, he got.
Do you know that if you go to a courthouse, do you know as a civilian, you take your dumb ass to a courthouse and point the finger at the neighborhood drug dealer, the neighborhood gangbanger, you about to get yourself killed? Y'all don't know about that part too? Of the no
You're just
snitching?
describing how.
So they supposed to, no, I'm just saying. So they supposed to just be. Now I understand in certain circumstances that don't apply, but in most circumstances, when you do get that label of snitch based on the community you live in, you do know you can get your motherfucking head blown off and shit like that, right? So you just expect this motherfucker to be a good Samaritan, go down there and say he did it, die, and then I guess the ones that y'all believe in, hold on, the ones that y'all believe that's no snitching is the wrong thing, y'all gonna pay for their funerals and take care of their kids?
Yes.
Where the fuck did y'all grow up?
I remember I was in
niggas out. Why we can't pay for funerals?
Y'all want motherfuckers to be good Samaritans. You ain't gonna do nothing for you ain't gonna move them out of their communities that they gotta
So
live
not
in
saying
and go
nothing
to
is
every
better.
day.
So not saying nothing is
Yes,
better. The
yes,
nigga that
niggas
shot
staying
up the
alive is
goddamn block,
always better.
killed the little
Yes,
girl, and not
yes.
saying nothing is
And
better.
don't
All right,
Staying
nobody
that's
say
alive
crazy.
is
nothing.
staying alive is always better.
That
Yes.
sounds crazy, bro.
Yes, bro. No, man, y'all niggas watch too much.
You don't believe that
Y'all
shit
definitely
at
did not
all.
grow up in no motherfucking urban. Y'all did not grow up in no projects nowhere.
No,
Ain't no
That's a
fucking way.
motherfucking lie.
Ain't no
no,
fucking way.
I'm from Jackson Ward.
I ain't
Listen,
proud to be
Ain't no
growing where I
fucking way.
grew up. What the fuck?
Ain't
I
no
ain't proud to
fucking
be.
way. Y'all,
Scoreboard.
bro, y'all don't even. That ain't even realistic.
yeah, but I'm almost 50. So let me get this out.
I'm not talking about you, Chef.
No, I'm talking about in
I had
general.
2 uncles killed. My pops did 15, and I can see how like a lot of that shit plays a part. Like what said is saying is not wrong, bro, at all, bro.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I just
No one's saying it's wrong. I think what's wrong
this
or
ain't
not
about wrong
correct
and
is
right.
when you blanket everybody like that's common that all black people or most black people follow some no snitching rule. If you break up, no, hold on. If you break a black person car window and they see you, they calling the cops on your ass. If I catch you trying to get in my house, you're going to jail if you don't go somewhere else first. So most regular people don't follow. Oh, don't snitch. You know so and so. That no, you talking about a group of criminals. That's their rule. Most of society don't run off that. Motherfuckers calling the cops. How you think most people ended up in jail? Because somebody told some damn body. You think the cops is that good at figuring shit out? Most
Yeah,
people
we
in jail because
delusional.
somebody
We
told them.
delusional if you don't think the average motherfucker
No.
know that shit.
Oh,
You got niggas online
somebody
talking
disagree
about.
with you?
You got niggas online talking about shit don't even got nothing to do with them and labeling other people snitches. Like, come on, bro. Don't play that
that's
game.
goofy shit. They trying to get clicks. They trying
It's
to
people
get
that ain't got nothing to do with the hood at all.
You gotta admit
because
that.
I know it ain't nothing but push.
They trying to get clicks.
No,
conveniently.
None of y'all never called the cops on nobody.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, when I'm almost 50, I can't look at things the same way I did when I was 16 years old.
I agree.
So whether I participated in it and agreed with it at some point, I'm 46 years old. That shit is detrimental. So no matter how I looked at it for 20 years, I know that black people not saying nothing, right, only worsens and makes the community the shithole that it is. It don't help us. So it might sound good. If you say something, you're going to get killed. Well, if everybody took that position, that's why we in the situation we in.
Right.
Because you supposed to take care of your neighborhood. That is crazy.
Who calling the cops
then? And allow people to kill people and just say, yo, if we say something, if everybody starts saying something, niggas will stop doing it. They feel comfortable
Who
doing
gonna
it.
kill you if you get them all? If you snitch on them and lock them up, how they gonna? Man, what?
You act like one criminal.
Who calling the cops then? Hold on, who calling the cops? White people that live 10 miles from you is calling the cops in the hood, or the cops is just doing all this excellent police work?
That is a dead body out
They
there.
come around asking. They come around asking, and nobody seen nothing.
Oh, okay. Good police work. Okay.
No, you call the cops because somebody need help. They just been shot. You don't call they not calling the cops in the black community to snitch on the motherfucker. They just been calling to say, come clean up these bodies.
So good police work is why all these black people is in jail. That's all you gotta say. Good police work.
The
Because
nigga
everybody
told
else
you,
is on some no
there's
snitch.
no more oppression, bro. Remember, this all starts with that. So if there's no more, of course he don't. Chef just thinks shit happens just the way it happens because it happens. I told the nigga it was gangs there, showed him Rico. Ain't no gangs in Baltimore. He's just oblivious, bro. You're just oblivious, bro. You just oblivious. That's just who you are.
You told me the
I'm not telling you. No, ChatGPT told you. I didn't tell you shit.
Well, it's time to stop listening to ChatGPT.
Okay.
Community rebuilding in progress.
No, I didn't say that. That's how oblivious you are. You ain't even listening to what the fuck we talking about.
What was the R then?
I'm not. You got to say, hey, remember how fly you told me your ChatGPT was? Fuck up your algorithm. Not mine.
Well, whatever it was, somehow you forgot about Tookie. Remember that?
No, he's the one that founded it. I remember Tookie.
So when Tookie Williams founded the Crips, he called that shit the community rebuild or whatever in progress, or was he a violent criminal who went to jail for murder and they put that nigga in their gas chamber or something? So somehow the leader started off as a good Samaritan,
a revolutionary,
and somehow got put in the
ended up a murderer.
What?
How y'all? You know, it's funny the way y'all talk about everything in the Black community. It's almost as if y'all grew up outside of it. But I'm pretty sure y'all grew up inside of it. So when when it comes to any other group of people, two things could be true. But when it comes to Black people, Tookie Williams, that was the murderer, the drug dealer, the gang banging, violent motherfucker, has to be the same motherfucker when he started the Crips. And I'm assuming when he was in prison and changed his life around, he was still the same nigga. The whole time he was just a violent, sick ass, crazy nigga. The whole time.
I don't know.
So anybody else can fucking change, but no black people can't change at all. Like Tookie Williams can't be anything else.
I don't know if Tookie Williams was, but Big U was.
I don't know.
Big U was.
No, I'm talking about.
No. This is kind of wild though, right now.
No, Tookie. No, go back. So you saying Tookie changed, but you had said that the Crips started off as something positive first. But
in the early 1970s, this is Tookie's role. This is Tookie's role.
The leader of the Crips, the nigga who started the Crips, was a violent, murdering criminal. So how
he became?
We went to jail for that. How did he become? He was already that. That's what he went to jail for in the 70s, right? What part am I missing? So if the Crips started off as positive, how if Tookie founded them?
So when he started the Crips, he was not a murderer. He wasn't a murderer. Well, that's not when that started. I could look this up once again. Fuck up your algorithm. The Crips. This is in 1969, 1971. When the Crips started, he got convicted of murder in 1981. 10 years later. Him and Raymond Washington in 1969 to help unify LA gangs under the Crips banner. The vision was about brotherhood, protection, and pride. Tookie himself said the original intent was to keep young Black men safe from outside racist attacks, harassment by the LAPD, predatory street violence from other groups. He later described the Crips' early mission as revolutionary but without the politics, a substitute for the dismantled Black Panthers. It shifted because unlike the Panthers, the Crips had no political program, no education component, and no leadership hierarchy. So when the name spread, many sets began doing their own thing that were violent. By the late 70s, especially with the crack eras, the Crips were deeply into the drug trade, and Tookie himself got caught in the spiral. So I'm trying to figure out if that's what that says.
I disagree with that.
That's fine.
That's what he said on Death Row.
Yeah, that's the marketing plan. I get it.
They get that nigga on Death Row.
Yeah, the marketing plan sounds great.
Wow.
Like
I said, Big U said all that.
He went from a revolutionary to a murderer. That's what we saying. In a 10-year span, went from a revolutionary to a murderer. Come on, man.
Yeah, y'all think everything's fucking funny, bro. That ain't funny. Y'all
It
got it.
ain't.
No.
He
Y'all got no.
the
It's
devil.
once again, like some shit is funny, some shit hit close to home. That shit ain't funny.
He's the devil. He's a plight on the black people. He don't represent us. Well, I'm gonna say he don't represent me at all. That's just crazy. I'm not giving license to no damn gang members as being something. No. I'm doing that. I work too hard. Work too goddamn hard for that. Community rebuilding.
Chucky was the one that spread it.
Now we wild as hell today.
To the west side into Compton.
Yeah,
and
I know.
Organization to terrorize other young black people. I don't care what nobody says. It's terrorists.
Terrorists. Why do we defend criminals so much? Like, what is like?
Man, that was court thieves, man. Their main thing was stealing courts. They'll take your letter court and beat you up for your AC-doocy and all them something there. They're not telling the real history. They're doing that political bullshit, man. Go talk to the real Melvin farmers and the real niggas that they was court thieves and they was terrorists, man. They used to go to the wax festivals and terrorize that shit. And start riots and fights and all of them for free. That's what they would do.
Well,
And
show
they
the
would
community
force you to
program.
get
I want to
down
see the
with
community
it. And if you
programs
wasn't getting
that
down
first
with it,
decade
they would
before he
fight
turned
you.
into a
They would
killer.
beat you up.
Show me the community programs that they had, please, so we can settle this. They had 10 years to set up programs and all this stuff. Show me.
And they got the laws. They're the ones, the first one that got the laws changed to where the minors start going to prison and all of them something the other young kids. Raymond Washington was in prison by he was 18, man, fighting with the BGF, fighting with the Black Panthers, fighting with anybody that was positively black. They're talking about he's going to bring the Crips and all the prison. Well, yeah, man, y'all telling the wrong story, man.
Yeah,
I guess the nigga went to jail and wrote some children's books. Now he a revolutionary. This shit crazy.
That shit crazy. Cookie Williams. Saying that fucking
had niggas begging for that man clemency and shit. Man, what the fuck? You ain't tripping, bro.
The Crips terrorized all the other local organizations like the Brims. The Pyrus was originally Crips and branched off and became Pyrus. And you had all them other little sets in areas that joined what became called the Blood Nation. Because of the Crips. No, I know these things because I had to be heavily steeped in all this to teach school in Los Angeles. Like you can't come in there with the fronting, B, because they know the true story.
That's it too wicked.
The Swans go look at you. If the Swans go look at you and see like, what? Who was a revolutionary? Are you crazy? The families go look at you and be like, the chain gang go look at you and say, who was a revolutionary? You must be mad.
You know,
the only person that on is like Bon Chicada. And he was a slash type. He had nothing to do with the Crip deal. It's just the people that joined the Avalanche and them man there, they hung out in South Park is where Slauson boys used to hang out. So they get affiliated with those younger Crips that took over Slauson Park. But them man there had nothing to do with the Crip and them something there, man. That's a lie when people tell that story, man. A lie.
Listen, brother, listen. Let me just say this. The Crip is a social organization with more members than the UNIA described. The Crips has more members than Marcus ever had. They have the old colors.
Raymond Washington started the Crips because Chuck Munson and all them buff ass niggas that was buffing and going to and swore would not let him join their little organization they had, and he started PM1.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, do.
Let me ask you a question. So when you do something wrong, I just want to be clear. So because he started the Crips, and it became what it became. No matter what, there's no saving him. There's no redemption for him at all.
He made it into what it was.
I ain't talking to you.
Washington started
What'd you
the
say?
Crip. Raymond Tookie joined the Crip, and Tookie
I ain't talking about that. I asked you a simple. I know. Ask you a specific question. Ask you a specific question. And it is a short answer. Because him and Raymond Watt, whoever started the Crips. So you're saying that no matter what Tookie Williams did, he from you. He deserved no, even no matter if he did a complete 180, he could never be bigger than what he did, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, some people can't be bigger than the crime.
So,
they can do a 180.
Okay,
they can do a 180 and you can reflect on the character change and all of that.
I heard you.
But it's not going away the damage because the whole intent was to terrorize and rob other young black people.
Okay, cool. So I just want to talk a little bit about these little children's books that y'all niggas is laughing at. So he wrote 9 books for kids, including Life in Prison 1998 and Tookie Speaks Out Against Gang Violence series. These books explain prison life and gang life in a raw, honest detail aimed at scaring kids away from following his path. It was used in schools. It was used in juvenile halls, community programs in the U.S. and internationally. This body of work led to his Nobel Peace Prize in Literature nominations 4 times. Developed the Protocol for Peace in the 90s, a set of principles encouraging rival gangs to stop killing each other and settle disputes non-violently. His model inspired truces in Los Angeles neighborhoods. It was studied as a template for future gang mediation in other cities. Organized peace summits between gang members, even from behind bars. But this particular work, it wasn't 4 Nobel prizes in literature. This was 5 Nobel Peace Prize nominations. Letters, essays, recorded statements to schools and youth centers worldwide, worked with educators in the US, Europe, and South Africa on gang violence, launched the Tookie Street Peace Foundation via supporters to distribute his message. He corresponded directly with young people, answered their letters about gangs, drugs, and prison life. Many teachers testified that his story turned kids away from gangs more effectively than lectures from police or parents. He was recognized internationally in Brazil, South Africa. His work was translated and circulated globally, especially in countries dealing with youth violence, nominated for a total of 9 peace prizes by academics and human rights advocates who believed his transformation was saving lives. In 2004, he brokered a peace agreement between the Crips and the Bloods in Watts, Los Angeles through written correspondence. That truce lasted for 2 years and inspired similar agreements in other places. So those little books and all of that, right? So while we're saying us niggas in here is saying that man could never change. The world could see him as changed. The fucking Nobel Center could see him as changed. Educators, academics, human rights activists could see him as changed. But he just to us, he just another nigga that wrote little kids books. Fuck y'all.
What about the people that he killed? What about the parents? What about the parents of the people he killed? You think they see him as changed?
Let me respond, Brass. Because when you read all of that, you know what I hear? Marketing plan to save his life post the peace treaty in 1992. And I heard marketing plan in California with progressives looking to get incentives to get him commuted from death row. And what did California still do to you? The most progressive state. What did they still do despite all of that? And despite all of that, you got Crips in New York. You got Crips, despite all of that, you got Crips in
world fucking wide.
You got Crips in Virginia. You got Bloods in Virginia, despite all of that. So I don't want to hear none of the fuckery y'all talk about. It sound good.
Hey, but who called him a revolutionary, though?
I never in my life thought there would be a Crip or a Blood in New York City. So Tookie really deterred him. Tookie really stopped the Cripping and the Blooding. Those books really deterred some people. Fuck out of here with the fuckery, man. Stop the fuckery, Brass. Stop the fuckery, man. Stop the fuckery, man.
Cookie Williams didn't get him to
Stop
get him
the
to join.
fuckery.
Yeah, not
What
get him.
I'm still trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. Like I'm with Brass on this one. What's wrong with somebody
Wow.
changing their life? He was
It's
already
nothing.
finna go. He was
It's
already in
nothing
prison.
wrong with it.
So if
Changing
he
their life
changed
to
his
what?
life,
You
okay,
changed your
I
life
got
because
you.
you went to
I got
jail.
you.
What the fuck? You ain't changed your life because you
Got
wanted
you.
to. You went to
Regardless
jail.
of what reason you changed your life, he had to want to in
You
jail because
forced
he
to
didn't have to.
change.
Cause he was on death
So
row.
no, you're not.
A nigga on
You're
death
not.
He
row
was
wanna
trying
get
not
You
to
can
get
still
right.
go.
scared.
You
What the
could
fuck?
still go inside of the prison and still be on the same shit you was on the outside. You do not
How
have
you know
to
he
That's what the
change.
wasn't?
character
Matter
was.
of fact,
That's what the
it's not.
character
It's not
witnesses
in your
was
best
saying. See
interest.
that?
Matter of fact, it's not in your best interest to change once you get in prison. It's not in your best interest to soften
What?
up and start writing children's books when you get into prison. It's not.
When
It's
you
not,
trying to
to
get
soften
clemency, it
yourself up
is.
going to prison is not what you're trying to do. That's
See,
what I'm saying. He wasn't trying to get clemency in the beginning.
see that?
He went into prison. If y'all actually watch the documentary or the movie that was actually named Redemption,
Mhm.
I ain't watching
it'll
shit.
show you that when he went to prison, he went exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm talking about. When niggas be talking about, I ain't watching shit.
How much smoke they
You
took
gonna
inside
give an
New
opinion
York?
on
Because
some
it
shit,
really
Niggas
and you
wasn't
gonna
ain't
watch
even
fucking
niggas
with
on
willing
a
to
New
do
gang
York,
member
though.
the
film.
research on what you're
I
talking
see
about.
what you're saying as far as that, but
See the
that can't
weird
take
shit.
back
Like
shit he did though. Like he could write
nobody's
books and all
calling.
that.
Weird shit because the nigga went to jail and tried to change. But man, knock it off,
Yeah, I
man.
mean, yeah, individually that's cool, but he can't take back the domino effect that he partook in.
Fuck.
No
That
matter
man
what
was
he did.
killing.
You
That man was
right.
killing store clerks.
You
He
right.
was killing niggas when he had
He's
shit to do with no gangs. He
he
was
was on death
Here's
row
see,
store
nah,
and
clerk
nah,
was
and shit.
killed
he
for
made
what
The
he
fuck?
did.
What about that person's family? That person's life? What the fuck? Are y'all serious? The people that got killed. I mean, y'all can't be. Y'all gotta be fucking
What
joking
are you
right now.
talking about?
I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah,
Nigga, what are you talking about? What you want him to do, nigga? Relive this stuff and then die again, bro?
Go do your time and shut the fuck
What
up.
he did. No, nigga, he can do his time and try to change the law.
Go do
Well, he
your
ain't about to
time
get
and
no
shut the
praise from
fuck
me.
up.
What the fuck?
Weirdos like to say, you go to jail and do your time. No, you go to jail and try to change some shit.
Man,
go to jail and
you
actually
too
try to make a
emotional, bro. Your
difference.
phone fucking up. It won't even let it get through.
Hey, I can't hear you,
What
brother.
they say, if you shut up,
Fix
you'll
your
be able to
phone,
hear
bro.
you.
You're yelling too much. Your phone ain't allowing it.
If you care about
If
black
you
people,
shut
you
up,
got to
you'll be able
care
to hear
about
you.
all of them, right? And the victims are black people too. That's the shit that, like,
The victims weren't his
I
victims
hear
weren't
I
black
hear the
people. His victims were
love.
Korean.
I hear the
The
love.
victims were Korean,
I
like that matter.
always right. I always
You
hear
said
the
black
love
people, nigga.
for the
Shut up.
criminal. But what
Weak ass.
about the victims?
Is this nigga your uncle or something? What the fuck you so mad? Relax, bro.
Oh, cause you sound
Niggas love the
weird, bro.
criminal,
You
but
keep
don't love the
making
victims.
motherfucking weird ass goddamn
Niggas love the criminals,
I'm
but
taking
there's
up for
no
the victim.
love for the victims.
But I'm the weirdo.
Ain't nobody said nothing about loving no victim. Ain't nobody said nothing about loving no criminal, nigga.
So
Y'all niggas sitting up
can
here
the
trying to
victim
y'all
can the
refuse to
victim
see
find redemption?
anything about the bullshit y'all
How
talking
can
about.
we give redemption to the victim though? Can we redeem the person who died back to life? If we can't listen, if redemption only goes to the victimizer, right? Then what about the victim? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That the person who killed somebody want to change their life, because the opposite can't be done. We can't turn around and undo what they did.
But that's my point.
You got to live with that
Who's trying to
shit. You
convince
got
you?
to live with
Who's
what
trying
you
to
did.
convince you of anything? The man is dead.
Y'all trying to
That's what I'm
convince
saying.
me
Like,
the
I don't
man
understand. What are
changed.
you talking about? He's
Right.
dead.
So listen.
What the man did before he died made a difference. That's what Bro
It
is
made a
saying to
difference.
y'all.
No, the Crips
That
are
is
still out here.
wait. You're saying that it justifies his crime
narrative
that
about the
everything
starting
he
of
ever
Crips
did.
and what they were about. That's a revisionist narrative, and that can't be because it's not right.
What's the
that redemption
revisionist
plan
narrative?
more so benefits himself, but that has no bearing on the overall chaos that he
No,
caused.
that was never the intent. Never.
Right. So what I'm saying is, do y'all have any? I mean, it always baffles me to hear people like say shit like that, and it really don't make sense to me, because if somebody is willing to do shit in order to at least attempt, like I said, nothing justifies his crime. I'm saying the fact that the man was trying to attempt
to curb future generations from doing the same thing he did. I think
Yeah, there's some benefit to that. I agree with
credit
that,
to
but
that.
that still doesn't. It
That's all I'm
doesn't
saying.
over.
I'm
It
not saying
doesn't.
it justifies. Nobody's saying that it
Yeah,
justifies the
I
crime.
see what C
He
dot saying.
died
Yeah,
for what he did. He died for
yeah.
it. He got killed. He got the chair for it, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's justifying that. He was wrong for what he did. What I'm saying is the fact that he was able to go back and say, you know what, I'm not going to do the same thing. I was similar. I'm a similar case, except I ain't, you know what I'm saying, I ain't murdered nobody, you know what I'm saying, to go to prison and all that other shit or whatnot. But I come from gangbanging. But yet and still, you don't see me at 42 years old walking through the streets gangbanging, bro. I'm talking to the youth. I'm trying to get them young dudes like, nah, bro, don't go down that same road. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? So it don't make up for all the, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
all the things that I done did wrong in the past. But at the same time, no, like that man is like, no, I gotta.
You in the matrix, bro.
My penalty regardless. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But the fact
hold on.
that the
First,
man wanted to, right? Yeah, it might have just it's these headphones I got. But the fact that the man wanted to change something is the point that I think Brass was trying to make. Not just the fact that he was a gangbanger. Yeah, he was a gangbanger in his youth. A lot of us were gangbangers in our youth. But that don't necessarily mean that we don't get a chance to go back and try to correct none of the things that we did wrong in our past just because you was gangbangers. A lot of y'all niggas done did several fucked up shit in your past and ain't had nothing to do with gangbanging. You know what I'm saying? And ain't trying to rectify it. So the fact that somebody
You right, bro. I know plenty of OGs in my
Yeah.
community now that did wild shit and they giving back in a healthy way and making
Hey, Fatty,
young black
tell you.
kids. There's a
Let me
lane
tell you,
for that.
OG,
I'm
you
not
know.
mad at that.
No, let me tell you one of the OGs you
we
know,
be
though,
the only
Fatty.
one.
No,
We be
real
the
quick.
ones
Well,
that
2
they
seconds.
listen
2
to.
seconds, C-Dot. Let me tell you one of the OGs y'all do know. Malcolm X. Hustler, pimping, burglary crews, Boston, Detroit Red. Thief, drug dealer, drug addict, destroyer of his own people.
Now
No?
Malcolm and Tiki the same.
No,
But he the
I'm just
head of the
saying.
snake,
No, you
though.
can't.
Like
There's no
Bud was the
redemption
head of
story.
the snake that caused a
But
lot.
there's no redemption. He ran hoes. Malcolm X was a pimp. He was a pimp. He ran hoes. But what about him? No, come on. Let's stop. Let's throw him under. We
Good point.
we
That's a
throwing
good
out. We
point.
get rid of him. We
Good
throwing
point.
Malcolm X in garbage, right? What about Maya Angelou? She was a pimp, a prostitute, and a madam. Fuck her too, though, right? The whole world revered these people, but in this little punk ass Discord chat, fuck them too, right? George Jackson, John Newton, Sayika Shakur, Louis Farrakhan. Now we'll go back to California. Ice-T, Iceberg Slim, Shaka Senghor, Athena Shakur, Gil Scott Heron. What the fuck is we talking about right now?
All them was murderers.
No, that's the question.
Some of those people committed murder. Wait. I consider murder.
Who?
I consider murder. I consider prostitution, and I think pimping is worse than murder. I think if you pimp
You
another
bugging.
woman, pimping another woman, you stole something from her that she'll never get back, and she has to stay alive. So
I would never
we're
put
comparing
Tookie on the
crimes. Wait,
same
no.
level
We're
with
comparing.
Maya Angelou.
No, of course.
You
Of
just
course.
that is
No, of
beyond.
course. No, of course.
That
Of
is
course you wouldn't.
beyond, yo. You
Of course
gotta
you wouldn't,
stop.
bro. No, of course you wouldn't.
You
You
gotta
just don't want
relax.
to. You dealing with reverence, but you won't deal with a fact. Malcolm
No,
X
but
was in
you
the
gotta
same
relax.
prison. No, I don't have to relax.
The
Malcolm
fact
X
is
was
that
in the
man killed
same
young
prison.
black boys.
Yeah, I know the cutoff game don't work with me. When you talking about Malcolm X when he was Detroit Red, he was a pimp, a thief. He was running women. The nigga changed his life, and motherfuckers understood what he became to be. So I don't understand why all of a sudden
I'm
y'all pick and
biased.
choose.
I'm biased. If,
At
if
least you,
that's
at
your
least, at
litmus,
least you, at least you
yeah,
honest. That's fine.
I'm gonna say I'm a hypocrite
Then you're
and
honest.
I'm biased
That's
because
fine.
in my brain,
That's fine.
I know that Tookie is more dangerous than Maya Angelou, and there's some people closer to redemption than others. I know this, and you know this.
No. I do know this. But
You can name all of them
this.
motherfuckers.
I do know this. But you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Chef? The whole fucking world saw what you can't see in Baltimore.
Malcolm didn't have a lot of the same power that Tupac.
The whole fucking world, mind you. I said 9 Nobel Prizes. They are reading his books to deter people from gangs in other countries. So the whole world
And yet we
saw
have gangs in other
what
countries.
you can't see. The whole world saw what you can't see. And
He had a
whoever was
Nobel
talking
what?
about, wait, and the whole motherfuckers that was talking about the gangs in New York, don't talk about shit that you don't know. Because the gangs that started in New York, they have shit to do with Tookie Williams.
Nope, it was Bloods.
It ain't have nothing to do with Tookie Williams at all. They wasn't thinking about Tookie
I'm
Williams.
sorry.
And Tookie Williams never won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was just
also,
nominated.
I didn't say. I said he was. So he got nominated because he was just a murderer.
I don't know what them Jews' problem is for nominating him.
Yeah. Well, Martin got one too.
You know what I mean? I don't know
the
what
first
them
West Coast
Jews.
game in New York was Blood.
Yeah, y'all. That was some pressure in prison. Them niggas, they was
that man
scattering them niggas all
training
across
his
the
goddamn
country.
crimes?
Them niggas, the Bloods in New York, that was Rikers. They was
So the
protecting
Blood
themselves.
started off good?
The Blood, no. I don't know about the Bloods. That ain't what we
So
talking
whether it
about.
was the Bloods or the Crips, or
I
we
ain't
said,
talking about
what's
the
the
Bloods.
difference?
No, the niggas said somebody in here said that that Tookie it made it all the way to New York. The shit in New York was something completely different.
So it ain't no
completely
Crips in New
different. I ain't say it wasn't that. I know it's something in
If
Baltimore.
you got Bloods there, you should.
I know
Crips
it's something in Baltimore. No, I don't know what's in New York, but I know it's something.
400 in the back, 200 in the front.
Just throw niggas away. Y'all, you crazy as fuck.
We throwing trash away.
No,
y'all can go argue. Y'all can go argue. Y'all can go argue with those victim rights.
Throwing good motherfuckers away.
How you calling black people trash, bro?
That's dangerous. That's dangerous as fuck.
Right?
Go
argue with the victims' rights.
They black, they can't
right.
be
That's
trash.
wild as fuck.
That's
wild as fuck.
That spoke at his shit, bro. Go argue with the victim rights advocates.
That's
y'all can
wild
go
as
argue with
shit.
them.
That's wild as shit. I think y'all
So
think
the
I'm
victims'
wild.
right advocates.
You just
wrong.
called that man a piece of trash. That's wild.
Yo,
That's
if
wild.
you have,
So what do y'all say about those victim
trash.
rights advocate groups?
I don't know about the rest of you, man.
He didn't get that shit. Those victim right advocates didn't speak in his favor, as they shouldn't. But forget them, huh?
Well, the families of Stanley Tookie Williams victims did speak, especially around the time of his appeals and execution. Their voices were a big part of the controversy over whether he deserved clemency or recognition as a redemption figure. The victims in his case, Albert Owens, a 26-year-old store clerk, Yin Yang, Tsai Yang, and Yi Chin Lin, 3 members of a Taiwanese family. They all said they're saying exactly what you said. They have no compassion, felt his peace campaign was a fraud since he never admitted guilt. Their criticisms was he never apologized directly to the victims' families and maintained he didn't commit the murders. So I'll do the balance. We heard from the victims. The victims did not accept whatever the hell he was trying to do. Okay. That's a fact.
Which is understood.
Now what?
Right?
Yeah. Now what? All right. Now we heard what the victims. Now we heard what the victims said. Now those victims, the people he affected directly, they didn't accept his apology. They didn't accept what he was doing. He never
apologized. They just said he never even.
But what if he didn't do? Okay, but what if he did? So it would be. It would be no. It would be a question of. It would be a question because that would be important. Because I know for a fact, was he a murderer? Probably. Based on his set of circumstances, yes. But did he have to commit those murders? I don't fucking know. I don't know why he never fucking admitted to it. But I'd also have to believe that if then every nigga that's in jail for murder did the crime.
The shell cases went to his gun.
Well, are you an investigator?
I'm also pretty sure.
Oh, now I gotta be. I'm reading.
He wasn't trying to be released from that. He was trying to get out of the death
penalty. We both reading off the internet. We both reading off the internet.
No, but it's an open and shut case, sir. There was no controversy in this
matter.
case.
What the fuck?
Right, because he's trash to you.
I'm telling you what the evidence of what convicted him was.
No, but I'm saying there wasn't no, but there was questions in this case.
We gotta get into ballistics and all that.
Well, you started talking about shell cases. I ain't say nothing about
I'm saying that's what he denied his involvement to the murder. I'm saying they had evidence tying him to it.
Man,
what's your
don't
point?
talk to police. Bro, gangbangers don't talk to the police, man. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Like, that wasn't his MO was to go and be like, oh, yeah, let me tell the police everything, this, that, and the third. He didn't even do that, you know what I mean, on his way down. You know what I mean? He just wanted to get kids away from gangbangers. That was it. Like, he wasn't trying to dodge his charges. Like, he knew that he was going to be in prison for the rest of his life. He had already accepted that. Now, everybody else was trying to get him off the death penalty. He accepted his you know what I mean, his judgment, his punishment. So we got to stop acting like that man was in there begging for his life or something, like, because that wasn't what he was doing. You know what I mean? He just got to a point where he said, you know what, I want to change some of the shit that I'm seeing coming from some shit that I helped create. He helped make a massive thing. Like I said, Tuki wasn't the creator of the Crips. He was just a guy who popularized it, you know what I'm saying, a lot more than Raymond did. So everybody saw Tuki and ran with his image because he was the big threatening, you know what I'm saying, dude. So he was the face of it for a minute. But everybody knows that Raymond Washington created that shit. Tuki was just, like I said, the dude didn't try to flee from what he knew he was guilty of. And I think that's where we kind of misconstruing that whole thing. You know what I mean? He took his L. He knew he did the shit, and he just took it.
So number one, y'all
make it like nobody tried to make him a martyr.
Y'all started talking about shell cases. The prosecution's case relied heavily on testimony from informants who received reduced sentences or other benefits in exchange for testifying against them. Supporters argued gave them incentive to lie. There was no physical evidence. There was no DNA. There were no fingerprints or other direct forensic evidence tying Tookie Williams to those murders. In 1981, they gave him an all-white jury, despite the trial taking place in Los Angeles County with a 70% large black population. During the sentencing, prosecutors reportedly compared Williams to a Bengal tiger playing on racial stereotypes to push for the death penalty. He denied committing the murders. He admitted co-founding the Crips and to being violent in its use, but he never confessed to the 4 killings. They say his refusal to confess was the proof he wasn't redeemed, even though he stated there was no DNA, fingerprints, or direct forensic evidence. The gun casing that you're even talking about was a gun casing that matched a shotgun, but not necessarily the shotgun that he owned.
That ain't what this
questions to the case.
That ain't what this say, but whatever. That ain't what this say, but it's all good. I'm not about to argue the legitimacy of Tookie Williams' case.
I don't know. You brought it up.
Yes, I said he denied his involvement.
So you said you're not about to argue it, but
He innocent now. He innocent now, y'all.
No, but you brought it up. You said you're not about to argue it now, but you brought it up.
Yeah, because I said I'm not gonna go to because his lawyers argued the efficiency of the ballistics test. I'm not about to get into all that because neither one of us are ballistics experts.
No, we're not. But you brought it up. I'm just responding to what.
I'm just telling you what the facts of the case are. Well, you don't gotta get mad at me.
I just gave you the facts of the case. No DNA, no physical evidence, no fingerprints.
Okay, but the shell cases that's not enough.
It's one shell casing for 4 murders.
Oh, one shell. It just so happened his gun just really discharged in that store. Got it.
Right. You know what? We don't need white people, bro. We can do it. We'll get us out. We'll get ourselves out of here, bro. We will get ourselves out of here. We don't even need. If black people, we can't even do some wrong shit, then do some right shit. The whole fucking world will say you're a redemption story Except the niggas won't tell you that. That's the what. This is raw
Redemption has
to
a
me, bro.
spectrum though,
This
Brad.
shit is
Would you agree with that?
crazy.
That redemption. Would you agree that it's certain things that you would even put a pin in when you talk about a person can't redeem themselves and come back into the society they was in? Would you agree to that?
No. I don't. I think
So you saying rape? So you saying rape and all that and other
you
wild
can.
crimes?
I don't think any human being on this planet is the worst thing that they've ever done. I'm not gonna sum up a whole person's life into the worst thing that they've ever done. No.
It's not that, but I'm saying with a person like Tuki.
No, do you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Cause I actually in a lot of combos when Kendrick was doing all that gang shit on stage and the pop out, we was debating about Tuki Williams, and I was saying like the redemption thing he did was commendable on his like to get right with himself. Yes, that's good, but nobody is obligated to accept that like as that's what it is.
I agree with
he
that.
know what he did on a mass scale. And that's a lot of shit that can't be redeemable on. So I think comparing Tuki to like a Malcolm X or
I didn't compare Tuki to Malcolm X.
He started the West Side.
Y'all did.
He started the West Side.
I didn't compare Tookie Williams to Malcolm X. Y'all compared Tookie Williams and Malcolm X.
You juxtaposed them next to him.
No, I didn't juxtapose them. I just told you that when y'all, because I think sometimes y'all don't think, like sometimes we be so quick in here. Sometimes we be so quick. Sometimes
like he was doing shit that was.
Let me finish my sentence, bro.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't put. I want to be clear. I didn't put Tookie Williams next to Malcolm X. I'm just telling you. Y'all told me, irregardless, Tookie Williams, he's a piece of trash. He couldn't possibly have he couldn't redeem himself. Look at the victims. Look at the murder. He was in prison. And I just showed you just other people that we all have given redemption to that were under the same set of circumstances, and Malcolm X was one of them. He was a pimp, a burglar, a thief. He went to jail. He redeemed himself and became who he became. The only he didn't. Tookie Williams didn't get out.
I don't redeem murderers. Sorry, I can't do it.
What's said? Can I ask a question?
I ain't redeeming nobody that killed my family member. I'm not redeeming that man. Fuck that nigga for life. The fuck?
Oh, okay. Well, can I ask a question though, said? Because I don't know a lot about Tookie history, right? So other than the murders that he went to jail for, right? Are you more so saying he's irredeemable because he started the organization that is like, are you pinning everything else that everyone else did on him, or is there more stuff that we actually know about other than the murders that he went to jail for?
If the co-founder of a gang is convicted of murder and the rest of them follow his lead, I mean, come on.
He started the West Side Crib, though. You know what I'm saying? It was more other founders other than Tookie when Raymond Washington started the shit. Tookie came a little later. He started the West Side.
There were also several gangs in LA.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but he started the West Side Crips. The Crip started on the east, on the east side, East LA. The Crips was the East LA. When Raymond joined, that's when Tookie joined. When Tookie joined, that's when they was expanding it throughout the city. That's why you got.
I said all of that earlier, man. I said.
Yeah, he said that. Hey, are y'all familiar with
Tookie worked for the local city government, and he had gang intervention center that he used to spread the Crips. He had one in Compton and he had one on the west side.
Are y'all familiar with
No, it wasn't in Compton. Who said that Compton shit? You don't even know what you're talking about. It wasn't in Compton yet. It was this is all in LA. Tookie started the West Side LA crib. You got East LA and West Side LA. Compton cribs came a little later.
Tookie wasn't at the center in Compton around the Grandee group. He didn't work over there.
Let's not get caught up in. Let's not get caught
about the history of the crib.
The geography like that.
That's what we
No, I'm saying it extended in Compton once they spreaded it, bro.
That's what I said. That's what I said. He went to the West LA and then he went and he used that community center to spread the organization because he worked at the community center that was part of a group home.
Right, but
I taught
Hey,
at Bonafide High School in
yeah, no,
Inglewood.
that's
We
fine,
taught all
bro.
of
We
this
don't want to.
gang
I don't want
history
to
as
get caught up in
educators.
And I live
Hey,
We
smack
literally
dab
go to
in the
seminars,
hey,
Mansfield
and I live in the
neighborhood. I'm
community. I
sitting in
lived
the
on 47th
Mansfield
and
Crip
Beaker in the 40s
neighborhood
too.
right now. That's where I
hey,
live.
I used to go all on the east side, the
Anathema.
west side. D. I'm good all over there, and Slimes, I'm
Anathema.
good over
Have you ever
there.
heard of
In the
Lived here for
Wild
12
100,
years.
all of them from there. Man, come on, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Anathema? You ever heard of Shaka Senghor?
Shaka Senghor.
Yeah,
You
Shaka
talking about
Senghor.
the karate dude?
SHAKASENG. No, it's a black guy. Senghor.
Yeah,
Shaka
Senghor. Shaka Senghor.
SENGHOR. You ever heard of him?
No, I don't know that one.
Okay, born James White in Detroit, grew up during the crack era, got involved in the drug trade. At age 19, shot and killed a man during a street dispute. Sentenced 17 to 40 years, served 19 years. In prison, he started reading philosophy, psychology, and literature, began writing letters and journals, adopted the name Shaka Senghor, inspired by Shaka Zulu. While incarcerated, became an author. After his release in 2010, published Righting My Wrongs, Life, Death, and Redemption in American Prison. 2013, reissued in 2016 in Oprah's Book Club, memoir, become a bestseller used in schools, book clubs, prison education programs, became a TED Talk presenter, motivational speaker, advocate for criminal justice, New York Times bestseller, created the foundation, Kellogg Foundation, worked for Facebook, MIT, Oprah, Trevor Noah, Google, Apple, and Samsung, and other major platforms as a story of redemption. So is he still a piece of trash because he's a murderer? To you? To you, Sad? To you, Chef? He's still a piece of trash?
I mean, he can get his quality, he can get his release, he can do all that great shit. That's fine. I still look at him as somebody who took a life. It is what it is. I have family members get their life taken. I'm not gonna ever forgive nobody for that. I don't give a damn.
And he has
People have what's wrong. That's my personal
category as someone
But what they got to do with your family, though, bro?
Thank God for white.
Everybody got somebody that got killed.
What about
Jesus Christ, man.
I'm saying no, Brass. You can't get mad if a person doesn't.
I'm not mad, bro. I'm just thanking God.
No. Not mad. But I'm saying like if you go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
What about a nigga in the army though? Like, what about them type of niggas?
Understand the juxtaposition, right, of somebody redeeming themselves, right? But the comparison is faulty to me because you're talking about someone that joined the leadership of an organization. These other people didn't join leaderships and promote organizations, even from behind bars. They was part of what was going on for 10 or 20 years when coming in behind bars and have to follow these orders and these things as creeps. You understand? These people is in situations running and controlling the gang before they even start their redemption quest. And all of them stuff there. No. You're alleviating that. And then the organization that they run is continuing to promote terrorist activities in other community. But then you're equating that with someone who got caught up in one little act of violence that wasn't leading no organization, even behind prison, promoting other people for join and follow rules of creeps in our prison. Come on.
Hey, I'm gonna say too. Tookie didn't start the Compton Crips. Mac Thomas started the Crips in Compton. Yeah.
Anathema. I appreciate that, Gullah. Let me ask a question, Anathema.
I said
is any human being on this planet the worst thing that they ever did? Is that who that person is? The worst thing that they ever did? That's what that person is?
Well, actually, that
a child molester. When I think about Dylan Roof, when I think about a nigga motherfucker like Dylan Roof,
like children book.
You can care well hungry if you fuck around with some kids or something like that. I don't give a fuck what you did.
I mean, what do you mean, man? Certain things you do is beyond redemption, man. No matter how much good you do after that.
Do you know how many? So then, let me. Okay, then I'm gonna reverse it. No. Wait, stay right there. Since you're saying you joined the group, right? Since we being that literal, because I just heard murder. I didn't hear all the shit that you were saying, but I'll accept that. If that's the new thing, fine. So let me ask you a question. Motherfucker joined the military. United States send this motherfucker over to wherever the fuck. And this motherfucker's killing people in the name of whatever the fuck, because he don't know. He's just doing what he's told to do. He's somehow not a murderer because the United States said it was okay. Are we doing that? Are we saying?
No,
Are we saying that?
that's
Are we
all I'm
saying
saying. We
that?
was talking about
No,
Apples and
are we
oranges.
saying that? No, I'm just saying because we all talk about how dirty the United States is
That's apples
and
and
the cool.
oranges.
No, it ain't. Okay, I
No,
like
it's
apples
not.
and I like them
Murder's
both.
murder.
I like
No,
apples.
It's
I like
murder.
apples and I like oranges. So my question is, if you train a motherfucker, hold on. So if you train a motherfucker to do drones, let's say you didn't even join the military. Let's just say you train a motherfucker to do drone wars and shit during the Barack era, right? And you motherfucking, they like, hey, you just blow that. We need you to blow that house up, and a minimal kind of like probability of other people dying. We cool with like 10% random death. And you press the button and you get a motherfucking medal for it. So you different? You different. You somehow not a murderer in the name of some shit?
Yeah, hey, you call me a murderer. If a nigga come up my crib, my kids, I'm laying his ass out, yo. Dome shot, everything.
So what's the difference?
That's protecting your.
What's the difference?
That's protecting what? You don't know what the fuck.
He
You
said
don't
they
even
come
know
in
why
his
you
house.
press the button.
He said if they
The
came in
niggas
his
that
house.
press the button don't even know why they press the button. When they blow up that one building in the middle of a city and they kill 10 other motherfuckers that ain't got shit to do with it, just walking down the street, they not a murderer too, since we being that technical? That murder, now it's gotta be gang murder somehow more than whatever. Now let me ask you another question.
Let's not get away from
being
the
technical, right?
though. We were
What
talking
about the
about
motherfucker?
terrorists.
Hold
So you
on.
just
What
saying
about the
all these
motherfucker that
crimes have
work at
redeeming
the?
qualities.
That's cool. That's cool. But what about the motherfucker that worked at the motherfucking what's them opiates? Percocet factory. And you just going to work every day making Percocets. You don't know what the fuck going on. But your shit is doping up the whole goddamn world. Motherfuckers, kids dying.
Yeah, for people that
Motherfuckers
abuse
doing all
it, yeah,
kind
if
of
you
wild
abuse
shit.
anything, you're gonna have what? That's
Yeah,
not
but
the
I'm trying to
same.
figure out why y'all
It's
doing
abuse.
different grades of murder. What's the different grade of murder now? We doing different grades of it?
I'm not grading murder. I mean, I'm telling you, this man
So that
committed
drone
murder in his own
operator is
community.
somehow different.
We
Committed murder in
keeping
his
in
own community.
context, Brass.
You have a choice to
We're
get
keeping in context.
You don't
right?
have a choice to get
No,
shot.
y'all by choice though.
Yeah,
Shot
bro.
by
And
choice.
why do you keep saying
We
he
was
murdered
talking
people
about
in the
terrorism in
community?
black
They was
communities, bro.
killing
That was
these
the
people.
original.
This nigga was murdering niggas down the
Because he
street.
He didn't
started
murder
murdering
black
These
people.
people are
everywhere.
human beings
No,
too.
because he started
He
because
didn't
he
murder
started the
black
Crips.
people.
See that? No, it's see
Yeah,
that
stop
because
saying
he
that.
started the Crips. Every Crip that was ever murdered was his fault. Yeah, that's where they
Well,
at
he
with.
didn't start it though.
That's where they at with. But he ain't start the Crips.
It say that he was a
I'm sure
founder.
he welcomed the murder of other gang
I don't
members.
know what
Yeah,
y'all saying now.
I'm telling you, bro. We don't
He
need.
ain't
We
a
don't
killer.
even
He ain't start the
to
Crips. He
hang us
not a
up. We
Crip.
don't not need no black. We won't
I
need
mean,
no. We do not need white people to do no work.
Promoted
We
from the east side
good
to
to
the
kill
west
ourselves.
side and promoted Crip philosophy in Compton, man. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, it's his fault, man.
Hey, y'all need to go listen to
All the gang murders.
Suki did it.
Damn,
Monster
bro.
Party
Hey,
people.
Wait, how you go?
Crip
Wait,
died
wait, wait, wait.
yesterday,
How
too.
you blame
He been
Compton
dead 10
on
years.
Suki
He
though?
did that one yesterday too. Come on.
all right. Well. See, I'm not talking about none of the whether it was in Compton or that. I think that's getting away from the point that we were making. Now, I'm not from California. I don't know what. Listen, when I read the wiki, it say he's a founding member of the Crip gang. Now, I don't. If it was in Compton, if it was in Rancho Cucamonga, I don't care.
You look at you still looking at Mac
I was
TV,
just
yo.
I was just responding to the fact that you were saying that he killed his
But
people in his
see,
own
what y'all don't
community.
understand,
So
hold
I
on,
was
man.
saying that
Let me
he
explain
didn't get
something to y'all,
charged
man.
with killing people in his community. He was charged with killing
Main
Taiwanese
Street,
people.
Main Street, back in other days, Main Street was the divider in Los Angeles and West Side. It was not the 110 freeway. There was no 110 freeway when they. So when y'all think the West Side, y'all in your mind, if you're present, you're thinking the other side of the 110 freeway, and that's not true. The West Side Crips were just across Main Street. So all of them Crips across Main Street, all of them people is West Side. If you don't believe me, go look at the fucking mailing map and look where the West Side and East Side divide. And it's not the fucking freeway.
But who you?
It's on Main Street.
Why are you saying
So
all
when
of
you
this?
No, a lot of
Yeah, I
people
don't.
don't
Yeah,
understand how close.
I don't.
No, a lot of people don't understand in modern time. They don't understand in their time how close East and West was. It's just across Main Street. So when Tuki is on the west side, he's right across Main Street. And if you know Los Angeles and you understand that geography, then you understand. By the time black people is moving backwards into those deep areas that we call the West Crenshaw and all of that, that's later. The original west side is just right across Main Street.
But why you?
Yeah, I
No,
don't think
no
we wasn't
disrespect.
arguing that
But why
though.
you telling? But why you tell? I'm just curious why you
He's
said.
explaining the geography because y'all making it seem like it was a big difference.
Where this
He's explaining the geography because y'all tried to act like it was a big
these
difference.
things were
No,
in more
I
close
didn't say. You said
proximity
y'all. Hold on.
than the modern people try and express.
Do I gotta turn my mic down, or does this seem like he yelling?
Okay, man.
No, I didn't say. But I'm saying who brought up geography. You keep saying y'all brought up geography. I don't know nothing about the geography. So who brought it up?
No, they were saying he started the West Side Crips.
Yo, Chef said he don't care where the people was from. Rancho Cucamonga, this and that. That's
I was
geography.
asking a serious question. Yeah, I just didn't know why.
I'm trying to explain, D. You're not listening.
bro.
Chef brought up geography. He said he don't care if it's Rancho Cucamonga, this and that. But I'm trying to give y'all to let y'all know it's a closer proximity than what y'all think. It's just like a one block like difference. There's not no far expanse the way people think now because of the spread of the game.
Nobody said there was no long distance, none of that. You assumed it. Ain't nobody said that.
And Chef don't know. When Chef brought up
we-
geography, he didn't even know what you was talking about.
Cucamonga's way far
Right, and I
away,
think the brother was
He
the
don't
brother
know
was
what Rancho
disputing whether or
Cucamonga
not
is. He wasn't being serious.
bro,
Stop taking Chef serious.
the brother was disputing whether or not the West Side was in Compton. He started the Compton Crib. So bro said, nah.
Matt Thomas started Compton Crib.
I never said Tookie started Compton Crip.
trajectory
I
of
said he spread it cripping into Compton when he had the little center over there. That's all I said. Because he was already known from the east to the west side and to Compton, but those little Roman areas in him time are very, if you know Los Angeles geography. It's not like Tookie was coming from deep in the back of the 60s or something to go way to Compton. It's not like that. This is like small little 5 mile, 6 mile radius.
Right. Which I agree. I mean, but I think that's where the confusion. I just wanted to make sure we understood where the confusion came into play at, because that's what it was. You know what I mean? The whole Compton discussion or whatever. Then bro was telling you that he wasn't in Compton, or he didn't start the Crips in Compton, and then we started talking about geography and shit.
How is the influence from the senators if Mac Thomas and him was around the same damn age?
He did it all, Gullah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing too. Like I feel what bro saying, because like it's like everybody trying to put the whole thing on Tuki. Bro, it was gangs in LA way before Crips even thought about existing in LA.
Yeah, there was white
and they didn't
gangs in
start
Compton. We got all
exactly.
I'm just saying when Tookie joined,
nobody's talking about the personal crimes this man committed and it did what it redeemable. That's the question. Were they redeemable?
Y'all don't even know whether he did the crime or not.
Oh my God.
Y'all
I believe
don't.
he did.
Yeah, I know, because y'all we don't need white people, bro. I keep telling you. We are worse enough against each other. We are worse enough against each other that we don't need any group to somehow
Now we the
fuck us
problem.
over, bro.
Now we the problem and not Tookie. Now we the problem and not Tookie.
You. No. Now I'm gonna skip everybody else.
That is insane.
No, you.
Chris.
There's questions. No. There's questions in this case. There are people smarter than me, smarter than you. There are lawyers. There are people in the justice system that have questioned this case. Yeah, okay, you happy about it? That's the wild.
No, I'm just saying his lawyers that's way smarter than me.
He deserved it. So,
if his lawyers,
he deserved it. That's what you said.
And I'm gonna say too, Raymond Washington started the shit in 69. And Tookie and all these other leaders, they came in after 71, yo.
They don't really care, bro. Just so you know. They don't.
Yeah, I'm not really into the timeline
they're not really
of gang.
they said it,
Of gang.
And Raymond started. Raymond,
gang
Raymond
origins.
started.
He came in to
No,
spread it.
the reason Raymond started.
I fuck with that history same way I fuck with Italian mobster history. I look at it the same way. Like motherfucker can look at their history, look at mob history, but we can't look at our own mob history. I look at
No,
all
we
this
can't.
shit.
We just terrible, bro. We the worst niggas on earth. Niggas that watch Godfather 1, 2, 3, all kind of shit. But it's us though. It's just us.
That
We
don't
the
even
Gullah,
go
we
worst.
can't hear
outside and
you,
try to
Gullah.
reenact it. What are you saying here?
Gullah, your mic. What's up with your mic?
Hold on.
That if you're gonna teach in Los Angeles, you
So
have
as
to
long as you
understand.
kill,
You
go
have
to
to
jail
study this.
and
You have
write
to know
books
about
and
the
redeem
effect.
yourself, you're good. Is what we saying.
Yeah.
I just told you all of the shit he did, and y'all keep saying all he did was write a book.
I didn't
That
say
shit
all
funny.
he
Now,
did.
now,
I
now
said
I'm gonna assume that
if you
y'all
go to jail,
trying to
you do. I said if you
misunderstand
go
what
to
I'm
jail
saying.
and do these things, you get redeemable quality. I didn't say
No,
that's
it's not.
all
It's
he
not.
did.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying
I'm
that y'all
asking. I'm
keep saying.
asking.
I can't get
I'm gonna
past
answer
it.
you. No, I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna answer you. So no, if you just write 9 books, no, you did that. I don't think you just going there writing children's books would qualify you for any kind of redemption. But I'm gonna tell you the things that probably would qualify you for some kind of fucking redemption. Not the 9 books, but if those books were used in schools and juvenile halls and community programs in the U.S. and internationally, nominated for Nobel Prize literature nominations 4 times, you might be working on redemption. If you develop a protocol for peace, you might be working on redemption. If you set up 3 gang truces just by writing letters and get nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize 5 fucking times, you might be working on redemption. If you create shit, like you create structure, you broker peace agreements. Like if he was just trying to not get the death penalty, he could have did less. And matter of fact, I think he was doing all of this. I think he was doing some of this. I don't know. Before any of the clemency and all of that had anything to do with anything. The clemency shit came later and from other people. So he actually began to create systems to fix the shit he did wrong. But fuck him, no, because he's trash. That shit's wild. Y'all want to call him trash? Y'all have at it, bro. He's a piece of shit.
You know what's ironic in this? And this is the shit that I don't comprehend for the life. He is crucified. Gangs are crucified. Me and somebody else in this room, we're in gangs. So we know gangs like firsthand. But there's no smoke for your government. There's no smoke for the police. There's no smoke for the FBI and the CIA. There's no smoke for Biden. There's no smoke for none of these politicians that said all the things they said. And they get a pass, what? Because they played a saxophone and put sunglasses on and was on a black man's talk show. They get a pass because they passed a bill that pacified people. They got a bill because they were in a McDonald's commercial and shit. Like, that's the crazy shit right there. When they're the ones that's pulling the big fucking strings. Meanwhile, y'all going after the guppies. Y'all attacking the guppies and the goldfish, but y'all not going after the fucking killer white sharks. That's the shit I don't get.
Not the what about Chicago argument again. This is crazy.
See, I knew somebody was just gonna just completely dismiss the whole shit you said. I knew it, bro. Shit's funny, bro.
We can't never stay in one spot for too long. We gotta squirm and wiggle around. That shit crazy.
I think I'm clear. I just know all y'all keep saying is he wrote books, but I also don't think y'all know everything he did. And I find it funny, Cuban, that the world, literally, the world uses his books. The world was calling for his clemency. The world was using him as a redemption story. But it's just these like niggas in the Discord chat saying he's a piece of trash, bro.
I've
Shit's
never seen
wild.
a Stanley
And he
Tookie
ain't never
Williams book
touched
in Barnes and
nothing.
Noble. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go to Barnes and Noble in a minute. I'm gonna go look for the Stanley Tookie Williams baby books.
Children book.
And
That's shit crazy.
Nobody reading that shit. That man was trying to get out of jail.
Same, but so when we do the weed,
what school system? I wish my daughter's school system would have had some damn Stanley Tookie Williams books in there to read to the kid. Man, y'all tripping, yo. Who had that? Who needed that?
Who in here read it? They so profound. Who in here read it?
Right. Nobody.
Why would I read anything
Hold on.
written by Cookie
Who gave
Why
those
would I
books
need
out
to
as
read
gifts to
anything
his
written by
family members?
Cookie
Who else spread his message?
Why
Who
would I
else
need
did
to
it?
read anything written by
Why
Cookie
y'all advocating? How far have you advocated for this man's shit? How far?
Just tear him down. I mean, at this point, y'all doing my favor. What's the point?
I ain't tearing him down, but I ain't about to build him
No,
up.
y'all did. No, y'all did. Y'all told.
Y'all building him up.
Which one of y'all brought y'all kids? The
I'm not
Stanley Tookie
building
Williams
Forget about
collection.
the murders. Forget about the murders. His books helped hurt
Fuck
kids.
Dr. Seuss.
I ain't
Fuck
talking about.
Dr. Seuss.
I'm telling you, I'm not tearing them down. I'm telling you though, what the world said about it. You think that's me building them up?
He's saying I disagree with your sentiment.
No, hold
Isn't
on.
me tearing him down
I'm
though?
not done.
You think he belongs in the
Nobel-
African American
I'm
Museum?
not done. The Nobel Prize 4 times and the Nobel Peace Prize 5 times. I ain't tearing him down. I'm just telling you what he did because y'all called him trash.
Yo.
Well, Martin Luther
Donald Trump was nominated.
Martin
Donald Trump was nominated for a peace
Hold on.
prize.
Martin
That
Luther
doesn't mean
King got
much.
a Nobel Peace Prize. Mandela, don't he got one too?
Wow.
Benjamin Netanyahu just nominated Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. What are we saying?
Right. So he's that. He's trash, bro. He's trash. Just keep calling him trash. Just call him trash. And you know what's funny? Y'all keep saying we don't know nothing about him. You don't either. All you know is that he was convicted of 4 murders and whatever Wiki tell you, and a shotgun shell in his motel room. Y'all don't know shit about him. When I tell you about him, now he's like a fucking piece of trash.
You started the Crips.
And y'all keep talking about weed. I hope y'all understand that when we do this weed thing, there will be some people that's gonna have to be involved in this weed thing that might have did some shit back in the day, but they still part of the weed.
So
right?
you mad black folks don't want to redeem somebody who terrorized their neighborhood?
I ain't mad.
I was gonna say, Brad,
I didn't say you're personally mad. I didn't say you're personally mad. You know what I meant, Brad. You know what I meant when I said that. You're a smart dude, bro.
But I gotta fight back. Fighting for
I know. I ain't mad. But I'm just saying, we gotta understand, black folks. We have the right to be like, yo, that shit is not producing what we want in our neighborhood, and we can condemn that. Like that's no problem.
I'm not telling you not to feel that way. Don't confuse me. I'm not telling you.
I'm saying like that to me. That seems to be the overwhelming, like the sentiment when it comes to this. It's like, yo, like yeah, we get it. The man tried to use whatever influence he had to whatever try to not promote whatnot. Okay, cool. That doesn't change the fact of what he did on them streets, bro.
I agree.
Like, we can't let that.
That's the funny part. I'm just saying. All I'm saying to you is that I think we do ourselves a disservice though when we try to say the same ills that could create a situation where motherfuckers do become criminals, murderers outside of their own choices and will. Right? We talk about socioeconomic factors. We talk about shit in the hood. We talk about disadvantages, all this other shit, right? I'm just saying in this particular example, I know motherfuckers that committed the murders. I know people personally who committed the murders.
Yeah, we got
went to prison and just
relatives.
became bigger pieces of shit. But the motherfucker that actually got this shit in international schools, public schools, trying to change the shit outside of the clemency, I just don't think he qualifies to be a piece of trash. But that's my opinion, though. I could be
If
wrong.
Tookie Williams would have did 25 years and would have got out, I'd be like, okay, the man, the state of California felt like he did his time. He did what he had to do, whatever. I wouldn't have batted a goddamn eye, but I still not gonna change my perspective on like, yo, bro, this nigga was
I don't want you to change your
neighborhoods.
I don't want you to change your perspective. That ain't my
fault. About anybody like would still probably be like, yo, that's still, yeah, he did his time. That's our law system. Cool, fine and dandy. He went in, he got out. However, we still be like, I would still look at you like, bro, you are, you know what I'm saying? You murdered.
I'm not gonna make
black, you murdered black youth.
when I was in Los Angeles, right? I had a brethren in high school.
I live in Los
right?
Angeles.
In
Right
high school, he had the feelers on. He had on black feelers. And you know how the feeler used to have the little red thing inside of the F? That was the only red thing on his shoe. You know they beat that man to a coma? Do you know
Tookie Williams did?
They beat him to a coma for having that little red on the F. They was
Tookie Williams?
Beat him to a coma, man. This in the 80s, man. Because you wasn't there when they had a thing called Crips Don't Die, We Multiply. And the seriousness of this gang violence, it was from extreme, my lord. And
No, I'm
see, y'all
saying, are
think
you
this
saying Tookie Williams did it?
internet gang violence is what it was. But if you was in Los Angeles when these things kicked off, no, son, no.
Tookie Williams stopped the kid?
No.
No. Okay, now that you said that, well, just for clarity, and I'm not trying to be sick or silly, are you saying Tookie Williams stomped the kid or someone stomped the kid? I didn't catch what you said.
The Crip organization, the mentality that was promoted about being a Crip, about not dying and multiplying and nothing else can be around. And everybody have a Crip. Tookie was behind that mentality. And that mentality went into the minds of youth. It spread across this country. Despite his books. Why do you keep running for that? I never thought I would see a blood.
I'm not running from it.
I never thought New York would adopt Los Angeles gang culture. I never thought Virginia and the South. I never thought Pookie would be a Mississippi Creek. I never thought I would see these things. I never thought there would be 60s in Texas. People naming themselves after streets in Los Angeles they never even been to. And you telling me that somehow that promoting this, the spirit that was invested in this, he wasn't a part of that. You are fucking crazy. Because I
New York City had gang. Wait, time out.
No, and he was a
gangs and the gangs. I don't know why you keep bringing up. I don't know why you keep bringing up New York City. I just want y'all to understand something, bro. Before Tookie Williams before y'all did anything in Los Angeles with Bloods and Crips, all these other places already had gangs.
I mean, yeah, they had gangs in New York for sure.
Yeah, like
my OG was in the Decepticons growing up.
They used to say LA niggas was stupid for banging on colors. Stop it. Stop the forkery. The rest of the country used to see that.
What are you talking about?
I know New York gangs prior to Bloods and Crips.
In the 50s and the 70s, New York City's had Savage Skulls, Black Spades,
Decepticons.
There was many gangs before y'all niggas. What are you talking about?
Yeah. But okay, so you trying to tell me the rest of the country wasn't laughing at Los Angeles? They banging over red and blue. So you're trying to tell me that, and now the rest of the banging over. And you're trying to equate that with a local gang culture. That is disingenuous, Bryce. That is disingenuous.
No,
they adopted LA gang politics. There are Brims in Los Angeles.
Y'all niggas.
There are no black spades in Los Angeles.
Yeah, bro.
There are no black spades in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
He's bringing a valid point. What he's saying is that in the early 90s, New York and then Jersey, you have Bloods and Crips, right? And that was never a New York, that was never a New Jersey thing. We had our own shit. You know what I mean? And he's saying that people from a whole other side of the continent is emulating a gang that they really don't know shit about, never been to that block, which I agree with him. And that was my issue.
Yeah, but most of it starts in jail and shit like that. It's not just like that.
I'm saying this to counteract. He wrote all of these books to detour gang banging and the promoting of the Crips and Los Angeles gang culture. Somehow his Nobel Peace Prize book was counteracting this spread. No, that's a lie.
What'd you say? What was the last thing you said?
That's a lie.
The book was counteracting the spread.
Nobel Peace Prize books was counteracting this spread and deterring this spread, and somehow was dropping the.
I don't think they put a dent in it like they're promoting it. Like I don't know. That's up for debate.
He said it was not promoted. Despite what he did, his name promotes.
Irredeemable.
Whatever. All right. So, you think the gangbangers looked at Tookie for books he wrote? You man, you crazy.
Yeah. So he brokered 4 peace treaties. 4.
They lasted
Y'all
2
laugh. I mean,
years.
y'all laughing, but I'm just saying.
They
Like,
lasted 2
y'all
years
said
because
that.
they
Y'all
was
said
like,
that he
what
didn't.
you
No,
talking
wait.
about?
Y'all saying that he did nothing to deter it, but he brokered 4 gang treaties, one of which resulted in a Nobel Peace Prize. Well,
Yeah,
a nomination.
That's called political politics to get this nigga some credit to get
Niggas
not
did
off
it.
the death penalty.
Yeah,
Get them on
we don't.
death row.
Yeah, put them
Yo,
on.
man, I need y'all to hold this truce for 2 years. This coming from the big homies because we trying to get Tookie up off this death
Yeah,
penalty.
man.
We got some money from the politician, so I need y'all to hold this. You don't know how Los Angeles work, man. What
No,
the
I
fuck
don't.
you talking about, man?
I
Why you
don't.
think it
Yeah,
only
I don't
lasted
know
2 years?
I don't
All
know
right.
nothing about it. I don't
So
know
when-
Telling
anything
you
when
how
about
it
he-
it.
work over there, man.
Yeah, you
when
do,
they
but
got
it was
accounts of him
hold on,
still,
no, since I don't know what the fuck
that
I'm
means
talking
he's
about,
still
but I want
running
to
the
be clear
games.
though. But it was academics, teachers, and his school and his books from the schools too. So he's a teacher that we're listening to. I'm gonna listen to the other ones too, not just
Yeah,
him.
but Brass, come on, Brass. You
No, wait,
smarter
I'm
than
I'm
that.
just saying I don't know shit, but I'm just saying that the academics in
There
that
was a whole
area said,
political
Of
and
course,
then
I
campaign.
mean they
teachers
probably
in
All
that
the
they
area
did is
academics are
very
said,
gonna try to
wait,
use
politics in
whatever
Los
tools they
teachers
can,
in
Angeles, and
that
bro.
there's money
area.
invested
No,
in
no,
that.
no,
That's all part of
everything's
the
politics.
anti-death
I
penalty
know,
campaign.
yeah, right. Kill them.
There's a
But what I'm
whole
saying is,
political. There's a
there
whole
were other
political pushing of
academics
that.
besides anathema. There were other scholars besides anathema. There were other school systems besides anathema that said something different. So I will listen to anathema, but I'm gonna also listen to the. Remember, the two things can be true. I'm gonna listen to anathema and not downgrade nothing that he's saying, but I'm gonna listen to these 9 Peace Prize nominations also that has been used in Brazil, that has been used in Africa, LA County school systems, the 4 peace treaties too. I'm just saying 2 things is the same. I don't know why y'all so upset. Y'all said 2 things can be true, right? So I'm listening to him, he's a teacher, and everybody else.
Brass, listen, man.
What's
I
wrong?
don't have. This has nothing to do with Tookie's personal character and redemption. This has to do with him as representing the Crip, is what I'm talking about. And how
No,
you
I'm
try
not.
to say that the Crip started as some benign organization. And I'm saying, no.
That's the history of the group.
He became benign later in his life after he realized and matured the trivialness of all the fuckery he had committed. And then he tried to make an impact in society to account for that, for his own personal redemption and for his legal issues and this and that. There was a push behind them all kid. But the manner all of this started is when you said they started as some benign, benevolent group
I didn't
of
say that.
children
I said it exactly.
trying
I
to
never used the word
unify
benign.
themselves in the vein of the Black Panthers.
I never
No,
used. No, I didn't.
that's not true.
I never used the words benign. I never
No,
said
that's
that.
me imposing that on you.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I told you there was 3 reasons why they started: to protect them. It said to protect from rival gangs that already existed. They were protecting against harassment from the LAPD, and they were protecting themselves against racism at the time.
Which
The
rival
black
gangs were
kids, hold on,
terrorizing Rain in Washington?
black kids at the time.
Which rival gangs were terrorizing Rain
I
in
don't know
Washington?
if we can anathema. Do you want to talk to me or you want to yell at me, bro? I'm
No,
trying to
I'm
talk to
asking
you.
the question, man. I'm asking the
Okay,
question.
all right. Let me
calm down
finish
before.
saying what
Let
I'm
me
saying
calm
for
down
you ask me
before.
a question. That's cool, but let me finish saying what I'm saying for you ask a question. So what I'm saying is there is I know when in these Discord chats we be talking and I know sometimes we think that what we're saying is 100% correct, right? But the history of the Crips, there's a documentary. The reason why I brought up the Black Panther Party, and I didn't say in the vein of the Black Panther Party, I said in the vacuum of the Black Panther Party breaking up. There's a documentary called The Bastards of the Party.
That's not about Crips.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
about Crips, man. That's about T. Rogers, who immigrated from Chicago and started a version of the Black Peace Stones in the jungle.
In the GDs,
And his
yeah.
perspective.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with what Raymond Washington and them niggas was doing on the outside when they started stealing pork. That's nothing to do with that, man.
Let me finish.
And I'm tired when y'all bring that video out, man. I'm tired when y'all bring that propaganda
bro,
out, man.
I don't. Are we talking or are you just talking to me?
All right, go on, Bryce.
Documentary film 2005, HBO released in 2007, directed by Clebone Sloan, a former Blood from Los Angeles. Title comes from the idea that the Crips and Bloods are the bastards, the unwanted children of the destroyed Black Panther Party and broader Black liberation movements. It connects Tookie Williams, Raymond Washington, and gang culture directly to the vacuum left out of the Panthers of Crush. Now, y'all go ahead and tell me about some fucking GDs.
I'm not about to tell you about no GDs.
So no, tell me how that
He was
shit
talking about the P
telling me
Stones.
how, tell me how
I
the
tell you,
Bastards
Black
of the Party
P
was
Stones is where T. Rogers, who was the focus of that, which has a blood leaning, and they're trying to once again reposition gangbanging for propaganda purposes into this whole social cause theory, fucking revisionist history, which is not true.
So
I'm telling you, it's not true. Because the reason, the real Crips actually talk.
Yeah, man.
This is why I don't understand. Melvin Farmer, all of these niggas, cute, all of these niggas is home. And they tell you, the people that was actually with Raymond Washington, OG Cutes literally tells you that Charles Munson and the rest of them buff-ass niggas that was the last of the businessmen did not want Raymond Washington around. So he went and started his own gang. And then Tookie and Melvin and the rest of them niggas joined. And they was all young squad. And they started putting pressure. And because of that, other people joined them. And they was taking leather courts and doing all type of thing in the vein to look like Black Panther. That's what the whole cause was. That's why they was still in leather courts. They had nothing to do with no fucking influence in this and that. They literally told you they didn't even want nothing to do with what Black Panthers.
Okay.
And these niggas was about crime. So why y'all making these arguments?
No, because it ain't just me. It's
does not collaborate what you're saying. And
yeah, it's not just me.
Raymond Washington.
Right. No,
Melvin Farmer does not corroborate what you're saying.
Yeah. I agree. But it says Mike Davis, historian, wrote in City of Courts, in the vacuum left by the destruction of the Black Panther Party in Los Angeles, Raymond Washington's gang of teenagers saw themselves as neighborhood protectors, but without the political education. That's a historian in the area, Mike Davis. Leon Bing, another historian.
And the real thing was that there was already big buff black niggas.
Let me fucking finish.
Come on, man. Y'all see, y'all don't even know.
I don't give a fuck about
worked out.
And they were you trying to turn it into
That's why you think that.
Now you got to be quiet, bro. I don't know why y'all think y'all coming this motherfucking overtalk me. Like that shit I don't do that to you. I listen to you and then that. So just take a second. So now Leon Bing, author of Do or Die, Violence in the Inner City, interviewed early Crip members who described wanting to defend their neighborhood against other gangs and outside threats. The founder's own words, Raymond Washington and his original friends before crime have said he wanted to replicate the Panthers model of strength and pride, but focused only on strength, toughness, not politics. Academic studies. USC researcher. Many early gang members and their groups formed as originally a form of self-defense in hostile neighborhoods against the LAPD and racist entities from outside of their neighborhoods. But they had a lack of broader vision and lack of education that turned them inward. Malcolm Klein, gang scholar, wrote in The American Street Gang that the Crips began as a loosely protective association, but quickly expanded into violence. The LAPD says that it started as a youth street club before escalating into citywide gangs. So I'm trying to figure out why all these black people, why is it just us that can't believe that they started out as something else? When historians is telling you, the fucking police is telling you, the goddamn University of Southern California historians is telling you. But it's because y'all know. I'm supposed to listen to y'all instead of motherfucking them? Get the fuck out of here.
Now, I literally said there was white gangs in Compton and all that too. I'm aware of all of that, so I don't fall into that.
Yeah,
I get all of that, but like that guy said, it quickly turned to violence. Quickly.
That's fine. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. If they started in '69 or '71, they
there was already the sourcing and the businessmen that fought those white gangs, the spook hunters and that. Those OGs already had that under control. These young black people were not terror, because now you're discrediting the businessman and the slossing man and saying that they was punks and they was allowing these young black to be terrorized by the spook hunters and the other white gangs, and they didn't serve the US organization and all of them man there. They was on the front line and on the board of the hub and the dub. So this is fucking crazy the way what you're trying to, but it's okay for you to try to do it because I really know when them niggas started, I already told you when they said it's because Craig Munson and them niggas weights and they was into the buffness. One of them was working out with Arnold Schwarzenegger. All of that. They would not allow them to join their own. So they took that. Where do you think Tookie and all of them got being swole and working out from? It was from that group of those black individuals. And when they took that, they went in the streets to terrorize. There was nothing for them to protect. There was already bigger and swollen niggas that protected the fucking community. There was nothing for them to protect. They went to fight other black groups of children to make them cribs and take their little coats that lived in little better neighborhoods than they did. Why are y'all? Because this is what the elders say. This is what the people that were in the gang say. This is what the people that knew Tookie say. This is what the people that did the 30, the come home and tell the truth both. And you talking about some sociologists that was caught up in a certain time of academia where they was trying to do all of this, to promote all of this shit to get these niggas released from jail. So a whole lot of literature was coming out. Yo, I mean, come on, man. A wrong person you talk to, Brass. For real,
so,
man.
You were talking about the US organization, right?
Plenty of them. The US organization eventually became Christian, even though they fought against Bunchy Carter and all of them. That was one of the organizations on the front line.
No, you mean they killed Bunchy Carter?
Because where they was located.
No, you mean they killed him?
Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, they didn't fighting against the motherfucker. They ain't killing him. They killed him. And by the time the Crips came around, wait.
When they had
So
political disagreement just like white people killed each other. I'm not digging them up. So just to single out the organization and not to say that I included them with the businessman and the rest of them.
I'm putting words and thoughts into what you're saying. I'm listening to what you're saying. So when I speak literally, I'm trying to get the literal versus the philosophical part of it. But my point to you, the reason why I'm being specific is in '69, a shootout at UCLA killed Bunchy Carter and John Huggins of the Panthers. Many Panthers accused the US members. Later evidence showed FBI COINTELPRO pushed the whole conflict. So this is evidence. This is evidence of what was going on. You would think that US and Panthers was just going crazy, but you'll forget that COINTELPRO admitted that they were stoking the conflict because they wanted both of them gone. US was the nigga Karinga that started the Kwanzaa movement. That's in the documentary.
Yeah, I know Karinga. Right, wait. I'm just mentioning the organizations that was existing.
Okay, no.
And showing violence to the youth and why the youth started their own violent, ignorant organization.
But it wasn't violent. This is my point. After the Panthers were dismantled by COINTELPRO, and the US organization lost their influence in and around Bunchy Carter and the John Huggins. After the US organization lost their influence, there was a vacuum. Into that vacuum stepped street formations. It wasn't just Raymond Washington. It was other groups also, but Raymond Washington's group was named the Crips. As the Bastards of the Party documentary put it, and why they called them the Bastards of the Party, it says, we were the unwanted children of the Panthers and the US organization, the Bastards of the Party. But Fred Munson, the guy you keep naming, he's cited in oral history and interviews as one of the original West Side Crips connected with Raymond Washington. In his interviews, included in the Bastards of the Party, Fred Munson describes how the Crips formed the street units after the Panthers and US collapsed. His key point is they started as protective neighborhood crews. We became violent sets because we did not have the Panthers' political education. One of his lines that's paraphrased is that the Crips were trying to be Panthers without the politics, echoing what Tookie later admitted. So go ahead and tell me about Fred Munson again, because Fred Munson agrees with me.
Well, I definitely will be, because Raymond Washington and Tookie, what they did has spread so much that the older niggas went and joined their organization. That's what that's about. And that's at the same time when they was doing that revisionist history to try and get this new shit passed so they could get these laws. This is what I'm trying to tell you. But when you listen to the real people, because remember, Craig Munson never did no time. This nigga was just a bodybuilder. He never put no work in out of hood. He just knew Raymond Washington and them, and then he joined the afterwards. He had nothing to do with the founding of it.
I know, but
so
but
now, this little revisionist philosophy at this time that you taking as a real historical is okay. And I'll grant you that. But that's the context in which it should be considered. Remember that. Remember that part of it.
So you're saying what he said, what first you used Fred Munson as
I'm saying exactly what he's saying was bullshit.
So but you used him as an example.
Yes. Because he was
his example was saying what I'm saying.
And he didn't tell that part. He didn't tell the part that Raymond Washington and his refusal to be involved in his weightlifting is why Raymond Washington started the clip. And then after the clip spread, because he was an OG in the area, he didn't take no put on. He didn't do none of that. They just allowed him to. So what are you talking about?
So I just want to be clear, right? I just want to be clear when we're talking about this. So when we're saying this, the LAPD said they started as that.
Now I'm listening to OGQs. I don't give a fuck about what the
so
LAPD is.
I don't know
I'm
who
talking
that.
about the OGs and what they say out there.
Right. So OGQs.
The people that was there.
Right.
So if they say something different
I
to what the people are saying that was there
I just want to
and
finish
did
my
the 40
sentence.
and 50 years.
I just want to finish my sentence. So OG Cutes and you agree. But the LAPD, Fred Munson, Tookie Washington, Leon Bing, University of Southern California, Mike Davis, a historian, and Tookie Williams and other Crips interviewed at the time all say one thing, but you and OG Cutes say one thing. What am I supposed to do with that? Anathema?
I don't think you understand where he's coming from,
the
right?
rhetoric that you're looking at be at the time when they're trying to counteract what went on with the crime bill legislation, and the lawyers and other people are trying to counteract what was going on.
They still have three strikes.
Correct legal disparities, rhetoric. So people that's releasing and producing books and doing documentaries know that if they say and they speak this way, that this will help the homies. That's basically the way they talk, if you understand. So they're going to do things and they're going to structure the language because at the
why
time,
would the LAPD say
the rhetoric, nobody's going to tell you the actual truth.
Why would the LAPD say it?
For the same reason.
That's the interview that they gave. That's the information they got in that interview at that time that they were trying to get out. So yeah, they're going to give you a candy-coated story. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to tell you the exact truth.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that doesn't serve the LAPD. And on the documentary Bastards of the Party, these were interviews at the beginning of the shit. This isn't later after they all went to jail and committed crimes. I'm talking about before it became violent sets. When they were asking them about it, they were doing it. Not in crime. This is the news talking to these kids. When they were kids, still. So they just, like, it's the greatest lie ever told? Like, why would the LAPD be trying to help the homies? LAPD, it would make sense for them to paint them as terrorists. But they were saying that it started out as a protective group.
Right, but the same way Big U had helped in passing out gifts at Christmas while also stealing the gifts at Christmas to sell them back, you're gonna get a different story of how it started than what's really going on.
Like, Big U tried to use the football. He tried to use the football league to hide a lot of the shit he was doing.
I don't doubt that. No, I don't doubt that, but I'm not gonna put what that one man did against the whole organization. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, listen, I got respect for Anathema, and I don't know who OG Cutes is. How you spell that?
OGCUTES.
CUT. OG Cuts?
Cutes.
Cutes. Okay. So I don't have a problem. Like I'm not gonna say, notice I never said that Anathema was wrong. He lived there. I'd be an idiot to tell him that. I'm not gonna tell him OG Cutes is wrong. I'm an idiot. I'd be an idiot to do it. He lives there. But I'm just saying all these other motherfuckers is saying something different.
It's other people that tell the truth. I don't sugarcoat this shit. Like if y'all think this shit started positive and went to the left, no. It started negative and grew negative. It only became positive after niggas went to jail and the late conscious movement came in the late 80s and 90s. Cam came out, Muslims and Black Power.
Yeah, Farrakhan started talking to them niggas.
And then they created all them little prison organizations and they tried to reinvent, and they came up with acronyms that had positive meanings for the name. There was never the original shit. None of those names were acronyms. There was never no community revolution. None of that. Didn't know about this. Yo, you niggas is crazy, man. And then y'all come in the rhetoric after that and try and act like that all of this rhetoric didn't have a prerequisite. It wasn't preset in a certain time that was going on in the culture when the people that was in the late and middle 70s and the 80s and all of that will tell you none of that shit y'all talking makes sense. It don't. Because they wasn't there for none of that.
That's right.
I was there.
Black,
I got off the fucking board in the middle of hell. You never got cheers for wearing red Pumas with red laces because you want break dance.
Talk to him.
And you I know more break dancing.
So Donald
so I
Archie,
can't wear the LL Red Kango. I can't
know.
I can't be influenced by hip hop.
No,
I can't wear certain things. And this is in like 80, 83, 84, 85.
Yeah, I was born 86.
I can't wear hip hop.
Man, I'm sorry for you. That's fucked up. So Donald Archie, known as OG Cutes, one of the original West Side Crips in Los Angeles. Okay. One of the original West Side Crips in Los Angeles in the early 70s. He was close to Raymond Washington, the other founders. He helped establish Crip sets on the west side of LA, sometimes described as co-founder of the West Side Crips, but not the overall Crips. That's Washington and later Tookie Williams. What he says about origins in interviews, including Bastards of the Party and other gang stories, OG Cutes confirmed the Crips started as a protective street organization, filling the vacuum after the Panthers and Us organization collapsed. So go ahead and tell me. So now it's just you.
Yeah, when you go listen to OG Cutes tell the truth and not read what these people are writing for.
No, I'm just saying it's just you now. I'm just trying to figure out. I wish I could just search you.
Brass, do you actually believe this shit, though, Brass?
Man, and listen to the man that talk. You keep reading.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. Everybody that he's named agrees with what I'm saying. The only nigga that don't agree with what I'm saying is him.
Do you know
but
he
I'm not
can't
gonna listen to him.
those,
like I even said, Jeff, that him and OG Cutes disagreed with me. And now I'm hearing it says OG Cutes confirmed in the documentary and other gang histories that the Crips started as a protective street organization. He also emphasized
drug dealers will tell you, and drug dealers will tell you they started. Hold on, Anathema. And drug dealers will tell you, I started just to feed my family.
I don't. We're not talking about. No, I know, but we're not talking about
I'm
drug
just
dealers.
saying how people try to clean up their
We're not
shit.
talking about drug dealers.
I'm just talking about
so
criminals.
Don't change it. Stay right here. You just heard the man say OG Cutes said something different.
I'm not listening to. Listen,
I'm telling you, he said something different.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what's in this documentary sourced out. It's in Bastards of the Party.
You, Brass, do you believe it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe the shit. I don't believe that the gang started for benevolent purposes. You know what I mean? And somehow the white man got in and corrupted their minds and led them astray, and then they started it. And that's international warfare amongst each other. I don't believe none of that. So if that's what y'all jacking to sanitize the gangs and all of that filthy shit, you feel me? For some way to blame it on white America for that shit that's happening in black. Well, that's the only thing that can happen.
No, I'm not doing that for that. I'm not
because
doing
then
that
y'all
for
say it was what they say. Then they put moles inside of the gangs to stem to violence and all right.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me just answer Chef's point. Let me answer Chef's point before we move on. And then ask me a question. If the thing that bothers me, Chef, boggles my mind, right? It's like every now and then we can believe that something is a conspiracy theory, and then we don't have proof of this conspiracy theory. So we'll just say some shit that might not be true, right? But when FBI COINTELPRO admits that the killings of Bunchy Carter at UCLA, they stoked the environment with moles, with people that were involved, with fake stories, with fake actions that ended up in the murder of Bunchy Carter at UCLA. You just said, I don't believe it, but the fucking FBI said it. So you right because you just don't believe what they said?
Bunchy Carter was the Crips?
Man.
No. He's talking
go ahead.
I told you what I didn't believe. Hold on. I told you what I didn't believe. So now, and you brought up Bunchy Carter.
Because that's connected to the story, bro. The Crips said the Crips, the historians and the people that I named all said that it was created. They were trying to, the Panthers and the US organization were protecting the people in that area that have food programs. You know about it. I don't got to teach you that, right? I don't really got to go into that conversation. But then when the Panthers broke up in that area, and then the US organization with Karinga, US organization and the Panthers were kind of doing the same thing for the people, but they were at odds with each other. And nobody kind of knew why they were at odds with each other, this, that, and the other, until later on, after Bunchy Carter was murdered. This is before the Crips. The FBI COINTELPRO came out. This is when all them documents came out like 10 years ago, where COINTELPRO had to tell the truth about the shit they was doing. And they admitted that they were pitting the US organization against the Black Panthers. They wanted them to go to war because they wanted to get rid of both of them. Now, we know US organization and the Panthers were trying to be on some positive shit, but they did put moles into that shit to break it up. Now, when the Panthers broke up and then the US organization broke up, that's why they call the shit, the Crips, the bastards of the party, because they're saying they're the bastard children of, when they first started, they were trying to do what them niggas was doing. But what they didn't have that those niggas had was political education. Just education, period. They didn't know, they didn't have a political ideology. They just thought we just about to start protecting the neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
And then when
I don't trust what you're reading. I don't trust what you're reading.
Right. Real quick, Bryce. When did the shooting happen in UCLA?
That was the 60s, wasn't it?
69, something like that. I don't know. I'll look it up. I don't know.
Yeah, look it up.
But that's the connection. And which, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris.
No, I wasn't saying nothing. I was just saying I was finishing my sentence.
Y'all saying that the government stoked the violence that we see amongst Black gangs.
That ain't what I said. You just making up shit.
Well,
bro.
then why
if
would
you're
that
not gonna
connection?
listen,
Then why would that
connection?
So what is this? All right, okay.
Because you saying that it can't happen, and I'm telling you, they admitted.
I'm saying it didn't happen.
They admitted to doing it.
That's Bunchy Carter. That's something
That's
different.
the us organization. Listen,
That's not the Bloods and Crips.
Okay.
If that's the Bloods and Crips, then I'll take all that shit back. Y'all are absolutely. That's not the Blood and Crips. I know better than that.
It was January 17th, 1969. That was the date.
Anything that you have black people organized, especially that, you had COINTELPRO. Anything that you had so-called Latinos organizing, you had COINTELPRO. Chacha Jimenez, the founder of the Young Lords Party, that was a gang in Chicago. He transformed the Young Lords because of the Panther Party and made it into like a predominantly Puerto Rican version of the Panther Party. They have a 10-point program. Anything that these two groups do, the government gets involved in. And this goes back to the fear of the rise of the Black Messiah. Because if you talk about a people that's been colonized, enslaved, and oppressed, and everything that goes along with that, you wouldn't now put yourself in the shoes of the people oppressing. You would want your oppressed to rise up? No. So you got to be stabilized. There can't be no type of movement. It don't matter if it's a black church. It don't matter if it's a good civil rights organization that, I mean, my God, COINTELPRO was involved in Martin Luther King Jr. They were involved in assassination. They were involved in Malcolm. Like, it's not far-fetched, especially when they admit it, especially when you have evidence of the drugs that was brought in the communities. Like, this is old news. So I'm like kind of shocked, Chef, that you think it's not true. Like, it's very true.
I think the government will want Black and Latinos to actually be not criminals and not killing each other and not destroying American communities. I would think that the government will want its citizens to be prosperous,
So
right?
then
and be a part of the economy. That's what I would think that the government will want for its citizens. But for some reason, if y'all think that the government want us to be fucked up, then it's time to leave. Because they don't got our best interests at heart at all. I'm saying it's time. Logic, where you at, Logic? I need some logic at this point.
Hold on. So journalists
pack up and leave, y'all. I don't believe y'all believe the words that's coming out y'all mouth.
Hell yeah, I believe this. They don't want, bro. You think right now, if you guys organize,
y'all see the difference of opinion when we had these accountability combos. My bad, Cuban.
If you guys organize right now, and look at any of these groups recent, then you have Black identity extremists, or what is a black identity extremist? What does that mean? And are they all extreme? Now, if you're talking about, if you talking about crazy people, talking about enslaving white people, making them their slaves and taking over, your Howard Shot's gonna come out the sky and all this, that's crazy. Right. But you're talking about stabilizing your people economically, educational wise, mental health wise.
The government will help us.
They would help us. Okay. They'll help, right? But to what degree? Look at Newark, New Jersey.
Whoa.
Look at Newark, New Jersey.
Chef, how did you turn Brass into a blackologist this fast, bro?
Brass, am I lying about Newark, New Jersey?
Nah, you're not lying. I just don't think we have a serious conversation.
If you're looking at the NABC, the Newark Anti-Violence Coalition, that started on Elizabeth Avenue some years ago because her sister was killed, right?
Yeah, I know about it.
Who was involved in the NABC? The New Black Panther Party, Zaid Muhammad, Sharif Imhotep, right? These other brothers, Keisha, when when she became the chairwoman of the new Black Panther Party, Ross Baraka, all these other people. Do you know the flack that they caught for just wanting to assemble, to get licensed, to get a permit to assemble, to be able to address homicides in the community? And look at all the good things they've done, but then now look at the compromising that's taking place. So this it's yeah, there'll be a help, but your help only goes so far, because once you start crossing that boundary that you're talking out too much and you're saying too much that's going against the interest of those in power, the Democrat, Republican Party, the politicians, you got a problem.
And vice versa, right? When you go too far against our interests, you got problems. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. Like that's a two-way street that you talk about.
When you see you talking about, like, people that when you say that,
I mean like the same as when you're talking about us potentially making moves that don't benefit our interests. Like it's the same. I mean, obviously we're not talking about the same particular consequences, but the larger group is going to get you for that. You know what I'm saying?
Or the most influential group. See, the most influential group, what we hate to really say, the most influential group in the Black community is the criminal element. We submit to that shit.
But let me ask you this: why would that be?
I think the Black church is up there too. I think the Black church is up there too. HBCUs are up there too. HBCUs are up there too.
Damn.
Yeah,
Hey,
they are.
yo, can I ask you a question?
I'm trying to find a way to disagree with that, Chef, and I can't.
Anathema. After Chef said that, I ain't got nothing left.
Chef just made up. I'm actually trying to find a way to disagree with it.
Because niggas are honest. Like, think about it.
I don't have the energy. I don't have the power.
I mean that's a Fetty type of comment, but I have a hard time disagreeing with it.
Jesus, damn, Logic, come on.
Yeah, but y'all jump up every day and turn on ESPN to watch a bunch of Black people play sports. You don't turn on TV to watch a bunch of Black crime, so that don't even make sense.
Yeah, man.
Other people turn on TV and see Black crime.
Crime is the influence in this country, right? Because we're dealing with a country that was involved in criminal activity from the inception, and you're also dealing with a country that this is the part that again kills me. Y'all keep talking about gangs. The biggest gang in this country is the police, and the police was founded to capture runaway Africans that wanted to be free, that were hired by plantation owners. So, if we're going to talk about,
I don't believe that.
Whoa!
That's what they say. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Well, hold on, that's a fact. But so if we're gonna say the inception of these gangs have no good, right? Let's run with that. Okay, they have no good. Nor does the American government, nor does the police. So, what's more crucial and what's more detrimental? The blood of Crip or the politician or the police department? Because I don't know any Bloods and Crips that have hospitals. I don't know any Bloods and Crips that have institutions. I don't know any
that bullet that hit an innocent bystander in the Black community.
So does the police.
I'm saying, but again, it's not an either or thing. We're just highlighting, menaces that was in our community that look like us. So it's not about a compare.
But why was all these gangs? The gangs came about because of shit like that. The gangs came up. Even if you look at
do we take into account if the police fuck up, we can sue them, and niggas be fucking up, we can't say nothing.
But,
we just got.
We can't say nothing.
If police can go out on camera.
Did we take that into account? It sounds disgusting, but I guess we kind of. I might be talking a little bit too much reality right there, right?
No, we as citizens, we can hold the police accountable.
Logic. Hold on, Cuban. I just got a question. I just want to get everybody. Hold on, Cuban, real quick. I just want to get everybody's stance. So, Fetty, Logic, and Chef, y'all all for real, no jokes. Y'all think the most influential element in the black community is the criminal element?
Yeah, I do.
I'm thinking about it, and I'm having a hard
Wait, hold on,
time
Logic.
disagreeing with that, yo.
Yes, no. So, Fetty, you agree also?
I can't find
within
it.
your direct community from your own people, again, the crimes that was committed by a lot of gang members hits more home versus external forces that we want to blame. Yes.
Yeah, I hate that sounds right, but it kind of do. Like most of the people I knew growing up, like we damn near a whole high school full of niggas who's basically trying to be a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? And some of them trying to be basketball players fall off because
I'm
they're
gonna say
trying to be
this,
a
bro.
real nigga.
I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna tap out, folks. We deserve when this is live, but this is gonna be replayed. I'm gonna change the banner real quick. We deserve right now whatever anybody wants to call us, bro. Whatever y'all want to call this shit right here, call it, bro. That's the Logic, Chef, and Fetty. Did anybody else agree? Just so I make sure I get everybody. Who else truly believes that the most influential
what's this
element
other
in
side
let
of
me
this
finish my
argument?
sentence, bro.
I don't like
who else?
I don't like how they worded it per se. If they would maybe word it in a different way and say maybe the heads of the households are probably, our uncles and fathers, our black male figures, were they gang leaders, I might could see what they meaning, because but
No, they said the black community, so I want to be clear. Whoever that is talking, I want to be clear. When
so
you
in that
say
element
that
no,
means
because
everyone, listen, when you say the black community, that's the 12, 13% black people in these United States. That the most influential element in their community is the criminal element. That's everyone. I'm not talking about blood
influence. I said influence.
Right.
I said that. I said that. I
You're
said the
saying
most
which one would be the
influential
biggest influence on the larger group?
What do we
I
export?
don't have to present. I don't have
What
to.
part
I
of our
just need to
culture do
agree
we
with y'all
export the
first.
most?
I
That's
just need to
stimulating.
know who agrees with y'all first, Chef. That's all. Who agrees
I'm
that the
willing to
most
defend my stance.
influential?
Like
That's fine.
I don't even need nobody else.
Of course you can. No, I just want to know who else it is so I can treat them accordingly. So the most influential element in the black community is the criminal element.
No.
That's what that was
I agree with
no.
Damn.
That's not.
Yeah, I don't like it, man. I'm drawing off of my personal experiences, bro.
Wow.
I grew up in a house. I grew up in a 3-story house, and raised by the elected official of the district, and I still wanted to sag my pants and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm growing up right there with a motherfucker that's successful, doing all the right stuff, and I still wanted to blast the music and do all the other stuff that I seen other people do. I didn't want to go be a doctor or a politician.
Can you define criminal? Because criminal means to act against public policy, committing a crime. That's not the same as being a sociopath.
No, criminals are pimps, prostitutes, gang members. Criminals are pimps.
All right, well, yeah, because that's endemic to America.
Hold on
you
for
don't
1
have
second.
one group in
Hold
America
on before we
that was
gloss
not
over.
promoted by some criminal activity. Whether you had the numbers game in the black community, whether you had hustling in a certain time, whether you had prohibition, that's part of America. Yeah, man, I agree with that.
Hold on. I think we flying too fast. Let me just say something about what Logic said, because something that small depends on what angle you see it from. He mentioned something about blasting music, right? Now, in the 80s, when the big boxes came out, we didn't make them boxes. They made them boxes. It wasn't pieced together. It wasn't hold on. It wasn't no hand built shit. It was put together by electronic companies. So blasting music, car stereos, when we put them in cars and all that. Now you can go buy a Bluetooth speaker with 2 8-inch woofers in it that you could take to a park with you. You got little JBL Bluetooth speakers that make all of this damn racket. So again, if somebody might see something as an economic opportunity to turn what people are doing into aftermarket car parts.
Right.
You know, from third party buyers, when people were manufacturing car parts in their driveway out of stuff, companies got into that market. Hell, let's make aftermarket car parts for all the auto enthusiasts. Let's make louder speakers for people who want to blast music. Let's make better amplifiers for people who want the shit to go even louder. And
See,
this
that's a
ain't, again,
free
jerry
market
rigging
we're
some
talking
shit. This shit
about.
is built now to be loud, hold on, obnoxious, and every other thing that you want to call it. They're making millions of dollars off of shit like that. So that I don't even see that as a negative stereotype in the black community or poor communities. Again, if you're looking at it from your standpoint, it may be a hindrance. Somebody else may see an opportunity, capitalize on that, and have that shit become popular culture.
More, I didn't necessarily say it for like a 1-for-1, but more like just to say, yeah, I was doing the same thing I saw other people doing, right? And it wasn't my parents. My parents wasn't what I wanted to be doing. Right?
Right.
That was my particular experience.
But you sound like one of them kids who was in the suburbs who wanted to go to the hood to gangbang. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like everybody, you know what I mean? Like everybody, you know, is gonna have its own reason for being attracted to certain lifestyles, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I think that the mom, I would say in the household that the black mother would be the most influential, opposed to the gangs. I look at it like gangs now to
I
back
say in the
then was even different. Community, household, black woman is the black male is out of the household at this point. But
I say sports and entertainment. I
to the
say sports and
club,
entertainment.
when you go to the club, right? Do you exemplify around your friends the morals and the standards that your parents set, or do you exemplify with your street culture? What is prevailing in your everyday life?
Why are we talking about nightclubs in the
In a
black
club? In a
Yeah,
club?
because we wouldn't go to a club. We probably at our age we
Well,
had nightclubs
you
or
said
you
the
know.
black community. Why you talking about a nightclub?
No, I wanna know like what's
No.
this other
Let him
side of
finish.
this argument.
Let him finish his
Like
point.
okay, if
I'm lost
it's
with the
not,
nightclub.
So we're really just
Go
talking
ahead,
about
Stan.
what's influential in the black community. Is it media? Is
No, hold
gangs? Is
on.
it
Let him finish his point. I'm trying to figure out why you talking about nightclubs.
Yeah, because when we talk about what's most influential, right, in the black community, I said it's our criminal culture, right? And then when you start to bring up, you know, how your parents raised you and all of that, that's when we go outside and we start to do other stuff without how our parents raised us is the furthest thing from our fucking mind. Like that's not what you and your peers
I say sports and
exemplify.
entertainment.
Let him finish.
Yeah, that's not what you and
Oh,
your
you want to dig
peers.
a hole? Go ahead.
No, I'm not digging a hole. That's not what you and your peers is sitting around talking about, or you know what I mean? Y'all not talking about, yeah, my mother told me to go to school and get my grade. No, but Brad's like when you say, yo, we had the back in the 90s or whatever, and the reason why people know New Jersey is because a movie came out, New Jersey Drive.
Right,
You dig what I'm saying?
For sure.
Right. So when we started to hear about Jersey, you dig what I'm saying? Them niggas like to steal cars. You know what I mean? They joyride through the city. They can steal a car in 2 minutes. You dig what I'm saying? They can get the door open. They can get they can, you know what I mean? We would learn how to steal cars, dip pullers. We learned that from niggas in New Jersey. You feel me? A dip puller, you know what I mean? Flexing the window. All of that, how to get all of that. That's criminal element. That ain't got nothing to do with your mother and your parents. You feel me?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hold on. You said you learned about it how? Through a movie?
We learned about New Jersey from that movie. You know what I mean? And that was their criminal element. You dig what I'm saying? Now I know they had way other stuff going on, but what's exported, what's an export out of our community is the thing that's most influential. and it's our criminal element. Who talk about black people in America, one of the first things that's going to be talked about is how bad these niggas are. You dig what I'm saying? How dangerous they are. That is the most influential thing, and we walk around with that maybe as a defense mechanism.
Y'all doing a good job of that too. Y'all doing a great job of that too.
But that applies for a lot of groups, because if you say Cubans, you think of cocaine, communists, people jumping on rafts and making rafts coming over.
Fucking Castro and Scarface.
Castro,
they got knives, they got machetes. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Puerto Ricans. You think, they wear the white people, they beat their women, they all carry blades and a whole bunch of shit. It's always a negative. You think of Arabs, what do you think of? Extreme.
Those are negative stereotypes that whoever controls the media.
Because it's pushed on you though. But
I remember white people calling us savages.
So hold on. Y'all think rappers are more influential than sports players? You think black rappers are more influential? Hold on.
Players
hold on. No, you said to the world what they see us as. What's most hold on. You said what's most intriguing to other people about us, right? Is the criminal element.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying that over top sports and entertainment.
I'm saying
now hold on. No, hold on. Listen, let me
just
finish my point.
What I'm
you
saying.
Finish your point. No, hold on. No, rapping about a crime and doing a crime is something different. Rapping ain't a crime. So if you say Jay Morant wants to be like a rapper, that ain't the same thing as saying Jay Morant wants to go down on the corner and shoot somebody or rob somebody or steal somebody. Those are two different things.
What? No, that's the same thing. If he's portraying that means that is an influence.
No, rapping is not a crime. Rapping is not a crime.
You
said our criminal behavior.
Criminal behavior. So what are the rappers rapping about? They're rapping about
is
criminal
rapping
behavior.
a crime?
They are rapping about criminal behavior hits, and then the athletes are acting like the criminal element in our community. All of it. I'm saying that's the most influential part of it. Like
there's a difference to wanting to be a cowboy and want to go down on the range and pull out your six shooter. Pull out your six shooter and shoot somebody. Big difference.
He got a point because you think about it. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, every basketball player wants to be a rapper. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So I would think
But do they want to be a murderer?
No. But I would think that
do they want to be a drug dealer?
No, but whatever the music may be.
Okay.
I would think that they would use that. They would use that. So whatever it is, they use that as an outlet to, they make like jazz.
And who do the rappers pretend like they are?
Yeah, pretending. Yeah, which gangster?
But I mean,
but hold on, which gangster? You forgot the original gangsters, right?
No, we wanted to be.
But they still acting like it.
Yeah, you're right.
But they still acting like it. But they all acting like it, ain't they?
You ain't y'all the freedom of speech people?
Y'all playing crazy up here for some reason.
So rapping about a crime is the same thing as doing a crime.
No, it's not, but it's influential.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this
again. We're talking about what influenced the rap.
Right.
The rap was influenced by the crime, right? Or can we at least agree there?
No. We talking about how people see black people.
Is the crime?
No, you say criminal behavior. I say they see us more sports and entertainment.
No, I'm talking about.
So hold on. It's just a difference. Hold on. It's just a difference of opinion until somebody pull up some numbers that says we're more influential because of our criminal behavior than sports or entertainment. There ain't no right or wrong answer.
But then
that's just my opinion. Sports and entertainment. You don't got to convince us.
He messed up when he said criminal element. He should just say music because music is more influential than that maybe.
Our criminal element enforces our music right now.
So would you not say that there has been stages of music where sometimes it wasn't what
I'm
it is now?
Right
like
now,
drill,
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm saying right now, you know what I mean? Our criminal, everything evolves around more than likely our criminal element for the most part is the most influential part of our culture.
What you also say
you
that
know
the
what I mean?
music
Is our
industry is
kids,
dead?
is what we give out to the world.
Yeah, we just disagree. We just disagree. I don't need to try to convince
So
you.
what would you say it
What
is?
is? What is the most influential part of our culture?
I just
Now
told
I'm
you the
listening.
two: sports and
I told
entertainment.
y'all mine. Now I'm listening to y'all.
Yeah,
Go.
sports and entertainment. Everybody else can go now.
But you don't think that that's intentional? That there's certain things pushed in the industry, being that music is influential. Really?
No.
So let's.
I think this. I think I hear what he's talking about. I mean, yeah, there's some highlighting of particular behavior. Absolutely. I'm not saying.
Let's
Yeah,
rewind.
I'm not saying there's not.
Let's rewind back to 1986 to 1989.
But acknowledging that that a particular type of behavior is highlighted, then I would ask you what type of behavior. I didn't ask you who highlighted it. I'm talking about the role that it plays because it being highlighted.
So look, in the 80s and the 90s, bro, we all hold on, real quick. In the 80s and the 90s, bro, we all had Kangos when Beat Street and breaking came out, bro. I was walking around with cardboard boxes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's not criminal activity though.
But
we might have to separate. We might have to separate exactly what I'm answering when I'm saying what I'm saying.
I'm talking about influence that music has, not a particular. So in general, the genre
Right.
does
Even in your
matter.
conversation, like what
I was trying to say was that when you look at 86 and 89, right, this is where you see a lot of rap music that is Public Enemy, Lakeem Shabazz, even that,
militant.
okay, all right. And then now, to me, in my opinion, gangster rap gangster rap didn't start on the West Coast. You had Treacherous 3, you had Ice-T, you had KRS-One with Criminal Minded. You know what I mean? That can be argued that was gangster rap, which he himself says was gangster rap.
Intelligent gangster rap.
Intelligent, yeah, you can say that. But point I'm trying to get is that music influences people, and you have some religions that this is why they say you can't listen to secular music because of how it can influence people, right?
Yeah.
So you had this point with this type of rap music. It didn't last long. It became a fad with people. People started taking names. People started trying to rep things. Right now, you look at them.
But that's not true either.
But let me finish.
Not you.
You look at 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, even now, these same people that were pro-righteous and all this and all that, they nowhere with it. They not with the shit story.
Yeah, but let me say something. I haven't spoken the longest one.
I'm trying to think.
Since Cuban and then afterwards, after Cuban, go ahead.
So in comes quote unquote gangster rap, right? In comes later, for God's sakes, Wu-Tang is blackballed by fucking Puff, right? This is something that was recently even talked about.
So would you say that NWA is kind of like
what I'm saying is that the shit that's being pumped out, right? Now people have the decision of whether they're going to do the music or not, but if they're coming from backgrounds where they don't have money and they trying to fucking eat and live and take care of their mom and shit like that, they might say, you know what, fuck it, I'll do a song about this, right? But you also have the industry that wants that shit. They want that shit. Society,
they want whatever make money. Because when NWA first came out, when NWA first came out, they did not like that F the Police song, right? But
can I ask you something?
They do not want the youth to be influenced to something that can be positive and constructive for the betterment of themselves and society. Is what I'm getting at. So of course they're gonna bump that bullshit.
Let me say something, because a lot of people don't understand it. They say when you watch Beat Street and Breaking I watched the jumpsuit that they were wearing in New York and the Kangal hat and that kind of sneakers.
Right.
It was a drug dealer style they was representing.
Yeah.
The drug dealers were wearing the Kangals before. The drug dealers were wearing those sweatsuit like the
Because
Italians.
those were the ones who could afford it.
The chains that they were wearing around the neck, it was the style of the drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
So when you listen to Sheffrin talk and say, over the last 40 years, what has been most influential for black youth? I want to say the entire black community. That's where it went wrong. If he said for the black youth between the ages of 15 to 35, it was the criminal element. Because Run DMC wasn't dressing, it wasn't a unique dress. The leather jacket and the style and the Kangal that they were wearing, they took from the drug dealers. And it influenced the rap game that everybody started to dress like drug dealers first. Even when they were rapping so-called conscious lyrics, they were still dressing like the drug dealers.
But the drug dealers was the ones who was giving the kids in the hood money for their basketball shoes and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So at different points, the drug dealer was a good element in the community. I would argue because what? I definitely will argue
I mean,
that
we
point.
didn't already made Tukey Williams has already been an activist today, and not a drug dealer. And now the drug dealer is a pivotal. Like
he is
When
we
y'all
kind of
talking
messing with
about
the
influence,
definition of these
hold on,
words.
before y'all get off into that, first off, thank you, King J, for joining the server and joining the conversation. Most people don't do that. They just complain about what we talk about from the chat. Second, when we talking about influence, right? And Stu P's, I'm gonna ask you this question. And anathema, just so we clear, I ain't got no issue with you. Is it brethren? Brethren. Yeah, brethren. You still my brother. We just verbally sparred today. And that was fun. Huh? What you say?
Nothing said.
Hey, y'all, everybody show up to the fire pit tomorrow 9:30. Y'all, it's gonna be fire. Did y'all reading yet?
I was done last week, but I finished it on Saturday.
Brett, nah, he ain't a bad motherfucker, ain't he, bro?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I'd have read that first, I would have took him off the list. Yeah, he's pseudo, but he an amazing pseudo. He's amazing. That shit he do, well, how he did that.
What's the topic?
That was amazing. It was
mental health.
It's an article. You gotta go into
mental disorder among African Americans. 9:30 tomorrow morning to 11.
I don't know how long.
In Mujahsi Fire Pit in the Discord.
Just look in the fire pit, the general chat of his fire pit somewhere in there, and you could join. Your membership is just showing up at 9:30 a.m. I don't think anybody gonna do that, but I'm fired up about it. But my point, Stu P's, real quick. Now, when we talk about influence, right? I don't want to keep talking about clothes or Run DMC and all of that. I just want to talk about when you say criminal element. Even though, yes, I was doing that in the 90s as a youth, my influence was my father, which is how I ended up where I am now. So was the criminal element and influence in the Black community? Yes. But it's not the strongest element, because if that's the case, then if the criminal element is the most influential element in the Black community, the stats don't say that. We're more, as far as the overarching Black community, it's education, it's faith, it's being a professional, it's opening a business. Only 4% of our community is even in the justice system or interact, or only 10-15% of us ever interact with the justice system. So if they're the most, if the criminal element is the most influential, then how come the stats don't read it out? And I don't want to hear about pants sagging and music and shit like that and how we talk. I'm talking about if the criminal element, what are they, just not effective? If they're the most influential? It don't show in the stats. Most of us go to school. Most of us are stand-up individuals. What do y'all think about us, bro?
I was just gonna say, everybody on the panel probably an entrepreneur, or business owner.
Yeah,
They
like
know how to
And
the biggest influence
you trying to make it
verbally
a reflection of what I think about us.
is the cartel. When people think of drugs, they think of the cartel. They don't think of black people. They think of the cartel. Every time they think of gun violence, and unless you mention a gang, they mention crazy white boys shooting up schools and buildings or going postal. Remember that? That used to be the phrase. Going postal when you go in your place of business and shoot it up. So you got to kind of focus on us to say, okay, if it's gang behavior, yeah, then it's, if it's drug selling to someone in the black community, yeah. But overall, we not like Brad saying, we not the biggest part of any of that shit.
Yeah, like 90% of us
and actually started off rapping about the bigger parts. Organized crime, that wasn't black people. Organized crime was a bunch of other groups that we rapped about them, trying to get away with shit like they get away with shit, or dress nice like they dress nice.
So where's the?
Or
I'm just saying,
the kind of cars they got.
But if it's the most influential, then how come the numbers? Why don't then how come only 4% of us are like involved in the justice system?
The most influential gotta be the father and the mother, because that's love, because it's gonna override.
We good people, bro. I hate to say this, but it's only 7% of black people is under some form of correctional control. 93% aren't.
So what influenced you today?
My father.
What influenced you today to try to exonerate Tookie Williams?
My God and my father. You're not the worst thing you ever done. My pastor says that all the time. You're never the worst thing you ever done. That helps people that do something wrong and throw their whole life away, but they be 50 years old stuck on one thing they've ever done. You're not the worst thing you've ever done.
It's our acceptance and cozying up to criminality.
I just told you what it was, and you just changed it to that.
Yeah.
My God, God believes in redemption.
So basically, he thinks everybody just makes bad choices because for every person, I think that's just something that the media portrays that we don't have any control over the media. So, but in general, on a day-to-day basis, the black household, even right now, we have a lot of two-family households. You know, like he said, he had a dad, so his dad passed down education and knowledge to him. He kept him probably out of the streets where he didn't have to go. You know, he probably, even if he was around, they were exposed to it, he made better choices than the other people. So it's all gonna come down to choices for me. But
and got lucky. Them cars y'all was talking about that was stolen in New Jersey. I was doing that shit too. I got lucky. Yeah, I got lucky too.
So you think we're a product of? So you think that? We're a product of our
that criminal element.
So you think we're products of our environment?
You're here because of luck too, Chef. You grew up in the inner. If you grew up in Baltimore, you lucky too, bro.
Exactly.
We all lucky.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
so what I'm saying is that criminal element, right? That criminal element then affected all of us because of its influence. Half of us was doing shit we ain't had no business doing because of the influence of the criminality that is prevalent in our fucking community.
Yeah, but our brains
even when it's not in your community, even when it's not in your community, by what we consume from that dominant community, it's criminal. So we can take that shit, right? From the criminal element to a neighborhood that don't even have it and fuck ourselves over with it. Charleston White was just talking about that on somebody's show. How he talked about how he lived in the suburbs and he would go to his grandmother's house, right? Watch his uncles and them do all that crazy shit, and then he will bring that shit back out the suburbs.
Right.
No, but I'm just saying, listen, I'm not disagreeing with that. You're right there.
The influence.
When you say it's the most influence, my challenge, Chef, is when you say it's the most influential, the criminal element. I'm just dealing with what your statement was.
Mm-hmm.
The criminal element is the most influential in the Black community. I can think of one off the top of my brain. I can think of I think the Black church is the most influential.
How do I reword it?
We doing that.
So hold on. So how do I reword it properly? Right?
No, I'm not gonna tell you what to say. No,
I've been looking for that. I've been looking for that in the. I think the only common denominator I can find is
how is the criminal element more influential than the Black church?
I don't know if that's
logic.
Because you have more you have more Black people that don't go to church than do go to church.
But we got our rights from a pastor, and we met in the Black church.
I'm talking about right now. When you go, everything that, oh man, how do I say it?
Okay.
All right. For the most part, right? When you look at Black youth, are they portraying a pastor, church people, or are they portraying or have more, when you look at them, do you see more similarity with them with the criminal element?
Okay, so I can tell you how they look.
Whether they in college or not,
I'm gonna answer you.
the way that they dress,
I'm gonna answer
how they
you.
talk to each other, all of these things, that I'm saying that's the influence, whether they're committing crimes or not. I'm not saying all of us are out here committing crimes. I'm saying that criminal element, their lifestyle, what they do, their vernacular, how they dress, how they interact.
I don't like criminal element. I don't like that word. I don't like.
I don't know, bro.
Well, then y'all gotta make it
slang
sound
is
better.
criminal too now.
No, hold on. Let me answer your question.
You literally got an emoji with
Wait, he asked me
You
a
can't even
question.
say
Let me
nothing.
answer the question.
and they call YN.
He asked a question. Let me answer it. But if you know what, with my son, and this is where I have to agree with his. My son and his group, they resemble more. No matter what they say, they resemble more of the athletes and the fucking gamers and streamers and shit in the community. Way more than the criminals. They talk like Castanot and them niggas, and they act like they Marvin Harrison Jr. and them niggas. They've got the Crocs and the this and other. They don't motherfucking reflect no. And I'm not just saying my own child. I'm saying my child and his friends around him and the girl and boy groups I deal with. They reflect more of the entertainers, the athletes, way more than criminals.
It might be switching. It might be switching. It might be switching.
You know what?
I might be 5 years behind.
You know what?
I'm 5 years
You're right
behind
about
now.
that. Because you know what? YouTube and streaming has, the music industry kind of dead, bro. Ain't nobody making money off music right now.
I'm 5 years behind.
It's YouTube.
I wouldn't have thought of
It might be
that.
switching.
It might be
When I say
switching.
Logic. Let me ask you a question. What is more in history? Now we talk about Black community, right? What has been more influential? If we're saying like something outside of our, I get a little creeped out when we start talking about outside of our fathers and mothers. But let's just take our fathers, mothers, and our own personal elders in our families out of it. So removing them, let's say an element of the Black community. In history, I don't see a stronger element than the Black church. I don't see one.
Guys, can I say something, man? Can I finally
Well,
get in on the conversation?
Yeah,
Can I get in on the conversation?
Go ahead.
Because I look at this in a
I
broader
think people are more
picture.
influenced more by what's cool than
Broader
their parents.
picture.
Go ahead.
You don't have most major elements or major industries in America, business started in criminalism. Even when you get to the Harlem Renaissance and the jazz era, it's criminalism behind promoting all of those arts, all of that development, all of that heroin addiction for the jazz music, all of that sex, rock and roll, there's criminalism involved in that. So when I look at criminalism, it's not just this petty Black crime. It's this whole thing. It's the person that'll steal your patent, even though he's a nerd, and get away with it. and register the company on the criminal activity. All of that still goes on in this community. You understand what I say? So
yeah. I get it.
criminalism.
I get it. It's in ways we don't see the criminality, but it's still criminality. I get your point. I get that point, but I don't think that's what Chef's saying. But I get your point. If you're saying that, then I would agree with that. But I'm saying Chef is saying like the criminality that we're committing, like the criminals in our community are the strongest, are the most influential element in our community. He's not saying what you say.
Right. Well, I mean,
because that even
let's
regular person's
and then
business integrity.
Huh? Say that again.
I even think the regular person's business integrity is compromised over that.
Okay.
Like he'll choose the criminal approach to business if he can. If there was no regulation, he would definitely backdoor some things.
Everything, yeah, because it's just so like would you describe like the union being built off criminalism?
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to say it. The unions in America, the unions in America, that's I wouldn't say it was built off criminalism, but the criminal element got involved with the unions very early in the game. Very early. In the game. Like if we had unions, you know, I live in Jersey. I wasn't really familiar with unions in my youth in Ohio, but in New Jersey, Cuban will tell you or anybody else in New Jersey, I know for a fact the sanitation and all of that shit is ran by the mob.
By the mob, right?
Yeah, like that's not either sanitation, the not the bolt cutters. There's like is it the tread fitters? There's a union on the in the Newark docks that I forgot the name. It's something cutters or fitters, some shit like that. It's the largest union in Newark, and that's definitely mafia, but that's here in New Jersey. I don't know if that's everywhere, but I know out here it's understood that the mafia.
We talking, when they started union, it wasn't like starting a gang. The anti-union people and the union people, that's a war. That's like, you know what I mean, like gang violence.
Yeah,
you just started a union and didn't need no muscle. You wasn't going to start a union without no people that was with the business. No, it didn't work like that.
No, I'm saying out here, there were people that tried to start an actual garbage union, right? I did it. Like there were honest workers trying to start their own union, and like I said, I don't know what's going on there. I'm saying out here, but the mafia was like blowing up niggas' roots and shit.
Yeah,
and like blowing up niggas' trucks and shit. And then eventually, it's like an unwritten, like the Bada Bing and Sopranos is a real place. It's on Route 17. Like this ain't like we do a little different out here. The mafia is damn near politicians out here. So like you don't know, like they blow up trucks, they fucking will beat up niggas and shit. It's weird out here. It's a little different.
Are you familiar with that?
Joint fitters.
That
Thank you, Ramon. It's called the joint fitters.
Are you familiar with that series, The Wire? They had that episode particularly dealing with the docks and the
yeah. It's similar to that out here. It's just Russian. It's Greek out there. Out here, it's all Italian. New York is all Italian. Yeah, New York City, at least. I don't know about where Hickson live at, but I know that's out here. Even some of the politicians that run for office out here, they're backed by the mafia. But it's an understood thing. So Jersey's a little different than everywhere else. I'm not saying that's what y'all got. But Logic been trying to get his point across. But Logic, if you could answer that question and then say whatever. What would you say was more influential than the Black church in the Black community throughout time? What was more influential as far as an element outside of your family? What was more influential than the Black church?
What's cool, like our peers. I think our peers play a much bigger role in influencing us than our family, especially while we're young. I think that's a big part of why you have common phrases like "you're supposed to grow out of it." You know what I'm saying? Like that's a common phrase that if I say it, it doesn't even require more explanation, even though like this conversation has brought us through some explanations. But it's something that we could all relate to. We've all heard it before, and whether we like it or not, like agree with it, like you know what niggas talking about when they say that.
I would
But I
say
don't know
sports.
why
I would
people act
say
like these big churches didn't get financing from Hubert Harrison, from
nah,
Madam St. Clair, from all of these
nah,
underground people. They didn't get
nah,
financing. All their financing came from liquor donation.
I mean,
nah.
I don't know, but I mean, even going back to slavery with the invisible churches,
Nah,
I
but I
think the
would say
churches were the first independent black institutions for us. It was the place where we could meet. The civil rights movement was led by Martin Luther King, a pastor. Those meetings took place in churches. We got civil rights. If we laud Martin Luther King as the single, probably most important African American that I could think of, that he's a pastor.
I probably would say that depending on the genre, you might be correct. At that time period in the 60s, probably so. In the 70s, as we got towards the 90s and 2000s, probably less so,
Yeah.
But
I
I
mean,
would say,
going to in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you got Rainbow Coalition. Black Church was leading in voter registration. I'm talking about in the shit that helped. Not the dressing and singing and talking and all of that. I'm talking about like even Barack started organizing with church networks. That's how he started his organization, church networks.
So will we say? Do we agree that the food stamp program was started by a criminal element? If we want to refer to Huey Newton, as a criminal element, that's the idea that the government took from us.
Hey, I can't argue with that. I can't argue. I cannot argue with that.
Food
I can't
stamps
argue with that.
before
I don't know a lot about the food stamp shit, but I was definitely on them.
Food
But I don't
stamp
know
was
where they
started
came
by
from.
Eleanor Roosevelt for West Virginia, and then it expanded to farm aid, which
He
changed
stole
into
he, he stole it, brother, from the Black Panther Party. They was been doing that, brother.
No, man. The Black
So you
Panthers was
said
there after Eleanor Roosevelt, man.
you said Eleanor Roosevelt was doing
You're
food
talking
stamp
about the
program
breakfast
first
program. You're talking about the breakfast program.
in Chicago, yeah.
It's school children. That's not the food stamp program.
But so you don't think the breakfast program was not what he
No, the
stole?
food stamp program existed here before that, man. Just stop it,
Yeah,
man.
but before all of that, churches had benevolent societies. The benevolent societies were the members pooling the money. They were the money that they pooled was burying the dead, taking care of widows and supporting families, food pantries and shit like that. That's before the Black Panthers. And the Black Panthers, they did free breakfast, the health clinics, the food giveaways.
That was replaced by the policy hustle. And when the
Yeah,
policy
and government.
hustle came in,
You think everything? You know, I learned about you that. You a hard mother pause. You a hard motherfucker to get to believe that something made a goddamn hustle or a conspiracy. I'm learning that about you. I'm actually starting. I'm actually that part of your. No, because you very literal. Definitely, you teach English and stuff like that. But I'm starting to appreciate but it was some shit behind it, and you know all the shit behind it. So I actually appreciate that shit. That's calling it a hustle is hilarious. But if that's you, then I can accept you as you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know him for that, man. We know him for that, folks.
Yeah, I can accept you as you. I can accept that. I can definitely accept that. But I don't know. I think as soon as we started talking about element, y'all started talking about clothes and shit. I don't think if they influenced us, like even Chef when he was saying that they influenced us to dress away, okay. But I also aren't the actions more important than how they express, or am I missing something? Because if it's only 7% of us,
they influenced the gospel music. They influenced the artists. They influenced the artists that were promoted in the culture. There was criminalism behind the whole that.
So criminals influence gospel music.
Criminalism is endemic to America. It has to be the number.
I know America loves criminals. I get that. But in the Black community, I don't know. Am I on the outside of this conversation?
So when
I
you watch,
disagree.
so when you watch Boardwalk, what they call
Boardwalk
Boardwalk?
Empire.
Yeah. And you watch Chauncey, and when you go down south, and you have to meet with the preacher.
Right.
Like, in that meeting, you understand? You have to respect Chauncey, don't you? Don't?
No, you do.
Because
do.
of his influence and where he was had greater impact even upon the church. And he even make the preacher know, say, no church no run if me not did that. To him
That's a
face.
certain life. That's a certain lifestyle. Though. Everybody don't live out like. I think that's played out right now. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. I used to sell like I don't even know too many people that sell like crack no more. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like
You
some
can't play
2000.
something out if it ain't in, bro.
Yeah, like I ain't like that ain't everybody lane. I think that the media portrays that like, but a
I
lot of
don't
people
know if
ain't
you
making
just
that.
heard that.
No, I heard what you
Not
said, but
about
Logic.
generalism, though.
Hey,
I'm talking
Logic,
about
but you do
bigger,
know the
broader
influence, right?
implication of even most of your movies celebrate the
I know, but
anti-evil.
we keep talking about movies and all of that. Logic and that. Let me just say this to
Y'all,
y'all too, though. When y'all
y'all
say this,
confusing.
yeah, y'all confusing me. But let's hold on. And then Smalls, I'll ask you the same question so you can get in there. Pause.
Yeah.
So let me say this. Y'all do know though, and then I'm gonna sound like a straight back. Okay, Fetty in here. He probably gonna kill me for this. Y'all do know that what y'all saying once again today, because this whole started off with Chef saying oppression will no longer an oppressed people in the United States. But y'all do know that by y'all saying the criminal element is the most influential element of the black community, y'all do know that y'all pretty much saying that the job that white people did to make that seem that way, that that y'all proven they did an amazing job.
Yeah,
It worked.
So,
It worked. Like hell yeah.
I'm.
It worked on
Nah,
them.
I think
What's
you.
going on? Y'all? I ain't trying to
Can
piss
I?
y'all off. I'm
Can
just
I
saying,
talk
like,
to?
go ahead.
It
I was
worked on
asking you,
them.
Yeah, when you first asked the question, I was referring to things that I've seen in the black community, like say going to a party and hearing Boosie set it off, and how no matter where I was, whether I was in Richmond, Philly, or whatever, I just saw patterns devoid of any white man or system that was more influential to that immediate environment on young black kids over the shit y'all talk about. Not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying based off my perspective and my, upbringing and how my experience through life, that's what I see.
Did you say you was in college when you saw that?
Saw what?
When you did you? I
No,
thought
I'm
I heard
saying
you
in
say.
middle school, nigga.
Oh, middle
We
school.
used to go to
No.
house
I thought
parties.
you said college. I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm talking about middle school. You
Okay.
know the niggas that you got beef. I'm talking about high school niggas who you got beef with on certain areas or south side. You will literally show up to the party knowing some shit about to go there. It was like, bro, like what the fuck? Back in hindsight, I'm like, bro, that was some wild shit. But
All right,
Okay.
that's
Go ahead,
that's
Logic.
fair.
Hold on. Let Logic. Hold on. Logic been trying to talk for 10 minutes. Let me get the shit off. Go ahead, Logic.
Oh, you gonna have to give me some more time. I didn't start thinking
Take as much
about
time as
other
you
shit
want. I'm
right
just
now.
trying to give you the room to get in the conversation. Everybody you keep getting cut off. Go ahead. See your shit.
I don't forgot my point. I'm being honest with you. Like we're gonna have to talk for a second so I can remember.
Okay, so Logic. I find it weird. While you getting your point, do you know y'all all keep getting y'all keep every time we start talking about this, y'all keep talking about movies and music.
But that's what I was gonna say.
What was the other
something,
thing
Brad?
that you said where you knew it was inflammatory? It's like I'm not trying to piss y'all off, but you said it for right. What was it that you said? Because that's what I wanted to actually say something about.
I don't remember.
You remember?
No, just go. It's live.
That's why I don't
Just
remember my
go
point.
back and run it back. Whose
Okay.
comments are being deleted? Ain't nobody comments
It
being
wasn't
deleted.
nothing like super crazy, but it was like the basis of my comment. Because the last thing I basically said was like it can't be out of style if it wasn't in style, right? Like you would have never even talked about it in that particular fashion. Now I feel like we can separate. Okay, this is what I want to talk about. I actually can separate the fact that I understand that there is some, there's some purpose behind some of the things that are highlighted in my community, right? I think I'm not saying that it isn't, but I'm saying the outcome of that has been kind of an exaggeration of a particular element of our culture. And I'm not saying I'm like I'm not happy about it, but if I can like kind of recall correctly, all the kids who were telling everybody else that they were weird were the niggas who was like trying to be gangster. Like, but and that was the majority of everybody. Like that's how I remember it. I don't remember niggas talking about, you know, one. I mean, I don't have no like good thing to say other than athletes, but like the majority of people just wasn't thinking like that. They were more majority of people were just trying to fit in, right? Like the majority of people were just doing what everybody else was doing, whether they, you know, even were like consciously doing it or not. That's what I remember. Right. So I'm not saying that the black church don't play a role, you know what I'm saying, in the household and behind the closed doors and stuff like that, and like may ultimately win as far as like overall influence. But I feel like as far as like childhood behavior, like man, it's a major influence, right? So unless we could argue about it, you know, how influential it is, but to like, of course, we wouldn't start the conversation off with it's not influential because it is, right? It's a major influence, right?
Logic, can I ask you a question based on what you just said
Let him
real
finish.
quick?
He wasn't done. Let him
Oh,
finish.
go ahead.
I am finished.
Okay.
It just because I really just want to simplify it to the effect the influence of music in general, because I would say like over time, like, but just to stay on the church, even we see that even the rappers and the people that were, you know, when they fall off and fall back, they all fall back to church. You know what I'm saying? Church music. Fantasia, she fell back to church music. Most of that's why I just if we can just say music, the influence that music has, opposed to, you know, a specific, you know, genre, because because if not, then I definitely agree that the church, because we have music in the church that's very influential. You know, the drug dealers playing church music. You know what I'm saying? Like the drug dealers grew up in the household with mama, you know, playing church music. They went to church on Sunday. That's why grandma didn't want to take their drug money. You know, you know, like they knew they was doing wrong. You know, so I feel like they were, even the drug dealer was influenced by the music. You know,
Well,
so
that's to speak to kind of speak to what you're saying. I'm not who I'm sure of. This is King J.
yeah.
Yeah,
Peace.
yeah. All right. Nice to meet you, bro. This is Smalls. To kind of speak to what you're saying, I think that it seems like we're kind of mixing up pop culture with criminal culture. You know,
Mhm.
there's an element of criminal culture within popular culture, and that's within all popular culture. You know, it doesn't matter what you talk, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You know, the you know, it doesn't matter whether it's hip hop or this. Country western music talks about all kind of crazy shit. I actually listen to country, so I can tell you that, right? It just
Mhm.
might be more than ours. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is like when I hear a lot of what you guys are describing, at least to me, it's not really criminal culture. I wouldn't call it criminal culture. I wouldn't call like sagging your pants like criminal culture. A lot of criminals did it. You know what I mean? But it was the popular thing to do at the time.
Was Chris
It's just
Cross like
pop
a
culture.
criminal? When Chris Cross did it and Jump, was that a criminal? I
Yeah,
didn't look
they
at
were
Chris Cross
fucking
and
criminals. Right,
Jermaine Dupri
right,
as a criminal. It was just
right,
a
right.
fad.
Yeah, and another thing too, you know, a lot of this music, everybody's talking about the music and this, that, and the other, and you know, Fetty brings up the music and everything. Man, I can listen to all this shit I want to, right? I ain't doing none of that shit. Most of the people
Exactly.
around me ain't
Exactly.
doing none of that. So,
I'm
there's a
not talking about
small
that, bro.
few.
That's why I keep putting criminalism in the broader what's endemic to
Yeah.
America. Like stealing somebody's publishing is criminal. And
Uh-huh.
being forced to give it back to him under public scrutiny. You understand?
That's
There's
still criminal.
criminalism, and this has major influence on economic impact, and it's been one of the biggest things, either to promote or to suppress what people had opportunity for in this community, because other communities use prohibition, use criminalism, use trusts and monopolies and all type of things that laws had to be made for this money. It created foundational institutions and other things. So if you act like criminalism is not the major on the black community, you're just insane to me, because it's the major impact on America, period. So as black people, I'm immune to me. I'm not talking about petty black crime. I'm talking about
I'd argue
real
that.
criminalism.
Yeah, period. Yeah. Like, did you hear what I said,
No, use your super melanin. No, hold on. Use your super melanin to fight all of that off, because we're different. Remember, we're superhuman. We have no proclivity to certain things. Our melanin protects us from those type of activities and behaviors, and it blinds us to see somebody driving a Porsche and realize there's an easy way to maybe you can get a Porsche that almost might get you end up in prison or in jail. Or there's a more difficult way to get that Porsche, is to go to work and earn it. So even young kids knew that. Even young kids, I don't care who you saw with nice clothes. You know, as a teenager, okay, if a gangster's wearing it, he probably got them nice clothes doing some foul shit. But if you see a businessman with a briefcase with some nice clothes, oh, he went to work and got his nice clothes.
Scamming is
But what's the verdict? Does it affect the whole country, or does it have no effect? The black church cancel it out. What's the verdict?
I think it's a disconnection between ages right now. Like, I think y'all might have saw different stuff than other generations.
Definitely, it's an age thing. We definitely on different pages.
That's why I said as the genre.
So if I'm sitting at home playing video games, talking like a white boy, but I know how to scam, get money, scamming. Because I don't dress and I'm not in the community suit. I'm not part of criminalism. But my entire program is digital scamming.
So what you're describing is kind of like being a product of your environment to an extent, right? Because you're saying that because if you're exposed to something, you have to partake in it.
No, what I'm saying is criminalism is behind that gain success. It just is. I don't know why people is running from this. It's not all violent. I know a lot of digital criminals, and you would never know. They try and dress like they the most innocent people in the world. Fake. But the man them is the most mastermind pan robbing people on the internet. They will rob you to death. And don't give a fuck about what happened to you and your future. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, criminalism is endemic to America. Don't tell me it's not, man. How much people stole the next man publishing? When they know, say they shouldn't have stolen the next man publishing, but they're a thief in them publishing. But them don't want to fix the problem. The man say, how me get back a thief in their publishing. And we act like these behaviors have not influenced and impacted the way black people interact and what they respond to and had a greater effect on the community. Redlining is criminalism. It's a coalition of banks to criminalize and defraud. So how has criminalism affect black people? And it's the most thing that affect black people. The fuckery is so deep that when you was escaping slavery, you was a criminal. Because of fugitive slave like and all of these things. Criminalism has always been imposed upon we.
I thought we had a unique situation. I thought our situation was unique.
So when y'all say like no, the church and this and that, no, the greatest influence on American economy itself to me is criminalism and criminal activity. So when you look at all them things there about how this man that built that and the wealth and the this and that and how the man that have to go around they did, and you like, wow, that's ruthless business. No, man, criminal activity. They had to make laws to stop them something there. They literally had to make laws to stop them something there. Create security exchange commission and because the nature of people is to do fuck.
A question though, but don't you think that overall criminalism that you're talking about affects groups differently? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with. I always say everything in our community is just deity. This is why we impose and take on the worst of the worst, because we're the smallest percentage and this and that, and we have a deep effect. It's a thing, Mike. It's a book called The Omni-Americans, and it's about how the Negro is endemic to American development of what we call the Americas and this and that. In one part of the book, he always used the analogy like the Negro.
Would you also agree though that like
the miners canary, you know the analogy of the miners canary, right? When you the miners used to carry the canary in the mine because once the canary died, cut too much gas. So it's like whatever happens within that is the prospect of what's gonna befall America. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm saying, all right, so we in 2025 now, right? And I think what I see is that like I don't see other cultural identity, you know, things such as YNs and how YNs got this portrayal of doing you shiesty, walking around with a shiesty. I don't see other groups heralding a lot of the Go ahead.
I agree. I was thinking the same thing. Like, how does it affect? It seems to only affect our culture to be detrimental to us because the Italians, I wouldn't say criminalism affects them in a detrimental way. I wouldn't say that it affects the anybody besides us because because we're the consumers. We're getting the end of the stick of it. We don't own any. Like I would just say, you know, capitalism. It's free market. You know, I'm an entrepreneur. You know, let's the people, the boule, the people who own the factory. Like, somebody got to be in the bottom of this system. We in this type of a system.
I'm gonna give you an example where I talk boy, man. And I hate to use this example because y'all gonna call me out. But it's okay. I'm gonna give you a good example, right? You got this place in California called Long Beach. You got a whole heap of Asian over there, of different type of Asian, Cambodian, all different type of Asian, Vietnamese, right? Do you know say the most ignorant of them, they form gang because they have to defend themselves from Black and Mexican gang. When they form the gang, right, they adopt the gang style and culture of the Black folk.
But you're describing a union already. At this point right there, you just described a union.
No, listen me now. And what I'm trying to say is that every time when I was teaching, right, when I would get like a different type of youth coming out of class, because, you know, sometimes you got people moving Inglewood, there's different racial ethnicity, right? So let's say the person was from Fiji, maybe, because I had this happen. And one of them come in. The minute I seen him adopt like the Black style, I knew he was dumb. He did that because he could not perform academically. So to get a social respect, he started gang banging and adopt the Black. The ones that were like to perform academically and were naturally bright, they would just stay like Fiji people and wear their little Fiji thing and come to school like they Fijian and love Fiji and they didn't want to do it. And it was very weird to me that anytime like I seen an Asian or the white person that adopted the so-called urban gangbang culture and identity, they was dumb. And the only way they could be successful was to turn that identity into some type of marketing ploy where they would take that, and because they was affiliated with Black people and they could use white face to market them and get money. That's the only way. So when I say this criminalism and this attitude, you understand? No, this thing is serious, man. You really have to look on it. You really have to look on it. So when you say this thing is not in other races, because I can go show you when they adopt that, it's the criminal element. And it's big in their culture. And they promote it. And they look and sound like Negroes.
Hold on. Because what you just described was the Black culture as the criminalism. You described the Black culture effect on other races.
I said the criminal aspect of a culture in America because criminalism dominates and it has an effect. And it's the primary influence. That's just my
Media.
point of view. Whether you're looking at the
Media.
micro or macro level. I don't know what cities y'all grow up in, because you know you got creeps, you got all type of thing in Los Angeles where y'all be kind of seeing sometimes the stereotype. I'm like, nah, man, I seen different. I seen ignorant Asian that is straight gang banged out, and a lot of them, not just anomaly, like a lot of them. Then I seen Asians that live, and they come from good communities. But if you go over there and you go look at what these niggas is doing with cigarette burn tattoos and gang initiations and all this criticism and what you'll be like, yo, why are y'all adopting this? And they got a whole other criminal element from their culture, from triads and from all of this. And all of that thing there is behind the scenes in people activity. And I don't know why people act like this don't go on. As a Jamaican, I know there's certain things I cannot say upon this thing because other people that's in the criminal community will be like, why that boy that talk? Next time we see Buddha, we have to deal with Buddha. And every one of you know that. You can say anything you want about the church. Nobody will go deal with you, no? But say something about some real criminal. I ain't talking about the greatest influence. Old lady scared of the criminal there on the block. Them not afraid of the church.
So look, 2 movies, right? South Central, right? And Colors, right? Those 2 movies, before them movies, I guarantee you didn't have Bloods and Crips in New York, right? I'm just making that point to say that it's the media. Whether it's to our detriment, like if everything that you're saying, if it was something positive, then it would be a positive influence. Like you're just cherry picking out a particular negative sector and saying people who made bad choices. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't believe that we
No,
are.
what I'm
I
saying
don't
is this
believe.
is part of American culture. I'm saying that
Well,
people try and
right.
act like these
The
people are
the
some type
challenge
of
is
anomaly in
does
American
it
culture.
affect everybody in America or everybody but us? Right. That's what it is. And I
You don't
feel the
have to get
same
the
way.
color right.
Like why
People
are
in
we
them
acting
tenement
like that?
yards, when you
Like
put all the
that's
Italians in
not
them
an
tenement
element of the
yards,
whole society.
they
Like
created
gangster
gangs.
movies don't sell. Everybody go watch them.
Yeah, but it's cool when Scarface do it when he snort coke and you know what I'm saying. Like we want to be like him, but when it's like it's
Y'all see, one of my favorite
But
movies
that's
is
what
Paid
I'm
in Full.
saying.
What is he
But
talking
Right.
let me just
about?
say
Below
this.
Paid in Full,
They're
you
not.
know?
That's definitely one of the archetypes of that people find cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah. So,
Okay, so
but the thing is that it's not having the detrimental effect to an Italian or Cuban community that it is having. Like black people really are here with switches, killing each other, living it out and emulating it. That's
What
what
do
the
you mean?
gangster
You're
rapping
doing the
music and
same
based.
thing in all those communities too in America. I just gave you the Asians. You can find a thing to keep in the whole of them. Like, let me go give you an example, right? As a Jamaican, right? I think Shatters is a great movie, but I hate the storyline, you know. But the storyline are true because them man there don't build nothing. The man there is extorting people, and then the man there come back a foreign and just rob the building business. All they do is rob people. And people love the movie. All the man they do is robbing. They never build a business. You never see them getting a shipment. You never see them on the build nothing. You understand? But it's like, what are you watching? A lot of people like Shatters are my favorite movie, but when I break this, the man they not build nothing in the blood clot. See him the well. The movie's
It's
very
everybody.
entertaining, but the movie got a fork plot. The man is just rubber. And yo, me don't like rubber. No, sir. Me don't like thief. Me don't like people come take people thing. They work hard for them thing. Force people to pay a tax in them forkery. And that are the theme of the movie. And everybody like, yo, Wayne and Biggs and yo and Teddy Broke shot and because they love the character and them. So me love the cinematic quality of the movie. But when you look at the plot of the movie, right? A fuckery.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what?
the thing I always notice, man. I don't know if you guys can hear me fine, but every culture has that type of movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe it's the movie. Okay, images, I believe, can cause violence. I believe words can cause violence, right? But if you watch those movies and you see the outcome generally of the people in the movie, look at the outcome of what happened with Scarface. He had a short rise to the top, he was balling, and then his crash was crazy.
Mm-hmm. What about
The
New Jack City
Godfather, same thing.
Nino Brown? Everybody wanted to
New
make
Jack
to sell.
City, same
Yeah,
thing. So
you wanted to be
the
a drug
message
dealer.
We
in the
obviously
movie,
can't discern that. We obviously can't discern that as black people, that we only
I
gonna
wouldn't
pluck out
say
the rise to
Yeah,
power and not the
this is
tragic fall.
this is
Yeah,
what
Right, right.
influences
yeah,
us
that's
because
the
us.
most. If that influences us the most, that shit is fucking crazy. I don't know.
because to me though, I wouldn't make a statement to say as black people to start with, right? Because to me personally, that's a racist statement, just to be straight up. You know what I mean? That's a racist statement, like, because humans are humans. So white guys are influenced by that kind of stuff too, the same way. So
Right.
the main thing though to me is to be critical thinker. If you're a critical thinker, then you will realize, hey, what's the outcome of this? Now, as a younger person, sometimes you can't see that. You know what I mean? But it's important that we understand, because, for instance, I
So
was wondering, like Japanese society, right? You got gangsters over there. You got the Yakuza, all that over there. Chinese, you got the triads, all that, right? But they said when they had that big issue, the earthquake in Japan, they said there was no looting and stuff like that. The culture, the way they operate,
Right, they have
you know what I mean?
respect. Yeah.
They're thinking on a higher level on certain things. You know what I mean? They're not just looking out for themselves. They're looking out for other people. And I think that's what's
Higher
important, you know?
level.
Yo, listen, man. See, I'm talking different now. I'm gonna give you a story. Right? I can't say no name. But I know somebody, right? They had $10 million on the street by the time they was 32. Jamaica. When they got caught, they got 62 years. About 15 years in iron sentence, he ended up beat to death and out of jail. You know what I say? Still on the street. Do you know what that $10 million did for restaurant and all type of development? People don't know nothing about. Nothing about. So when I talk about the effect of criminalism, real criminalism, I don't know if people know what me know and what me talking about. Because I know you go a certain place, that man didn't work to start that place. I know that house, that man got some man that worked, did something behind the scene to flip this and flip that. Because criminalism run this blood clot.
But why you worried about that?
Different.
Because listen, you sound like a hater though. I ain't gonna lie. Cause listen, why you care? Because listen, in a capitalistic system, you benefit. Well, your hustle is what's going to determine how much money you making, if you successful or not. Like you might look at LeBron James and like be like, oh, he got his son in the NBA. Like that's what you like. I'm for that. Like, look, you able to establish yourself through sports to where you can leave a legacy. Because I want to leave generational wealth for my children. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the goal for me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think everybody on that nigga shit, bro. I just think people. I think people outgrew that.
No, I never said no nigga shit. I just told you somebody that what happened to them. Nobody, what happened to him
You
was his
don't
arrogance.
outgrow something that you
But
ain't
the money
doing.
that was left
Right.
supported people, built institutions, established restaurant, fed people, put people into college, did all type of, did things in yard, did things in Canada, did things in England. You understand? Because I'm saying that there's certain elements and certain things that were funded by certain activities that's not on the books.
That's for
Because white
sure.
people been doing it all of the time.
You're a teacher, right?
Yes, I was a former educator and I'm still an educator.
And when you were in, you mingle with other teachers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your crowd, right? They ain't y'all not broke. They you know. So my thing is, bro, it's like if that's your element, yeah. But bro, I'm just saying, bro, I don't think like I just don't. I think we having a
Yo,
low
I'll
level
give you an
conversation.
example, B. To me, waste is criminalism, right? I'll give you an example, right? When we was teaching, right, they used to give us an allowance for paper for go to the photocopy machine
Does
and make like
criminalism
photocopies, right? Now, this
does,
me now. You really
wait
have to
wait
understand this. You really have
okay,
to
go ahead.
understand it. But there was people in other departments where they just ran off more paper than necessary, created so they could get a better budget. Me, I would have rings and stacks of this goddamn paper because I didn't use all the teaching, using the technology and doing other things, limit my to save money. But these people in the criminal, I want to rob the government. We need to get more funding for the school through illegal paper usage. Unnecessary, you understand? Little shit like that. Lack of integrity is part of what I mean by criminalism. This your willingness to
No,
defraud shit.
listen, real
And
quick.
that's part of American culture.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I'm just want to say this.
I want to just limit it to America.
You would be broke. You just criminal. No, hold on. I'll let you talk. You just criminalize a smart business move. That's it. You criminalize a smart business move because in business you can't have integrity and emotion. Like you would be broke in business because you would be trying to make sure. Like you should just get a 501(c)(k) and we do charity events. You know what I'm saying? And give. Because if you're trying to make money, bro, you gotta have a vicious, Donald Trump type of entrepreneur type of attitude, brother. We trying to make money, not,
This is a public school, right?
Yeah,
You're
you're in
supposed
public
to
school, like you
maximize
care,
the budget you get.
yeah.
You're not supposed to fraudulently inflate the budget to pay teachers more based on a budget, rather than performance of the students and dedication and maximizing of effort in the classroom to promote learning. You see, that's what I'm saying. You
No,
talking,
wait.
you
It's a
talking like
question.
criminalism
No, I'm
again.
asking. It's a question. Is the state running the school or the federal government at this point?
What do you mean? The
What do
community
you mean? What
runs
I
the
mean?
school, B. The state funds the school. The attitude of what's
Mhm.
done at the school board and the
And the
local
state, but
participation. No.
and the school.
The budget and how you use it. And if you use the budget efficient, expansive increase in other. But if you show that you spend all of this money, you had ineffective this and that, and you got a greater need for a greater, when you've been ineffective and inefficient in your application to teacher, just spending more paper. You understand? Just to get more money. That's not how it's supposed to work. When you got less community involvement, you don't have people and parents at the board meeting. You don't have people visiting and participating in what's available for the community to regulate what's going on campus. That's when you're going to get this mismanagement, because people unregulated tend to go to criminalism.
That's a mentality. That's a mind state you kind of just described. I wouldn't say it's a criminal.
It's
I don't like
endemic
that.
to America, man. It's endemic to America, man. People charge the government more money than how much time people charge the government a hammer $9 when the hammer costs $2. And they just feel because the government collecting taxes and it's okay. This is the mentality. The mentality is to get over at any cost.
How would you figure that the state gets the money, the school gets the money to fund for school books and stuff? Where do they get that money to fund those things from?
It's supposed to be from property taxes, and now on the lottery, and then donations.
So is that criminalism? The lottery that you described? Would those be some of the things that you describe as criminalism that would actually fund the things that you're saying, that like the school books? And because you're not for taxes, right? You just said it was criminalism, right?
I never said I wasn't against taxes. I was a public school teacher. But when you live in a community where most of the people rent, it's the people that own the property that pay
the taxes.
tax to go to the local school, and they're going to fight to limit that because they're not attending the school. They're not in the community. So unless the people, especially if you got people on the property that's not, gosh, I don't want to see it this way, but they're not necessarily increasing the value of the property through their cultural attitudes. and what happens to the area with the writing on the wall and the this and that and depths and the candle on the corner and this and that, you're going to be less inclined, unless gentrification or some development happens, to fight for an increase in property tax.
Do you think in general just homeowners just care and take more pride in being homeowners and take care of they yard more and better and care? You know what I'm saying?
No, I think that that anybody civic duty is to care and respect public space.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, like if you love your grandmother or you love the elderly, that you should treat everywhere you go like that person is about to walk down there.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I understand that definitely.
And that if you had that type of civic attitude, a lot of things would just be different in a public space. Like your grandma would start walking back to the park.
What Buddha is saying is something that happens in American government, maybe other governments too. It's where a government or a city, a state, federal government, whatever, they get a certain number of funding. And I've heard that before at university level and stuff like that, where they give the university a certain amount of money and the university spends that money regardless as to whether they actually need that thing right now or not.
Right.
And the reason they do that is so that they don't get the funding cut.
Exactly.
But I would not say that's criminal. You see what I'm saying? It might be, you might be argue and say it's unethical, but it's legal. So,
but I'm saying when it becomes criminal, right? When I've seen it as fraud, like you're not using money to efficiently educate the youth, right? Because
here's what I'm saying.
I had 2 years worth of paper stock up. And people used to come to me and say, yo, I run out of paper. Can you give me 2 boxes of paper? And I'd be like, yo, what do you need? You understand me? I say it? So you're not efficiently running your classroom. And this is being promoted to defraud the people. Anytime
this is what I'm saying.
Fraud is criminal.
This is what I'm saying. If you're taking that paper to your house, right? And that's not what it's for, that's criminal. If you're taking that paper and you spend it on paper and it could be used to educate the children, right? Then it's not illegal, but it's not really the best use of that money. It might not be ethical. You see what I'm saying? But it's not necessarily criminal. But if you want to change that system, you got to get the government, the state to change it, to make it different so that more of those funds.
No, it starts at the administrative level. But when the administrative level is committed to what you just said, let's spend the money so we increase the budget.
Right.
So let's find other areas of deficiencies and let's promote deficiencies.
Right.
We get the larger budget. Then you start getting into defrauding the people.
Right.
And I literally witnessed this.
And you know what? I want to get back to the criminal thing.
All right.
Because yes, there's going to be some money that a criminal, quote unquote, can make, and he might use it wisely or whatever, quote unquote, wisely. Like it might go into other business. But a couple of things you got to observe. You got to check out where you're at. Because for one, in America, man, if you're running that kind of game here, they're going to get you, bro. If you're in it long enough, they're going to get you 100%. Most guys ain't going to get to keep most of that money, if any at all. And then a lot of guys, they have the dream of getting to the top, but they'll never get close. But we all have that dream. Sometimes we're on our job and we got this dream to get to the top, but there's only so much slots up there. And to get up there, sometimes some of the things you got to do is crazy. You see what I'm saying? So it's not, it'd be better for you to, you have a better shot. And I mean, I know it's a long shot and it's difficult to get people to think that way.
No. So when you got Madam Sinclair and then you got Bumpy Johnson, and then you look at the people they're supporting and financing, and then the political effects of those people. Outside of what they was doing and fucking off money, you're trying and just that simple example, and y'all trying to act like this thing is not.
That's a bad example, because I would say everybody. That's our problem. We don't have nobody in the lobby. We don't have no lobbyists. We need to pay couple dollars to somebody to get something passed good for us. You know what I'm saying? But so I definitely think that
Our
lobbyists.
criminalism is off. We're not greasing the hands and the palms
So
behind the
our lobbyists criminalism.
Yeah.
Lobbyists.
Yeah,
So having
because they find
so
ways to
getting
get around the law to grease politician hands, right?
so getting
We
something
all
Nah,
know
nah,
getting
nah.
it's
get
But
basically legal
if it's
criminalism.
legal,
right.
then it's not criminal.
It's not because it's
You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what I'm talking
It
about.
might be
no.
unethical, but it's not criminal.
No, it's not criminal in the sense because I know what you're saying because it's not an active, but that's the whole point of existence. It's to
You might
find
not agree with it, doesn't make
find
it
a way
criminal.
to do things that would be illegal that are legal now. And
So
sometimes there are illegal distribution of these funds that we can't find. The offshore accounts and other things.
So in regards to the Asian hate bill, right, during the COVID, you might call it the COVID Act, right? That would be criminalism because because they had lobbyists to pass the bill for them, right? The Asian governor, senator passed it for
By the
because
way,
no, I wouldn't
that
say that was
Asian
criminalism necessary, but I would say that in a sense, that's legal bribery, right? So there's
by
a
the
way
way,
to do your
that
funding
Asian
to add it, to bribe these people, to add
he
things to
bribed
bills
them.
and bury them in our bills.
By the way, that Asian crime bill,
Yes,
the name of it was not the Asian crime bill,
the
for one.
COVID bill, right? Yeah, it's the COVID
It's
bill.
called the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act.
Yeah, hate
And
crime.
for two, if you actually read that act, it's using existing laws and providing more funding. So it's using existing hate crime laws and providing more funding. Now, in the preamble to it, it mentions an increase in Asian hate crimes. But in actuality, it's funding, it's providing more funding, more law enforcement for all hate crimes.
Everybody, yeah, for sure.
Yes, it wasn't just specific to Asians. But because at the time there was a spike in Asian hate crimes because of COVID-19 and people blaming Asians and things like that, it was, you know, but again, with the criminal thing.
It was presented by the Asian, you know what I'm saying, senator. So like it wasn't a black senator.
Right, which is expected. I mean, that's why they're there. They're there to push not only for their own issues, they might even ally with black people on some of our issues. You see what I'm saying? But they're there to also push for their issues.
But you have to
So
compromise.
is that a case of the system? Is that a case? No,
Law
just
has
quick.
to
Is that
be
a
written in the neutral context. They can't write no law for no specific group.
Yeah, you really can't.
Well, that's
but
why it's
people
worded
gotta
like
realize. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why it's worded like that, like you mentioned before. But I was just gonna throw out there: would that not be a case of the system working for you, working for the good, for the benefit of the purpose of having a lobbyist to work for you? Hey, look, if I'm giving you my vote, hey, I need this in return. My people need this in return, and
But
I
that
think
might
that's
not have
not
been
what
a
you do.
lobbyist either. That might have just been a representative that was voted in.
Of course, right.
Lobbyists a lot of times are pushing for companies, or it might be certain organizations like unions, or like certain other civic organizations. They might have a lobbyist that's over there doing stuff for them. You know,
What's the
but it's
dude that
not
gave Trump all
necessarily.
the money? What's the dude that gave Trump all the money?
Which one? They got a couple of them. Shit, the casino guy, Adelson or whatever.
Yeah, I forget his name.
There's the guy that ran the casino
Was it Musk? Elon Musk?
Musk gave some money. Yeah. But now Musk and Trump are on the outs. You notice that, right?
Yeah, now.
Remember, he was in there. He was in there. He did the what they call it, Doge or whatever. Fired a bunch of people in the federal government, shut down USAID, did all kinds of wild stuff, and then him and Trump fell out to where he was saying Trump is in the Epstein list and stuff. You know what I mean?
I just want to say they fell out because of the
Another
Epstein.
example of what I'm talking about. This
Not
ain't got
just
nothing
the
to do
Epstein, but they
this
fell
ain't
out.
got nothing to do with black people, right? But if you look at like prohibition, right, and its impact on the development of NASCAR and the whole engine development and race suspension and this and that, criminalism, and then you got NASCAR now. And if you didn't have prohibition and these niggas running and creating the racetrack circuit after that to legalize this and that and come on, man. This is endemic
So
to
what
American
I'm saying to
society.
you,
You
Buddha,
can find so much things that started from criminal activity that had to be
what
legalized or turned into sport and other activity or finance other activity. Criminal activity is the greatest impact on American society.
what I'm saying, Buddha, is I don't know. We'd have to look into the numbers on that. I don't agree with that because generally, because for instance, you want to start a restaurant, right? It costs a certain amount of money, but it doesn't. I mean, it's kind of hard to say now because a lot of stuff is expensive in America. But I want to guesstimate you could start multiple ways with say $50,000 to $100,000 or less, 50 or less. And you could build that restaurant out over time. As people buy food, you reinvest the money in the business. You can get that money through your church. You can get that money through all kinds of groups and organizations and banks and all kinds of stuff, right? You don't really need that criminal element to do that per se. And you can build that over time.
I
So
don't
I don't
know
think you
where
necessarily,
this is going.
because
Go ahead, finish, man.
all the places that have criminality help to do certain things in Vegas and Miami, but now you have that criminal element sidelined in a lot of ways, and those places are still flourishing. You know, the mob ain't running the casinos down there now, but yet still those
Yeah,
places are flourishing
But
and
you
growing
needed
all these
that to
years.
give it the start. That's
time
all I'm
period
saying
now.
is that you needed that to give it the start. To be that
Now,
big and that major. Like, yeah, you can
I would
run a
agree
I
with
local,
that
gave
to a
y'all
degree.
the key question
you can
already,
run a
y'all.
local
Like,
thing.
if does it affect everybody or don't affect nobody, right? We didn't already even talked about, a lot of times things get exacerbated in the black community, right? Because we're so small, right? Because we are a minority, we could be, we could be like a concentration of things that go bad sometimes. And that's unfortunate. Like we talked about how that surfaced during the coronavirus epidemic, right? On how it exposed just how bad our healthcare was and those type of things. So when we're talking about the effect that gangster culture has on America, right? Like it's not outside of everything else that we didn't agree to when we say that it has heavy influence in the African American, community. If we're debating about if it's the most influential, fine, right? We're gonna agree to disagree there, but like I'm sure none of y'all would argue that it's not influential at all, right?
It's
Like I
it's
know
an
that's just
element.
The criminal element, you're saying.
it's a big element. Right? You
The
wouldn't
criminal
even go
element you're
that
talking
far?
about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying it's very influential. I don't think that overall, if you ask me if it's beneficial, I would say no.
No, it's
No, I
definitely
never
not,
said
but it's
beneficial. It
there.
says the most, to me, it's the most influential aspect of America in general.
If you're
Because I think,
benefiting from it, it's gonna be beneficial. If you're at the end,
Even the spirit of America, right? Even when you look at in what was it, 1763 or something, when at the end of the French Indian War, when they wasn't supposed to cross the Appalachian Mountain, what did them niggas do? They crossed the Appalachian Mountain and said, "Fuck all that."
no, this is the thing. If it was legal, right,
Territory
and
and
the
violate
state,
King George. No, maybe it was earlier than it was early in the 1700s. But when they might do it, that set off all of the type of activity. Tell me, I say, because these people always been violating treaty, violating this,
yeah,
and
but
people have always taken advantage of criminalism in America for profit.
this is the
And then,
difference, though, Buddha. The difference is it was sanctioned by the state, and the state has the monopoly on force. And so, because the state is supporting these actions, then those
no, at
people
the
could do
time,
it
the
and get
state
away.
didn't support when they moved in over the Appalachian. The man just did that.
Yeah, but did the state stop them? Like the other day, I was listening
But
to a thing, and Andrew
the
Jackson,
state did say, "Well, fuck it, we are gonna go to war with England."
right? And when
in a time of war, then it's the Trump will make all the decisions. That's why he was controlling the National Guard and sending them out.
right, and so the thing is, a lot of that stuff, because I was watching a thing about Andrew Jackson, they had all kinds of treaties with the Indians, and Andrew Jackson's and stuff. People just started breaking the treaties,
And Andrew Jackson, he was for what they were doing, or he even supported getting the Indians out of there. And so, because you have the backing of the state, which has the force behind it, you can do whatever. Because guess what? They're not going to stop you. And so that's what I'm saying. If drugs were legal and it was legal for you to sell them and make the money and then put the money wherever, then you would have, it would be more beneficial. Now, is it beneficial for the overall society and for people's lives and stuff? Maybe not. But the money could get into different industries and circulate. Look like legal weed right now, you know? It's more, you know, you're not going to end up in jail for life. And then when you get busted, they take everything they can find from you and auction it off and all kinds of stuff and give it to the state. So you end up broke. You end up in jail for 20. Look at all the guys that you can watch on YouTube that been to jail for, got life sentences, all kind of wild stuff, and then they got pardoned and get out, and they all say, "Bro, it wasn't worth it." You'd be better off going to work and making minimum wage and have your freedom than to do that stuff and end up in jail.
You're making a bad
Yeah, you'd be
decision.
better off because, and in reality, I think what it is.
I don't think none of them niggas believe that. I think they enjoy what they did. They enjoyed the hustling, and they feel guilty because they got caught.
No, at the time they enjoyed it because they're making good money. At the time, but when you look back at it, you're like, bro, because all the options are available to you when you're out and you're free. But the thing I realize is, and I started realizing something, man, is the stories we're missing. Like, for instance, if you look at the Bible, man, and I just use the Bible because I'm more familiar with it. But if you look at Confucianism, Hinduism, I bet if you look at most of these religious texts, they're telling you certain stories. They're telling you certain ideas. And I think we miss the ideas, worried about if the thing is real or not. But the idea is, hey, don't envy each other. You know what I mean? Be happy for other people. That's the idea. I know people don't follow it the way it is, right?
Hey brother, I've been saying Confucianism has helped a lot of Asians in regard.
What
Like,
you mean more about it? You want to say team, the team of it. People miss the team of it.
The theme of it. If you follow that theme, that's what we need to do as Black folks. That's what we need to do. If we follow that theme where, look, we're going to try and help each other. I'm not going to be, and if you got a nicer car than me, you just got a nicer car than me. You got a nicer girl than me, you got a nicer girl than me. You know what I mean? I'm still going to be happy for you. And I'm going to push for what I desire. And you help me, I help you. And be satisfied with where you are. Don't be like looking, because I feel like when in satisfaction, then it will keep you from doing certain things because you're like, hey, I'm satisfied with where I'm at. You know what I mean? Not to say that you're not going to go for more, but you're satisfied. So you're not going to go and try to take somebody else's thing. A lot of that stuff happens. And last time I was on, I talked about that guy, Jans Ludwig. And he wrote a book. He studies the South Side of Chicago. And he was saying the violence a lot of times is caused off of dissing. Like you feel like someone dissed you or slighted you or in some way. And your response to that is super harsh. You might even kill the person. You see what I'm saying? When in reality, that action could lead you to jail for life. That's that action. And so how do you diffuse these? How do we get to that point where we diffuse these situations? And we have been, because violent crime is down in the United States. Murder rates down in a lot of these big cities in the United States compared to the 80s and 90s. So there's a trend that's happening.
I think what's going on, right, is we got to give a little credit to the modern youth, right? Because them fight, as much as we don't like it, right, it's almost like a non-violent fight. You know, they're getting paid through the NIL now. They get in certain things, right? They can just say, I got mental therapy problem, and they off work and getting the check. If we would have said, yo, my mind ain't there. Now they could just make the claim. And the job is so afraid of being sued and this and that. You understand me? I see it. And they've made certain progression through that. But on the flip side of that, you also people under that condition, right? They're going to be more emotional. They're going to be more therapeutic. They're going to use the internet for more attention other than that attention that I just talked about earlier for the benefit, right? So you're gonna have this focus on them and the crime that they do. That's gonna be kind of that's kind of juxtaposed with that sensitivity that we see in the quality of the youth now. But with their sensitivity, right, they've made more advancement in terms of what they want to stand for, right? They want to go to work because they'll say that you're being mentally oppressed and we couldn't do them someday. We have to use a sick day. And if one of them say that, that's a millennial or whatever, I forget all of them, I bet. But whatever come after that, right? If one of them said the job, you understand me? I see it. But on the flip side of that, they still that whole therapy thing is in a play with them. So the ones that really need that, that's the ones that's being highlighted. But at the set speed, that's part of what they do now. You understand? That softness is their way of warring. It's almost like a new nonviolence.
Right. Which I can see that a lot too.
I'm just gonna paint my fingernail and be sensitive.
Bro. People just getting money, bro. We get money. You can't get money at war. You know what I'm saying? Like, you people getting money, bro. I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe in what you're saying, Roscoe, because it's entrepreneur. Like, it's class. Like, it's always gonna be poor people at the bottom. And it's classism. I wouldn't say it's racism. It's classism. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm for entrepreneurship. I'm for a free market. And people are gonna be mad if you are successful nowadays. People are gonna be mad if they ain't got nothing going. If they ain't got a skill.
So all right.
Work at a factory.
Okay, no, I'm trying to say it right. This is what I try and say it right. Do you expect Caleb from the Bears with the painted fingernails, or the nigga with the titty bear from Alabama to stand up and like represent Black Power?
No.
You expect him just to get their money, right?
I expect him to be a football player. I like the Bears
and just get their money, but in what their social protest is suckled, is what I'm saying. It seems like it's botsy, whatever, but it's all around that therapy, and I'm gonna be this and that, and that's the way they're fighting. Yeah,
I would say, like,
what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily justifying it. I'm just saying that's the way they fight. But in that, you still got those other niggas that's really sick.
But no,
that is going to be turned on for the extreme violence that they do because of that sensitivity.
I would give you a better example of like Michael Jordan, his influence. And at one time, it was Michael Jordan controversial. Would you agree with that? Would you say Michael Jordan was controversial in like politics?
I'm Jamaican, so I'm different. When I heard him, when I interviewed him about a soccer ball, and he said he didn't have nothing to do with that, I was done with Michael Jordan. I never rooted for Michael Jordan. I never owned a pair of Michael Jordan shoe. When he didn't care about the soccer ball, I didn't care about Michael Jordan.
But you can't deny his influence.
I know that sounds crazy.
But you can't deny his influence.
I remember when the man I interviewed, and he said, well, what about the children in Pakistan or some stitching the soccer ball and this and that? And he was like,
yeah, he stayed neutral. He didn't take a stance either way. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I was a little youth, you understand? But I was like, yo, B, you supposed to like, I
compared to somebody like maybe a Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, I was hot, B. I'm not gonna lie. I was hot. I was more hot than that when people got shoot. Because when the soccer ball thing caught my attention. I said, what? Why you didn't comment, man?
Yeah, so I don't expect for our athletes and political people to be role models. You know what I'm saying? I just expect them, like you say, Jordan was Jordan. You know what I'm saying? I liked him because he was a good basketball player. You know what I'm saying? I liked he could dunk. I liked his shoes. You know what I'm saying? I liked the Dominique Wilkins. You know, back. You know,
No, I don't want you to think I'm knocking the youth. I'm saying that we don't understand they fight. Like we come from the RBG, the Black Power generation. You stand on aggressive resistance. You understand? We watch the water hose get. That's not their shit. Their fight is different. They come from we need therapy. So, the white people need therapy. Well, I need. You understand? So the way they're fighting, I don't think stand. But the way they're fighting is still a resistance thing. You understand? That's how I see it. And then they winning.
It's through economics.
They getting the numbers financially.
Yeah, it's through economically.
Yeah, the
That's
way
what I'm
they're fighting
saying.
economically is a different fight than what we was fighting.
Yeah, it's a different
And I
time period.
agree with you on that, Buddha. I just have to say another thing, right? That we got to separate a couple of things, because no matter how poor a place is, if it's safe, people will come there and spend money. You see
Correct.
what I'm saying? And so safety is critical, because think about your own life. You don't go nowhere where you don't think you're going to be safe, generally speaking. If you think something's going to happen to you and you go somewhere, you ain't going to go there, generally speaking, right? So safety is important. But now,
I said, Benjamin, that's why I said I treat every place as if my grandmother.
And I agree with you. Now, the other factor I want to say is this. What I'm saying now, other and stuff like that, right? How we our discourse and all that with each other. That's one factor. The other factor we can't negate, though, is the state, the government. That part of it is something you got to work on, because in reality, human beings are living their own lives, and we live lives as different people all the time. You live your life as a man, woman, educated, non-educated, black, white, whatever, right? And sometimes you can't see how another person feels, or you can't feel how another person feels, or you don't understand their plight. And so America being a state that's majority white, for instance, right? Sometimes when they're dishing out resources, they might not feel like they need to give you the resource as much as they get. Like even when Buddha talked about the people living in apartments, right? That get funded by property taxes, right? In reality, the person that's supposed to upkeep the property and the surrounding area is the landlord, right? By so doing, they might or should, if they keep it up, let people feel like, hey, I need to do my part to keep it up. Or they could push that idea, right? They should also be thinking, hey, I need to pay property taxes so these people can do better and make the whole society better. But sometimes we're selfish. And so they need to take that lesson too about not being selfish and stuff like that. Just like we need to take the message on the individual and the community level. So it kind of goes both ways. And the state also needs to take that message.
All
And
right,
so we still have to push on the state. Because the state.
Let me use this analogy with regard to the
one other
state,
quick
right?
question. One other quick question. Because
right.
for me, my opinion is politics is the number one thing that affects your life. The number one thing.
All right.
You can do a lot, but the state is super important.
Make me use this analogy if you want to. I watch this now. Let's see, like the NFL, right? Let's say if society take that position. This team was the worst team. So they're going to be the first in our draft, the first in our this. And they're going to get the best this. They're going to get incentive. They're going to have the easiest schedule. So let's say the black people, we got that incentive, right? They say, well, let's do them like the NFL and let's give them the best track for goal. Now, just like sometimes we say in our NFL, right? What would prevent other people from thinking and not competing to get that type of support? Like, how is the state supposed to say, all right, well, if I do this special thing right here for this, it's another group of people are going to be the worst team. and then say, yeah, we're just gonna worst team for the worst team, and then eventually pressure the government because of what the black people said that's precedent for the government to come in and lift with back up like the worst NFL team. You understand me? I say?
You're describing communism, a communism type of a system. Like we have more of a mixed market system in America, where at this point I would say, is it capitalism?
No, what I'm trying to explain is that when you start talking about the state, like
yeah, I'm talking about
how can the state incentivize people and not, you understand, in a certain way where they don't, you understand? If you know, say the state I gotta bail you out, eventually.
So are you talking about